I was on the most wanted list for the FBI, the Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals. And I've just stolen $11.5 million while on federal probation. Like, it's not going to end well for me. I've had 27 driver's licenses issued to me in 7 different states. She goes, I opened up a popsicle box that had $30,000 or $40,000 in it in cash. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. There's some problems. I do call the FBI agent. She's saying, look, you come, you cooperate, you'll get like 7 years. The moment the FBI came looking, they all buried me.
For those unfamiliar with you, you were sentenced to 26 years for bank fraud, mortgage fraud, identity theft, passport fraud. I thought this was very interesting. You were called the Bonnie and Clyde of mortgage fraud. What's also very interesting, FBI's most wanted and on the run for years.
Yeah, that's not true.
No?
No.
What is true?
That's Danny Jones, by the way.
Really?
So, yeah. So, and it's been everywhere. Everybody uses it now.
Yeah.
So,
How do you come up with that then?
Well, because I was #1 on the Secret Service's most wanted list. And so when he did the title to the first video I did, he put #1 on the FBI or something like that, or FBI's #1, whatever.
Most wanted
or something. And I called him up and I said, hey, bro, that title's not wrong. And he goes, nah, it's okay. It's clickbait. His title doesn't mean anything. Just get people to click. And I go, well, yeah, but it was the Secret Service. He goes, nobody knows that the Secret Service even has a most wanted list. And he's like, I got this. And I was like, okay, I just don't want you to think that, I don't want people to think that I said that. Like, was I on the FBI's most wanted list? Yes. There's probably 1,000 people on that list. Was the FBI looking for me? Yes. But I was #1 on the Secret Service's most wanted list. So unfortunately, for some reason, I had bragging rights or something, to be #1, but nobody even knows that they exist.
I tend to agree with them. From an audience standpoint, sometimes you have to go with the term that's a little more well-known for SEO purposes.
Well, it definitely worked for him.
Yeah.
And then everybody's jumped on it. And then after like the third video, I got tired of correcting people.
But you were FBI's most wanted. On Secret Service. I was
I was on the most wanted list for the FBI, the Secret Service, and the U.S. Marshals. But I'm saying I wasn't #1. Like Danny's, I think, says like he was the #1. Like that's Osama bin Laden. Like I'm not.
You're not Osama bin Laden.
No. So
you could have taken his identity though.
Yeah.
Okay, so you committed essentially fraud, a lot of it. What exactly is fraud for those that don't understand?
I mean, really, fraud is anytime you lie to obtain something falsely, right? For the most part, it's like you go in, you apply for a loan or a credit card, and you lie about it. You lie about something on your application. Either it's your name, your social security number. Typically what people do is they just lie about like their income. They'll say they made $200,000 when really they made $120 because they want to be able to get this $40,000 credit card, or they want to get this $100,000 car they don't actually qualify for. So typically that's it. But I mean, fraud could be anything. You're lying to obtain something.
How is it different from a scam? If someone says that's a scam, it sounds like a fraud is almost the same thing.
Yeah, scam, fraud, scheme. Although scheme's not really, it seems like it's a bad word. Yeah. It's not. You can have an investment scheme and it's perfectly legal.
And when did you first commit fraud?
The first loan I did. So I became a mortgage broker. I genuinely was broke. Like Ford Motor Credit is looking for my car. I'm almost a month behind on my mortgage. And I had just become a mortgage broker.
What year was this?
I want to say this was 99. So had 2 or 3 customers as a mortgage broker. You get borrowers, right? They're looking for houses. So a woman had come in. She wanted to borrow money to buy a house. So I said, okay, I took an application on her. I got her W-2s, her pay stubs. I got her verification of rent, verification of deposit for her down payment, everything. Put it together in a file, gave it to my manager because she reviewed everything before we sent it off to underwriting so that the lender would review it. And she looked through the whole thing and she took one page out and closed it. And I was like, well, what's going on? And she goes, the verification of rent on your customer, she's been 30 days late in the last 2 years. Which that's a deal killer. So no bank wants to lend somebody who's been 30 days late on their rent because you're probably going to be 30 days late on your mortgage, if not more. My manager actually pulled out a whiteout, the old whiteouts where they go, she was like a bottle of whiteout. It wasn't like the stick. And she said, if I was you, I would white out the 30-day late, make a copy of it, stick it in the file, send it to underwriting. They'll never catch it. This is my manager.
So it sounds like she had been doing this for a while.
Yeah, she had, and I can certainly say she had because she ended up, getting indicted. She and her husband got indicted.
And what about all of the other mortgage brokers at that office, at that firm?
I think to a degree they may have been doing a little here. There are some people who will, I massaged it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and usually, brokers will tell you like let's say a verification of employment. They might say, well, this person worked for a year and a half, went and worked for somebody else for 3 weeks, quit there, and then went to work for the same company they're working for right now. So it's like, doesn't look good that they've got 3 jobs in 2 years. So they'll remove the one job and just change the numbers so that they jump from the year and a half job to the last 6-month job, and they missed that one job. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's fraud as well.
It's fraud because you're lying, because you have to give all the information to the underwriter to determine whether they're going to lend the money or not.
Do you think she would have been disappointed in you, your superior, if you didn't white that out?
No, I don't think she cared, to be honest. It was
just a suggestion.
It was just a
Wouldn't
suggestion.
she get a little bit more, maybe like a performance bonus if her office issued a certain amount of loans and like your loan kind of helps boost those numbers?
Yeah, but honestly, this loan was like nothing. It was like a
Okay.
$50,000, $60,000 loan.
So she was just trying to, let's just scoot this forward. This is a no big deal.
Right.
Let's just
Planting
okay.
a seed.
Yeah. And honestly, she was really, she actually wore a wire on me. But the first time I got in trouble was because of her. Her name's Gretchen. To exclude that completely, she was just really very much kind of a jerk. She was a jerky, very pushy person. So, when she did it, it wasn't like, listen, Matt. She was like, this is what I do. I'd white it out and put it in there and boom, it'll be fine. And I was like, oh, that's fraud. And I remember saying, that's fraud. I could go to jail. And she goes, nobody's going to jail. She's the worst that'll happen is they'll deny it. You can blame it on your customer. She goes, and the worst that would happen if they thought you were involved is they'd fire you. She goes, nobody's calling the FBI. And I was like, oh, I don't know. She's like, do what you want. Nobody's looking for my car. And I was like, okay. And I did it and I was terrified, but it went through.
And what was that feeling like when it went through? Was it exhilarating?
Oh my God, it was so good. It was such a thrill. How many times have you had a customer that you didn't know if the loan was going to close? And you know that feeling at closing, everything's falling apart. It's chaotic, and then they sign and you walk out with that check and it's a done deal. You're like, oh my God. Like,
even
I
the
pulled
day
it
of
off.
closing escrow, I always feel like something's going to happen in between. It's always something.
I agree.
Yeah.
And from that moment, did you think, okay, this is something that I could repeat doing? Or do you think, okay, this is just like a one-off?
Sure, when I whited it out, I'm thinking that. But before that loan even closed, like the next guy that had come in, he had a W-2. He made like $55,000. But if he made $59,000, he could get the loan. So what do? I changed the $59,000 to $62,000 or whatever I changed it to. I don't remember.
Do you tell the customer this?
No.
Or
In
you
that
just do it in the back end?
No, in that case, I didn't. And the reason I didn't, most of the time, if it was something like that, I changed your W-2, I don't want you to know. I want you to deny it. Because what if you get a call from the lender somehow and you go, oh my gosh, the broker did it. I told him not to do it. Or I don't know. I want you to just say, what? Huh? That's crazy. I don't know what that is. I didn't do that. Then if the lender calls me and says, listen, we got a W-2 here that says $62,000 and your customer says that they didn't give it to you. I'm like, are you serious? Are you telling me that my customer changed the W-2? My God, he looked me right in the face. I can't believe that guy. Well, I'm not going to close that loan. Like, what am I going to do? I'm not going to say, you got me. Of course not. He gave it to, I have no incentive to commit fraud for this guy. I'm making $3,500. So what are they going to do? They don't know. They're probably not going to fire me. Now, he didn't say I did it. He just doesn't know what happened. In that case, yes. Now, if it was another, let's say you came in, and I always use this as an example. I had somebody come in one time. He and his wife gave me W-2s, but literally they were copies. And if you looked at it, like you could see the staple mark was in the exact same spot on both copies of the W-2. Like even the smudge was the same. As soon as I picked them up, it was like, hold it up to the light and you go.
You do this in front of them?
Oh, yeah. And I'm like, huh, like nothing's changed except for their names and social security numbers. And they are wavy. Like you could tell they've been copied. They glued them on. They're crooked. And I'm like, huh, look, I like where your head's at. Obviously, what? Do you own this business? What? No, no, I work for it. I'm like, no, I understand you've been to a couple places you've been turned down. But obviously you own this business. And they're like, I'm like, look, let me explain. And I show them what I've seen. It's obvious it's the same W-2 and it's fraud. I'm like, look, I'm going to get you the loan, but you got to be honest with me. I'll fix these. Like they made the exact same thing. Same withdrawals, same Social Security withholdings, everything. I'm like, look, I'll fix it. But if somebody's going to call the employer, and it was like AAA towing or something. I said, so what's going on? And the guy was like, yeah, I own it. I go, yeah, well, if somebody calls, are they going to, who's answering? Oh, no, my mom's going to answer. I said, okay. I pick up the phone, boop, 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 boop. Call, phone rings. Hello? I go, hi, is this a AAA towing? Oh, AAA towing. I'm like, and he's like, oh man. I'm like, okay, I'll call back. And I hang up. And he goes, oh, I'll talk to her. Okay. So the next day I call back. Hello? Hi, is Jim there? Oh, it's AAA towing. I'm sorry, it's AAA towing. I called by the third time. I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go get a I'm just gonna go get a cell phone and set it up myself. I still want to close the loan. The guy was doing like a $200,000 loan. I'm gonna make like $6,000, on a broker fee. Like let's say $4,000. Then I'm gonna charge like 2 points on the back end. So I go, I make $6,000 or $9,000. Like I want your loan to close. I just don't want to get caught in underwriting. So, in that case, I have to tell him, right? He knows. He knew it was a fraud coming in. So in that case, I would tell him, but he's in on it. There's no incentive for him to say I did anything.
So you went out and you bought this fake phone, essentially, and then set up a voicemail or something. So if the lender ever wants to check on this person's work, then there's no issue there?
Although, you know what? Before we go into that, we got to do some quick math here, because the less money your business spends, the more money you get to keep. But the thing is, with higher costs on borrowing, distribution, labor, and materials, everything is costing more. That is why smart businesses are beginning to move over to our sponsor, NetSuite by Oracle.
NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one platform and one source of truth.
With NetSuite, you can drastically reduce your IT costs because it lives in the cloud and there's no hardware required.
And you can access it from anywhere.
Basically, you could cut maintaining multiple systems because NetSuite is one unified business management suite.
You're able to improve efficiency by bringing all of your major business processes all into one platform, thereby slashing manual tasks and errors.
Over 37,000 companies have already made the move, so do the math and see how much you'll profit with NetSuite.
And by popular demand, NetSuite has decided to extend its very popular, one-of-a-kind flexible financing program just for a few more weeks. All you got to do is head over to netsuite.com/iced.
Again, that is netsuite.com/iced, netsuite.com/ICED with the link down below in the description. Thank you so much, and now let's get back to the episode.
So you went out and you bought this fake phone, essentially, and then set up a voicemail or something, so if the lender ever wants to check on this person's work, then there's no issue there?
Oh yeah, bro, it's way worse than that. There used to be something called the business directory that lenders would check with the business directory. This is 20 years ago. This is back when, they had yellow pages. You don't even know what the yellow pages is. Do you know what the yellow pages is?
That's like the phone book.
Right. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Right.
Yay.
Nice.
25, got some years on it.
I've heard about it. Yeah. So you could go on the internet and you could put your business phone number in the yellow pages, and you had to fill out a form and everything. And then they would check into it. So if you had the tax ID number correct and that your business phone number was listed with them and that tax ID number could be verified, they would put you in the business directory. So now if the lender looks you up, it says this is a legitimate business. And then if they check with the W-2, so let's say they go to sunbiz.gov and they check your business, the tax ID number is the same too, that's on the W-2. That would verify that this is a real business. Then they would call to verify. And if they called the number, I pick up the number. Like they're not even questioning it. They know it's a legitimate business. It's in the business directory. The tax ID number is the same. The address shows up. All that's on the W-2 is all legit. So I answer the phone, hey, AAA Tony, how can I help you? Hi, is Jimmy, we want to talk to somebody about Jimmy. He works there. Yeah, he works here. Who's this? And you just have a conversation with him. Yeah, I'm his manager. Oh, do you have an HR department? No, bro, we have less than 15 people here. It's just basically me and my wife own the place, have a conversation with
You're so good at this though. Because Jack and I were talking, your level of confidence is through the roof. I think if you put me in that situation, I would freeze. I'd panic. I would just get antsy and feel oh, they're on to me. And
you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked how, listen, most of the time, if I got uncomfortable, I just stopped talking, because I think that when I get nervous, I tend to talk, right? I tend to, but in those cases, I would think, as a salesperson, I would think, you make your pitch and you shut up. I had a broker one time that literally came to me one time. He's like, hey man, can you pitch these guys? They're asking questions, this, that. I was like, yeah, sure. No, not pitch them, but disclose to them, all the disclosures, the insurance, disclosures, and you have all these anti-coercion disclosures. So I went in and I disclosed to him like, oh, this is your anti-coercion. We didn't force you to get insurance through this company. This is your insurance saying that you have insurance on your home. This is, I go through them, flip. I go through the whole thing. And they're like, and this is your truth in lending. This is how much you're going to make. This is how much the adjustable rate is. That blah. You go through the whole thing, and then the guy's like, okay, and he starts signing. I just disclosed. He's signing. We're good. That's it. I'm not talking again. I'm just like right here. That's all I say. The broker goes, yeah, and don't even worry about the adjustable rate. Like it'll be. We're going to refinance it in 2 years. I was like, who the fuck said it? Who said adjustable rate? Why would you say adjustable rate? And the guy's like, well, how much is the adjustable? What does it adjust to? What does that mean? He just signed. He's signing. What are you doing? Like, you can only lose the sale. We've got the sale. He's signing. He's going to close in a week. So I just know that if you go in, if I was opening, let's say a bank account in somebody's name, like I would go make a fake ID and go open up a bank account in the name of Brandon Green. I'd go in, give them the ID, walk in, sit down. They would pull up Brandon Green. I've got a social security number for him, everything. Not a stolen identity. It's a synthetic identity. So let's say they pull them up and they would go, and I've had this happen where they went, huh. You don't want to hear, huh. And I just sat there. I mean, everything in me is like, run, get out of the bank, run to your car, get out of the, but I didn't. I just sat there and they're like, huh. I didn't say, what's going on? What's wrong? I was like, everything okay? And she was like, yeah, it's weird. It says fraud alert. It says you've never had a bank account. Have you ever had a bank account? I said, with my ex-wife, I think we opened it maybe 5 or 10 years ago, but I'm pretty sure she closed it. And she's looking at me and I'm looking at her. I don't want to keep running my mouth. I'm just going to get myself in trouble. I don't know what she's looking at. And then she goes and does this with the ID, to see the hologram. I made the ID. Yeah. So I'm like, oh my God, what is she doing? And she goes, hold on, gets up, goes across the bank, talks to her manager. Her manager comes out. She holds up the thing, looks at it, looks over at me, says something. They have a conversation. She goes, yeah, walks over, sits down. She says, okay, do you want a gold plan or the silver or I was like, I don't know, whatever. And I pick an account or a plan that I want for my checking account. She opens it. I never talk again. I sign the documents. I get my stuff. I leave. Probably should have panicked. And what felt panicky, but what choice do I have? I can't run out of the bank. I'm done. If I run out of the bank, I'm just screwed. My car is parked in the parking lot. They're going to know something's wrong. I have to just sit here.
Did you ever lie or cheat as a child? Like maybe in a school test?
No.
Or was there any indication that maybe you had a leaning towards doing something that was maybe on the edge?
No. My mom said I was a good boy. No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. Listen, I was almost 30 the first time I ever committed fraud. I'd gotten a couple tickets. I think I had to go to traffic school one time when I was, in my teens. But, first of all, I was already had a problem anyway. I had a learning disability. I had to go to schools for kids with learning disabilities. So I wasn't in a normal high school or a junior high. I was always going to these schools that, there's 20 kids in the whole school. I mean, that's a problem in and of itself, but the schools are so small and there's no cheating. It's not like I'm cheating. It's not like I'm stealing anything. I was raised upper middle class. My parents had money. So I don't think there was any reason for it. And I don't think I would either. I don't think I would be interested in picking up your Rolex, or going into I've got a buddy who's I would go into my buddy's houses and say I have to go to the bathroom, meet some guy, you hang out you're 15 years old. Hey, come to my house, go to his house and say, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. Sure, it's in there. Walk in and then swipe a watch or some jewelry or something and then leave. Then stay there the whole time for another 2 hours, play some video games and then leave with the watch. I wouldn't do that. I wasn't interested in doing that. I was struggling just to get through life in high school. just to graduate high school.
Mm.
And then I went to college,
Yeah.
It's interesting because I feel like a lot of people put in that situation where you're struggling to make the payments on your car and you're barely living, right? And you're very impoverished. And you get put in a situation where all you have to do is do something like a little bit of a whiteout on something that seems like it's completely harmless and you can make $3,500 and that's the world to you. I think a lot of people would do that.
And I would say that most people in that situation would do it. But I've also had those brokers, like when I opened a brokerage business and I had around 12 guys working there. Like I had a guy, he had worked for I forget, Lehman Brothers or, Berners, or what is it?
Bear Stearns?
Bear Stearns or something. Like he had been in a program. You have to work there for 2 years. They train you for 2 years and then you can quit. If you quit before that, you owe them money. I don't know if you know that. You owe them 60 grand or something. So he waited the 2 years, quit and came to work for me. But after about 3 months of seeing people do things, he said, yeah, I can't work here. So it's like he was like, that's what he should have done, right? That's what I should have done, but I didn't.
How did it progressively get worse from doing whiteouts,
just
gentle
arrogance.
massaging?
Arrogance. You know what I'm saying? It's funny because I tell my wife this is because I'm super cocky, super arrogant, just narcissistic, just love to talk about myself. It's an issue. It's an issue that I notice when I'm talking to someone. I'll stop myself periodically and be like, bro, shut up. You keep, this guy's trying to tell you something. You interrupted with one of your stories. You give a fuck about your story. He's trying to tell you something. It's something that I'm conscious of, but I wasn't earlier in life. And I always tell my wife that every bad decision I've ever made was based on arrogance. I didn't want to lose my car because I'm going to have to go to my dad and say, Dad, I need you to give me $1,000 because my $500 car payment is behind 2 months. I've got to pay it. They're going to take my car. I didn't want to say that. Or I'm going to lose my house or whatever. I'm going to lose my, townhouse or whatever. I was embarrassed. I didn't want to be embarrassed in front of my father.
So what percentage of your loans that you did at that first firm you think were fraudulent?
What percentage?
Yeah.
Almost every one of them. At the first place I worked was called Eagle Lending. It got shut down by the Department of Banking and Finance and the FBI, I think. Has nothing to do with me. One day we showed up and they're locking the doors. They locked the doors. And me and another broker, I never talked about this, me and another broker actually had to climb up on the roof of the business and slide a window open that never locked or something, or I had unlocked it. I forget what happened, but I slid it open. We stole all the files. We went from desk to, we got all her files, all my files, and then a bunch of files from other people. And then we went to another brokerage business and closed them there. And then I opened up my own, I don't typically get into all that, but I eventually, after a few months, I opened my own place. I hired 12 guys. And because back then in Florida, if you were a mortgage broker for $250 extra, you could become a brokerage business owner. Unlike in real estate, you have to wait a few years. You have to take the broker's test, which is, not easy. Back then, you didn't have to do anything to be able to hire basically salespeople.
But before we get into that, AI actually might just be the most important new computer technology out there. I mean, we literally use it on every single episode of the Iced Coffee Hour. And people ask me, they say, Jack, what do you use it on? And guess what? I'm not going to tell you. But billions of dollars are being invested, so you better buckle up.
Now, the problem, however, is that even though billions of dollars are being invested, AI still needs a lot of speed and processing power. So how do you compete without these costs spiraling out of control?
Well, it's funny you ask that, Graham, because I'll tell you exactly how. It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or our sponsor, OCI.
For those unaware, OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs. On top of that, Oracle has 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other clouds, offers one consistent price instead of variable regional pricing, and of course, nobody does it better than Oracle. That means now you could train your AI models at twice the speed and at less than half the cost of other clouds.
So if you want to do more and spend less, like Uber, 8x8, and Databricks Mosaic, take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/iced.
Once again, that's oracle.com/iced, oracle.com/iced with the link down below in the description. Thank you so much. And now let's get back to the episode.
So how much were you making at the end of that first firm?
Maybe $10,000 or $12,000 after they take their money. Probably was making $8,000 to $12,000 for 6 months, but within 6 months, it's over. And listen, the first month I closed like 4 loans, which was unheard of. Like we were generating our own leads. It's
That's
not like
really good money too. Like 1999.
Right. It was great money. I was thrilled. So you can imagine how I felt, 6 months or 8 months later when that whole thing fell apart. I was crushed. Then they kept all the files. We break in, we get the files. Hate to say break in. Well, I slid the window. They were my files, I felt. So I took the files, we closed those. We made like 20 or 30 grand because we got very little money. Eagle was paying like 70%. I found out then most places give you 40 or 50%, but they give you leads. Eagle didn't do that. So we closed those. They still took 40 or 50%. I got a chunk of money. I opened my own place, hired a bunch of guys. That doesn't make a lot of money right away, but within a few months, it starts making money, especially when these guys, when they start to realize pretty much anybody that walks in the door, I'm going to make sure they get a loan. Like unless you're in bankruptcy or you claim bankruptcy 6 months ago, I'm going to do anything I have to get you a loan. I have to stay afloat. And after a few months, that place starts to make good money.
Is that from word of mouth? People saying, hey, I went to this place, I got a loan.
Yeah.
Does anybody question if they come in and they have a low income and they say, I want a $300,000 loan, but you change the numbers without them knowing? Do people question
No, they
how
don't.
they got it? They just don't know?
No, because they feel like they should be able to get a loan.
Right.
Like, I don't know why my credit union turned me down and the bank turned me down, but my real estate agent said I should go to you. And it was always bothered me too, because the real estate agents would send me stuff, especially, it's funny, this one woman, Lynn Cadella, this chick, I must have done $2 or $3 million worth of her loans. She's a real estate agent. And I got her into a ton of property that she could not qualify for. And she would send me people, but she would send her customers to like her good customers that had good jobs. She'd send them I send them to Brad. Because Brad does conventional loans and he can get them a good rate. But if the guy is horrific and Brad turns him down and his credit union can't do him and he's been to 3 other, you got to go see Matt. So, well, I'm thinking I should get Brad's stuff too.
Right.
That's what I think. I'm only getting the crap. Well, and she was like, yeah, but he gets really good rates. I'm like, yeah, but I'm signed up with Countrywide and all those. I'm set to same lenders. I can get him that rate. Keep in mind, she knows all her loans are fraudulent. She knows that, not just that, she's a real estate agent. Like she had been doing it like 20 years. So she's buying a duplex. So you'll appreciate this.
Sure. Let's hear it.
Oh my God. So she had like a house, her own personal residence, right? So when you pull her credit, she's got like keep in mind, these are 20-year-old prices. Mm-hmm. So it's not like that it'd be $1 million now. But
sure.
So she would have like a $250,000 loan on her house, her personal residence, a single family residence. I would say that was a quadplex. And I would change her like Schedule E's on her taxes, or I'd bring her last 2 years' taxes and I'd bring them to a bookkeeper who would change them. So we'd say that the house she's living in now is a quadplex. Then I would turn around, she would be buying, let's say, a duplex. I must have bought 12 duplexes within about a month for her, all of them owner occupied. So she's getting 95 to 100% loan to value. So she's bringing, let's say she's bringing for a $100,000 duplex. Let's say it's a 90% for the sake of argument. We jack up the purchase price to cover the whole thing. And then she'd bring $10,000 for her closing, for her down payment, which she doesn't need because the 90% covers it. And then we would get that money cut back to a construction company for work that had supposedly already been done. Does that make sense? So now she gets her money right back. So we just turned a 90% LTV into like 100 to 105%. And if we could get the value, I'd have her walk away with more than her down payment. I mean, I had people that would come with 20,000 down and walk away with 50. And the more you do that, the more the area, if you stay within a certain area, it keeps going up and up and up. She's a real estate broker, actually. She's a real estate broker. I had another woman named Kelly Bailey. Same thing. Millions of dollars in loans. Lawyers did loans for lawyers, did a loan for a doctor.
How do they justify it? Like the real estate agent, does she just feel, I know the area, I know what I'm doing is,
I'm going to make the payments.
Shady. Yeah, exactly.
The banks are so harsh.
Yeah.
They don't, it's just the banks. And I'm going to make the payments. The fact that she doesn't actually qualify for the loan, that didn't affect her. As far as I know, she made all those.
But wouldn't you have a disproportionate amount of borrowers foreclose as opposed to other
Yeah, but
brokers?
they didn't track it back then. Keep in mind that.
Oh, so it was just like out in the ether. So as soon as you give it to a borrower
within
or
30
a
days,
lender.
those things are being. So let's say I closed with, there's a company called not Household Bank. Well, there was a Household Bank, but there was one called, let's say, Mortgage Warehouse. It was a lender. Let's say we close a loan with Mortgage Warehouse. Within 2-3 weeks, they've already packaged it together with a $2 million bundle, and they've sold it to Household Bank, or they've sold it to Wells Fargo or Countrywide. It's just a mortgage and a package of 20 other mortgages or 150 other mortgages, which honestly, within 3 months gets sold again. Within 6 months, it gets sold again.
And they didn't track it.
No, they don't track anything. They don't, now mortgage brokers have a specific number that stays with them and they track it. They didn't do that then.
So then you decided to create your own brokerage, right? And then you hired out 12 or so people to do loans. What did that look like for you? And did you try to instill these values in the other brokers? Like, okay, well, just in case.
It was a mill. It was a mill. Guys would come in and they'd say, listen, bro, I got a loan. Okay. The guy's got 720 credit scores. He currently owns his own house. I'd be like, okay, is he self-employed, employed? No, he's employed, but he doesn't quite make his debt to income rate's like 70%, but he's renting the place. He's going to rent the place out that he buys, but he doesn't have the down payment. Okay, well, here's what you need to first find out. And I'd be like, find out how much we can get it appraised for. Find out what the rents are. Find out, and I'd go through all the things that we needed to know. Once they came back, I'd structure a way for that loan to get closed. We can get him a 90% loan that will cover the entire thing. He's going to have to bring the down payment. I'll get him the money back. If he can't come up with it, I'll bring the down payment. We have to close at one of my title companies that we work with, because let's face it, I'm not giving him the money to put in his bank account. That's actually part of the reason I ended up opening a bank. Like I started my own, it's not a real bank, a bank, an online bank. Because sometimes, you have something called seasoning. Bank of America, if you're coming to them and you're buying a house and you're putting down 5% down payment, they want to see that it's been in the bank for 90 days because they don't want the seller to have given you the money, right? They want to know, no, we need to see 3 months bank statements showing the money's been in your bank. I'm not giving this guy, 20 grand to sit in his bank. I don't know him, so I can't do that. So what we would figure out, we'd change the bank statements, or we'd structure it in such a way that we could try and make it seem like he had a car that got sold and and the money went straight into the escrow, or into the escrow account, or, it gets hard. So what I ended up doing was saying, look, I'm just going to create an online bank called, we had a few of them, but one of them was a Bank of Ybor. So it's like bankofybor.com. And I came up with bank statements, color bank statements, front and back. You have to trim them down. Bank statements are a little bit smaller. You have to trim them down. I had to go make envelopes and the whole thing. So I did that. And then you could go online and you could look. It was only 4 or 5 pages, right? You can look, but it looked very official. It had a phone number. And so they could call the phone number. If they call the phone number, then it rings to one of my phones. And then I answer the phone, Bank of Ybor. How can I help you? Or it would go to voicemail, and the voicemail would say, it would have had a little thing about, hi, hey, this is Bank of Ybor. We're a small local bank located in Ybor City, just outside of Tampa, Florida. Please, we're currently experiencing high caller volume, blah, 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 right? You don't know, now you can't call anybody, right? But back then you could, and you'd leave a message. A small local bank that can't get to the phone call right now makes sense. Now, you can't say it's a big bank. So they would call, leave a message, or I'd answer the phone. I'd call them back, and I would verify the money was in the bank. Typically, we'd ask them to fax over a verification of deposit, and I would verify whatever they told me. I wouldn't just say, oh, yeah. I'd do the whole thing. Like you type on the thing, hold on a second. What was the name? And do you have the account number? Okay. That was what again? Okay. I'm sorry. Could you say it again? Okay. Yeah. I can't tell you what they have in the bank, in their bank account, but I can verify it if you can tell me. Says that their 90-day average is, $27,250. That's it. You're good. Okay. Thank you. Click.
How did you know they were calling for that? Did you have different phone numbers set up so that if someone calls on this number, that's this
Well,
bank?
no, I got like 12 phones. You have 12 phones.
And you keep track of them
and like a
all.
because
label of each.
You just put on the back of it, you just put like, this is Brandon Green's phone. And you put a piece of tape. So if I grab that phone,
Oh my
you just look at the
gosh.
back, Brandon Green, this is his work phone. Okay. Hi, Express Tax Services. How may I help you? Or you call, Tracy,
Oh my God.
my secretary, and Tracy, come on. She's like, oh God, who is it? Brandon Green. It's his work. He works for such and such. Okay. Hi, this is, and she answers.
How did you find people that were okay with working with you on this?
shocked
Really?
I mean, I told you, like, out of all the time, I could only really think of one guy that wasn't okay with it. Very quickly, look,
Do you have to pay more? It's like for these people, like
no, but I'm already paying a lot. You're getting
Yeah.
70%. So we charge an application fee of like $325,
Sure.
which is probably $600 now.
Yeah.
But $325 application fee. So I get that, right? The house gets that. And then we get 30% of any fees that come in. So you get 70%. Nobody's paying 70%. They're paying 40%, 50%. Most of our customers are coming from real estate investors or realtors. So realtors, real estate investors, and of course you could do the cold call thing where you call, the ads for people trying to sell their own house, and you just say, "Hey, I'm a mortgage broker. Can I come put a sign in the front yard just to make sure that whoever is buying your house is qualified?" But let's face it, if you're a real estate agent and your customer's been turned down by 3 people, 3 banks, and then somebody at the brokerage business where you work says, "Listen, you need to call this guy," and you call me, and that thing closes 2 weeks later. And you're like, wow, what happens the next time you have a loan that's tough, that this guy's got a problem? He's had 4 jobs. He's had this. He got turned down by his bank. He wants to buy the house. My customer wants to sell the house. He didn't know if he can get qualified. You're going to be like, call this guy, because you really haven't done anything. You might think, I know something's fishy, but you're just a real estate agent. You didn't do anything. I just told him the guy's closed like 3 loans for me. I thought he was good. If the FBI ever came and said, "Hey, why do you send this guy 25 people in the last 6 months?" You go, what are you talking about? I thought he was good. He's a great broker. Why? He's committing fraud. Okay, well, I don't know that. You got nothing that says I know that. Like, you don't have a text. You don't have a phone call. You don't have anything. So you're going to send me people. And we had tons of people. Listen, it got so bad that other brokerage businesses in the area would call up and say, "Matt, can you come by the office? We have a loan." I go, "Okay." Stop by a couple hours later. "What's up?" They'd pull out the file and they'd say, "Here's the problem." And I'd look through the file and I'd go, "Okay, well, the property is 3.5 miles from the closest comparable. It needs to be it's supposed to be within half a mile. They'll go up to a mile. But after that, it gets to be a problem. All 3 of your comparables are 6 miles, 8 miles, 9 miles. Like, come on, what are you doing? You're cherry picking the comps. Nobody's going to do this loan. The appraisal's bad is what I'm saying." And so I would say, "Okay, all right, well, give me the file and I'll send you $500. I try and do that, like, a referral fee where I'll give you a referral fee. No, we want to close it. It's a $400,000 loan. What are you talking about? Well, you can't close it, but then close it. I do that.
Sure.
I try and get the loan. But if that didn't work out, then I would try and then great. I'll tell you what's wrong. See if you can fix it. Send me $1,000, whatever. So I'd try and help them out like that. Maybe I'd make the W-2s and pay stubs, charge them $1,000. They're going to make $7,000 or $8,000 or $10,000, whatever their fee is for a $400,000 loan. Throw me $1,000. I'll make some W-2s and pay stubs. I'll even verify it for you.
How much were you making at the peak of working as a broker like that?
See, as a broker, I don't think I was making that much. I think maybe $100,000, $200,000 a year. Like, I'm probably making $10,000 or $15,000 doing that. Now, obviously, that changes when I start committing fraud, because eventually I get caught. So eventually what happens is my brokerage business and all these brokers are committing fraud. I had gotten married. I had a son. My wife does not want to work. She wants to be a stay-at-home mom. And I said, "Well, that's great, but well, how about this? We buy a bunch of rental properties. You can collect the rent from the rental properties. You can rent them out. You meet the maintenance guys, that sort of thing." She said, "No problem." So I get about 54, 55 rental units within about a year, all fraudulent. Like, she didn't have a job, and they're all in her name.
Yeah.
So we're bringing money. We're bringing $20,000, $30,000 to closing, walking away with 50, 60 grand, so that we've got 20 or 30 in our pocket so we can do some renovations. We rent out the properties. Life's good. right? She's renting them out. She collects the rent. Things are good.
Does she have any idea?
Oh, absolutely.
So she knew it's all fraudulent.
Yeah. And if you ask her to this day, she'll say, I had no idea. She was a licensed mortgage broker and we used to work at a bank.
Got it.
Stop. Every application said she worked for some, I don't know who did I have her work for? Somebody like, God, was it like one of the businesses I created was Express Tax Services. So, she knew. And we actually have a good relationship right now. She sees this. Luckily, she never watches my stuff because she gets infuriated. So she's not going to see this. So I can say it.
Okay.
Even if she did, she'd just call me up and say, you scumbag. And she'd tell you I was a scumbag. You keep my name out of your mouth. So she's got all these loans and we're buying them. Some of them, we're keeping them. Well, it turns out that they were buying places, renovating them, renting them out, and sometimes selling them, but sometimes keeping them. And she's got like 50 some odd units. Turned out that, remember my old mortgage broker or my own manager, Gretchen? Gretchen had started her own company called, you're gonna love this, Creative Financing Brokerage Business or something. Anyway, she and her husband. So she and Pete had done this. And so what I did was I would go and buy a piece of property and I would renovate it. And then I would sell it to my wife at the time. She never took my last name. Our addresses were never the same. Like I made sure that we appear to be two completely separate entities, right? So she doesn't have my last name. None of our jobs overlap. None of our addresses overlap. So that because if you did that, then when you pulled her credit, it would connect us. They'd say, oh, this person lived at a house here with this guy, Matt Cox, and he's the owner. You don't want that. Buy properties, renovate them, sell them to her. And the reason I did this is seasoning, right? So I buy the property for $100,000. I renovate it for $50,000 and I can't refinance it. So the way people think, oh, you bought it for $100,000. Let's say it's a quadplex. You bought a quadplex for $100,000. You renovated it for $50,000. Now it's worth $250,000. So just refinance it. You can pull out your $150,000 that you have in it plus $50,000 or $60,000. You're right. You can in a year. For about a year, they won't let you do it. But if I'm just some guy who bought the property, renovated, I can sell it to somebody for the full value and make my money. So that's what I would do. Buy the property, renovate it. Now it's worth $200,000 or $250,000, whatever the appraised value is. I'd sell it to her for $230,000. She would bring $30,000 to closing and she ends up with the property. Of course, the $30,000 is ours, so it doesn't matter. She ends up with the property, she rents it out, and that's it. She's got it rented out.
That doesn't seem like anyone's
taxes?
suffering, though.
What about taxes on that? Wouldn't you then be showing that you sold the property for a profit and have to pay taxes on that?
I mean, you would, but I was actually audited one time, and I remember during this whole thing, I was audited at one point. Keep in mind too, she actually went American Express Tax Business Services. So American Express actually has a tax service company. We actually sent her there for like 2 or 3 days to be trained to keep the books. So we're also doing things like, see, this is why, I guess in a way, this is bad that he's asking. Most people don't ask these questions.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say this is bad. Don't judge me, Jack. So let's say I have some, a group of Mexicans come and put a new roof on the house or on the quadplex, and they charge whatever prices back then, $5,000. I would write an initial check to them for, let's say, $2,500. So you would write like, how can I put it? Let's say more like $900. So you put $900, but you don't put it all the way on the line. You put it farther back. And then, so you go to give them the thing. You go, hey, you know what? Are you going to deposit this? Like, are you going to go cash it? I can cash it. I got the cash right now. They go, yeah. I'm going to cash it. I go, well, you want me to cash it? Yeah. Okay, well, here, sign the back of it to me. Write your whatever numbers you have for your license, if they have a license, write your license number, whatever, your social security number, whatever, but write all things so that I can 1099 you at the end of the year. Yeah, no problem. These roofers and stuff, and they're not licensed, so they're never going to claim any of this money. So I can 1099 them. So I give them $900, take the check, and I write $3,900, and then I go deposit it. Comes out of my business account into my personal account, and it looks like I just wrote him a check for $3,900. And the next check, I do the same thing. $500, $4,500, $800, $1,800. So I just write on the front of it, whatever, $2,500.
So if you're selling at $230, basically you're showing that you made no profit on this.
Or maybe a little bit of profit. I don't mind paying a little bit of money.
Yeah.
You're going to pay a little bit. I mean, we were paying $5,000, $10,000, every month. And we're doing, the quarterly withholding, you got a little account. You just keep putting the money in. At the end of the year, you pay in $20,000, $25,000, $30,000.
Do you think those guys ever got audited?
No, and listen, I would 1099 them. We actually one time
for the full amount or for the
the full amount. They would get a check for like $55,000. And I remember one time a guy called up and said, "What is this thing you sent me? I don't owe you $55,000." I go, "No. That's just for tax purposes, bro. That's just the total of what we spent on the property for the renovation."
Even though they only earned like $5,000.
They have no idea. Like they're illegal, and they don't claim. They've never claimed. And
so you're banking on them basically getting a 1099 and not doing anything with it.
We sent out tons of them and got one or two phone calls questioning. Maybe one guy might have said, like, "I don't remember it being that much." You'd be like, "Well, are you going to claim it? I mean, you want me to go over the book?" Nah, don't worry about it. Of course, don't worry about it. You don't claim taxes.
But you would send this to the IRS.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I'd send it to the IRS.
So it's with the IRS.
And he signed it. He wrote his driver's license number on it, everything. I mean, let's face it. The guy is
is an independent contractor's nightmare.
Yeah, but did they ever get audited or did they suffer?
Not that I know of. Listen, I've done much worse than that. I sleep. I don't have a problem with that at all. At least I don't think.
But here's the thing: it would be tough for them to fight it with the IRS because the IRS is going to have.
They've never claimed taxes. They're not going to fight it. They're illegal. Like you're not even supposed to be here. They're not claiming taxes. First of all, if I told them, "Hey, I paid you $55,000," when in fact I only paid you $15,000, there's probably another $30,000 or $40,000 in 1099s coming to them too. What does it matter if you're not paying it on 50? It doesn't matter if you're not paying it on 100. You're just here to make money to send back to Mexico.
Yeah, he probably doesn't even exist in the eyes of the IRS, right?
Probably
not.
Yeah. And if they audited him, because they get all these 1099s with this social security number, then if they audited him, let's say they'd say, "Hey, you owe $40,000. What does it matter if he owes 40 or if he owes 20? He's not paying it. He doesn't care." But we never had that come back. Like, listen, I've been charged with almost everything. So that's the one thing, Well, no, I was charged with money laundering. So I guess that would probably fall in. Well, no, I guess it'd be tax fraud too.
Although, you know what? Before we go into that, I just want to say that overall, we talk a lot about investing on the channel. We talk a lot about business, but without exaggeration, investing has changed my life. It's something that I got into when I was like 18, 19 years old. From that point forward, I started investing as much money as I possibly could. I found the financial independent, retire early community that got me into the whole mindset that you could make your money last a lifetime. You don't have to start with a lot. And as long as you invest consistently, as long as you do that for a long time, that'll turn into a substantial amount. Like just investing $5 a day could leave you with $1 million in like a few decades.
I would say investing to me means more confidence in the future, and I feel like I can provide more for my family.
What family are you talking about, Jack? You're single with no kids. What family?
Graham, I'm on Tinder. I'm working through this, okay? But the point is, investing is really important. And if you are investing, it's better to know what you're doing. And if you want to know what you're doing, the best resource is our sponsor, Yahoo Finance.
Honestly, without exaggeration, I've been reading Yahoo Finance for years. I've come up with a lot of my video topics from Yahoo Finance. I've quoted them in many of my videos. They're honestly just a fantastic resource to use if you just want to learn more about the market or just casually read to see what's going on day to day. So if you're interested, the link is down below in the description to visit Yahoo Finance. I'd highly recommend it. And I'm so excited they're sponsoring today's video because they're just a place that I would read regardless. So thank you so much, Yahoo Finance, for sponsoring today's video. And now let's get back to the episode.
So when did things escalate from just like, whiting out and being and massaging some numbers in the loan documents to then creating fake people? This is one of the most fascinating things I think I've honestly ever heard.
You got caught in between. Right.
That's exactly what happened.
So what happened?
Which is funny because, by the way, this is vastly different than any other interview I've done because you are asking vastly different questions.
Cool.
Like this is going completely off the tracks compared to my normal spiel.
Cool.
What happened was, remember those loans that I bought, renovated, and sold to my ex-wife?
Yeah.
I didn't do her loans at my company. Right. I can't do that because I own the property. It's not an arm's length transaction. It has to be an arm's length. Like they're like, "Mr. Cox, you own the property. You can't also do a mortgage for your borrower." Okay. So I send her to Gretchen. Gretchen owns Creative Financing or Creative Mortgage Brokers or whatever it's called. So I would prepare the whole package, give it to Gretchen, and we would close the loan. I give her a couple grand and the loan closes and that's it. So Kayla's got the house. She just borrowed 150 on this property, 190 on this one. Ends up being like 3 or 4 properties, like $500,000, I think she ends up owing. What ends up happening in the meantime, and this has been years, I've been in business a few years at this point. What ends up happening is Gretchen had done what's called a straw man scam with some guys. Some investors had come in, they bought a bunch of properties that could appraise for, let's say $1 million. But they were buying them for like 600,000. So they got a loan for like 900,000, pulled out 300,000. And they did this for like 5 or 6 properties, right? So they ended up making like $500,000, $1 million. I don't know exactly what they made, but Gretchen did all the loans. These guys never even made the first payment. That's a first payment default. If it's a first payment default, they're going to investigate it. So now I think it's up to a year. There's not even such a thing as first payment default. Now, it gets investigated if you don't make the first 12 months payments. So the FBI comes in and investigates it. They say, they realize, they look at the paperwork, it's a straw man scam. Like this person, the W-2s are fake, everything's fake. They go into Gretchen's office and they don't raid her office, but they show up give her the business card, the whole thing. And so she calls me and tells me that, hey, she's like, the FBI came by, oh my gosh, I went to her house. We all had a conversation. I was, oh my God, I'm just concerned she's in trouble. No big deal. She says, can you refinance my house so I can pay an attorney? This attorney wants like 75 grand. I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, but Gretchen, you don't have, like you're cooking the books too. You're claiming very little money. And she said, look, I'm going to give you W-2s and pay stubs. I was like, okay. So she gives them to me. I put the loan through. She gets 75 grand. She pays an attorney. First thing that attorney says is, you need to wear a wire on this guy. So she goes to the FBI, says, listen, here's 3 or 4 loans. I think it was 3 loans that he did for his wife. He said he wasn't married to her. All the W-2s and pay stubs are fake. So they set me up. And we meet at like a pizza place and we sit down because she calls me up. She's like, oh my God, I got to meet you. The FBI is asking questions about you. We go, we meet. I'm like, what's going on? She's like, look, the FBI, they're asking all kinds of questions about Kayla, about you. And I go, oh my God, you didn't tell them the W-2s were fake, did you? You didn't tell them we were married. You didn't tell them, like, I just bury myself. Keep in mind,
did you have any idea she was trying to set you up? Like, is it ever a good idea if someone's like, hey, we got to talk in person, to check them for a wire?
Yeah, well, not in my business, it's not. But I mean, if you're just a regular guy, sure. But you know what I'm saying? Like I should, and here's the thing, look.
Could you have checked? Like said, hey, I need you to like lift up your shirt a little bit.
You know what I could have done?
Yeah.
I could have just listened to my ex-wife because I didn't know anybody that had ever been arrested, right? My ex-wife is Puerto Rican and she has family members that did 10 years. She knows people that have been arrested. She told me, don't go see them. Don't talk to them anymore. They're going to cooperate and they're going to get you fucked up. And I was like, these are friends of ours. This is my friend. Like we went to Puerto Rico together. Like we've been on vacation together. We went to Disney World together. Like, what are you talking about? She's not going to turn on me. And she was absolutely right. She was right. Like I should have just listened to her. I should have been like, you're being investigated, especially when she asked me to refinance. I should have been like, look, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right.
But I'm thinking I'm being a friend. So anyway, so when she asked me those questions and I just bury myself, I didn't realize what was happening until when I started saying, look, okay, here's what you do. I said, tell them that you never met Kayla. Tell them she called you. You only talked to her on the phone. I'm trying to come up with a way that she can just separate herself. Like, look, I got a phone call. I set up a loan. The girl closed. I've never met her. I can't help you. So I said, then, well, and she said, no. She goes, we can't lie to the FBI. We can't lie to the FBI. I go, what are you talking about? I go, I mean, you've been lying. You're already lying. Like your mortgage was a lie. Like and her husband stands up and he goes, we've never lied to the FBI. We may not have told them everything, but we've never lied.
Oh my God.
And I was like, so, I mean, like, I know that's not true, right? I just did your loan. I know that that's not true. So it's like, who are you talking to, bro? Like, you're not talking to me because I know that I just committed fraud for you. So I was like, and I thought, oh, fuck. And like, I remember both their cell phones, like literally when they sat down, they put their phones like right next to me. And I was like, Like, first of all, whatever you just said, that's totally not what's happening. And two, your phones are here. And honestly, I don't know what their phone, it may have been wired. I don't know if it was a phone, but I just remember seeing the phone.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow. And I looked at her and I go, well, I hope you're getting something for this. Or I go, I hope you're getting something for me. And she looked at me. She immediately welled up and started crying. And she goes, I don't have to go to prison. She goes, Matt, I have a kid. I'm sorry. And I went, I said, I don't have a kid. And I said, listen, tell the FBI agent, do not come in my office. Because when the FBI went to her office, everybody quit. She had like 6 or 8 people. They all quit. And I said, tell them not to come in my office. Call me. I'll come down and talk to them. And I got up and I left. So it took me 15 minutes to get to the office. I wasn't there 5 minutes before my secretary walks in and says, hey, there's an agent, Scott Gale, on the phone.
Wow.
For you. And I was like, holy shit. Get on the phone. He says, hey, I'm sure you know why I'm calling. Like, not even pretending, like, didn't even wait a couple days. And he said, I understand that you're willing to come down and talk to me. I said, yeah. Okay. I said, I'll be down there on Tuesday or something. So instead, it was like a Thursday or something. So I immediately go out and start interviewing attorneys. I pay an attorney like $75,000. Apparently that's the going rate. He calls them. He calls off that meeting. We negotiate over the course of several months. And keep in mind, by the time, as we're negotiating, one, they wanted to charge my ex-wife. And I was like, she didn't have any idea what's going on. She only signed the documents. She doesn't know anything, completely untrue. But I figured if anybody's got to get in trouble, I'll get in trouble. I'm going to be the tough guy, right? I'm going to protect you, even though we're in the middle of a divorce. But I figured there's no reason for me, if somebody had to go to jail, like, it should probably be me. Like, I'm not capable of taking care of a kid. I could barely feed my dog, and she had family and everything else that could help her. And I honestly really didn't think I was going to go to jail anyway. So what ended up happening was I ended up saying, look, I'll plead guilty to wire fraud. You drop all the charges against her. And they said, okay. But what was so funny too, I'm going to tell you this. My lawyer at the time had said, I remember like our first or second meeting, he goes, how close are you to your wife? I was like, not close at all. We're getting a divorce. And he goes, he's like, all the loans are in her name. He said, I mean, he said, and by the way, we were selling the properties. By this point, we'd already sold like 2 of those properties. We've got another one that's going to be sold. Like, it's all going to be sold within a month or 2. So these loans don't even exist. We made all the payments. The loans don't even exist. There's no loss. Now, there's something called potential loss where you could have lost money, but there was no potential loss because the properties were worth $200,000 or $300,000 and the loans were only like $130,000, $180,000, $160,000, something like that. There was more than enough equity to cover that. So there's no potential loss. So I can't even go to jail based on the federal sentencing guidelines. And he says to me, we can do something called a pretrial intervention. Since these are all going to be paid off, all you need to do is go and cooperate with them and go. And it's my understanding, based on Gretchen and Pete, that you're running a mill, right? You got a bunch of guys in there doing fraud. So all you have to do is go into the brokerage business and get a bunch of the most egregious files that your brokers have committed fraud on, bring them to the FBI, explain the whole thing, and I can keep you from being indicted at all. You don't even get charged. And I was like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but then your guys would get in trouble, right?
They would all get in trouble. Yeah. They'd all be in trouble. And I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to, but the truth is, looking back on it, so I thought, once again, arrogance, stupidity. I'm going to be a stand-up guy. Yeah. I've seen Godfather. You don't talk. You don't tell on your friends. And if I knew then what I know now, I would have gone into the Friday meeting that we had, how real estate, every Friday or whatever, one day a week, everybody gets together, you have a meeting. How are the files going? How is this? How's that? I had gone into that meeting with a dolly and scooped up one of the file cabinets and wheeled it into the back of a pickup truck and told those guys, you're probably going to be contacted by the FBI. If I was you, I'd get a lawyer. And I'd have gone and cooperated and buried every single one of them. Because the moment the FBI came looking, they all buried me. You see what I'm saying? Like, I thought.
So there's no sense of loyalty at all?
None.
But these are like normal people. These are.
But
they're all
everyone is going to say,
fraud.
you turn yourself in, against this guy, then you're going to get off. And they go to you. You got to turn against this guy, and you get off. And then it's whoever comes in first, I believe. And with the most
that's who probably gets the best deal. The guy that kind of starts first. And because there was no loss, and it was just a white collar crime, I could have kept from being indicted at all. But, and that's the thing. Everybody thinks they're like, I always say a gangster. Not that you think you're a gangster, but everybody thinks they're like a tough guy. Like I love that. If you don't commit the crime if you can't do the time. Isn't that catchy?
Mm-hmm.
It is. So if you go and you commit a crime and you think, well, what's the most you can get for this? And you go, I'll probably get probation. And they say you're getting 10 years. Now what? I'll do it. You say you'll do it because you haven't had handcuffs on you. You haven't spent 3 months in a jail cell. You haven't seen what you're going to be around the whole time. You haven't seen that all your buddies already stopped talking to you. And if you're gone for 3 months, you lose your house. Your wife is calling you with your little kid sitting in the visitation room, crying her eyes out, begging you, don't you care about me? Don't you care about your son? What about your daughter? Don't you care? All they want you to do is cooperate. Fuck those guys. See, everybody's a gangster sitting at the table with their buddies, but when it comes down to it, it's not that easy. And your buddies that you're protecting are all taken off. They're all talking shit about you. They don't answer the phone. They don't nothing. So it's like, the whole Omerta thing, right? Like the Godfather, the Omerta, the code of silence, like it doesn't really exist. It's certainly never existed in any of my cases.
But theoretically, if everyone did stay silent,
it would be much more difficult for them to put that together. But that's not what's going to happen. Listen, the federal authorities, not only will they, if nobody talked, they'll just find some guys in the like if you're locked up for 3 months, guys in the unit that you're talking to will call their FBI agent and say, listen, there's a guy named Matt Cox in here. He committed $2 or $3 million worth of fraud. I know you guys want him. He's fighting his case. He told me all about his case. He's committing fraud. I can help you. They'll put that guy on the stand. Even if they didn't know anything, they'll take that guy, put him in a room with your file so that he can figure out how to help them. I actually wrote a book about a kid where they did that. They put him and another kid, gave him pizza and orange soda, orange crush soda for like 2 days straight so that they could get their story straight and testify against somebody.
Is that legal? It seems highly illegal if they have nothing to do with the case, but it's just like their word.
Yeah, but I mean, how legal is it for police officers to shoot people that are unarmed and they don't get charged? Or they beat someone almost to death, or they, that happens all the time. They don't even get charged. Maybe if they're lucky, they get fired, and then 2 months later, they're hired at another place. Listen, federal prosecutors are legally allowed to lie to you. They're allowed to lie in your case. They're allowed to lie to the court. They never get charged. It's almost never happened. And it's egregious. Defense attorneys, if they get caught lying, they'll get disbarred. They'll get prosecuted, the whole thing. And the system is so, and I'm not saying this because like I dislike law enforcement. Trust me, I love law enforcement. Like you don't know who Grady Judd is? Grady Judd, you've seen the videos. He'll get in front of the microphone and he'll talk about, he'll say, well, this guy, this person right here barricaded himself in a double wide and was firing at the police. And we shot 180 bullets into that double wide and killed him. And when a reporter says, why did they fire 180 bullets into the double wide? He says, because they ran out of bullets. He goes, evil can't be dead enough. Like he seems like a real backwoods jerk off. But that's the guy I want showing up. I don't want somebody who's going to be soft and cuddly. I want law enforcement. Almost all the FBI agents in my case, they may have been jerk offs at one point or another. But honestly, like, how upset can I be that I'm ripping off banks, I'm stealing money, and you're an asshole to me? So what? I don't deserve for you not to be an asshole.
My understanding, though, police officers can lie in interrogations to try to get a confession. So that, to me, at least kind of makes sense if they're trying to get you to admit something like, hey, listen, we got the proof. If you tell us right now, it's going to go easy. That I could at least wrap my mind around.
And not only lie to you, they can promise you things. They can make overt promises. If you tell us this, you will be let go and you can leave right now.
Who's able to make those promises and actually keep them?
U.S. attorneys are.
Okay, but never police officers.
Right, but but U.S. attorneys will never do it in writing. Or they have a way of saying it. They'll say, listen, if you tell us this, we'll take it into consideration and we'll reduce your sentence. And you go, okay, here. And you tell them. And then they go and they prosecute the person. And then you go, okay, well, you're supposed to reduce my sentence. You said I wouldn't have to go to jail or whatever. And they go, yeah, I know. No, we said we'd consider it. And we did consider it. And it's not enough.
So how do you do that if you're in a position like that? Are you supposed to say, I'll only tell you if you get it in writing?
Right. And they'll say, go do the time. Go do your 5 years. See ya. We won't put it in. And I wrote a bunch of true crime stories when I was locked up. Out of all the cases I've heard and all the guys' stuff that I've looked at, I've seen one person make or get a letter that was signed by a prosecutor that promised 100% this person would get a sentence reduction if they simply told them what was going on in the case. One person. Do you know who the prosecutor was that wrote that document? Robert Mueller. He was a U.S. attorney. He eventually became the FBI director, and then he investigated Trump. He's the only person that's ever actually I've seen written one.
Wow.
Typically, they just say, look, we'll consider it. And your lawyer says, what choice do you have? Tell them, and they'll do something. Like, look, and honestly, 90% of the time, they do something, right? Like if it bears fruit.
Mm-hmm.
If you tell them something and nobody ever gets arrested, they don't give you anything. If you tell them and they get arrested, there's about a 90% chance they'll give you something for it. So, most of the time it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't.
In your position then, talking with the attorney, what was their advice to getting out of this, given that you did not want to turn on people?
I mean, my attorney's advice was to cooperate against my brokers. I think I can keep in mind at this level, it's so minor. You know what I'm saying? There's no money has been lost. Nobody lost money. There was no potential to lose money. It was basically you lied on an application. It's wire fraud. So he's like, I can keep you from being indicted. But I didn't want to do that. So instead, I said, I'm not going to do that. I'll take probate. I'll take whatever they give me. And we thought it was going to be probation. I ended up getting 3 years probation. They dropped the charges on my wife. I get 3 years probation. I sell my business to a guy named Dave Walker, who was he was a CPA, and he started running my business, and he kept me on as like a consultant and was paying me like $8,000 a month.
Was that legal?
Yeah, that was fine. I actually got permission from the court saying he can act as a consultant for his old business. He can't own it anymore, but Your Honor, it's all he knows how to do. And it was such a minor thing. It was wire fraud. It was fraud. You got 3 years probation. And right then, that's one of those things that I talked about where like, that's when I should have said, I'm going to claim bankruptcy. I'm going to move in with my parents. I'm going to start my life over. I'm going to figure out something else to do. That's what I'm going to do with my life.
But what happened to all the real estate portfolio that you were developing at the time? Did they just take it all?
No. Why? No, they only had 3. They never talked to my wife. They had no proof that any of these other loans were bad.
Couldn't they investigate it?
I mean, they have to have a right to pull a warrant. They have to have. They don't.
So it's complicated because like you said, you were a small fish.
Right. I'm a small fish, and they got me for this, and I pled guilty. And okay, we got bigger. We're going on to something else.
So who owned all of that real estate then?
My ex-wife.
Your ex-wife owned it because it was in her name. So you were completely removed from that.
Right. But remember the 3 that she did? By the time I pled guilty, she'd sold them.
Interesting. And
they don't know that everything she's done is fraudulent. I never spoke with them.
Did you?
My lawyer talked to them.
Yeah.
So they were never able to ask me questions.
During the divorce, did you try to get any of that real estate?
Yeah. But honestly, she's Puerto Rican. She's just way too mean. She's just she's very mean, and she loves to fight and loved to argue. She really just loved it. I mean, she's one of those women, it's like 4 a.m. and you're desperately trying to go to sleep for an argument, and she just keeps going and going and going. And it's like 4 a.m. We've been arguing for 6 hours. Please stop.
I can't see
I'll give
why.
you anything.
Why did you guys get divorced? What
Why
was
do you think?
Was it that?
Why?
Was
Take a
it-
guess.
No, I'm just curious because it's
I mean, I think, okay, first of all, we dated, and within 2 or 3 months, she's pregnant.
okay.
Okay. So, the alternative wasn't something I was okay with. I was Catholic. And not that I'm saying there's anything wrong with that, but there are certain reasons that I can say this is acceptable. We're not broke. I'm not 15 years old and it's going to irrevocably destroy my life or change my life, let's say. So I can't use that. It's not incest. It's not rape. I had money. We'll get married. And listen, it's bad when you start the marriage off with everybody you tell you're getting married. This is how you tell them, by the way, I'm getting married. And if it doesn't work out, we'll get a divorce. Like,
That was
that's
always
not how you say
right.
it. It's doomed.
Yeah.
And so it was doomed. And, and we were both fairly young and we barely knew each other. And honestly, I had a lot of money. I'm driving nice cars. I'm having sex with a couple of my mortgage brokers.
Oh, so you're cheating on her?
Yeah. After
She know?
she figured out within about a year, she figured out she got a private investigator. He's following me around. She knows way too much.
Did you know that there was a private investigator?
No, I didn't until later. She told me later. Well, after we were divorced, she had told me. And it's funny too, because I was dropping off my son one day and she had mentioned it because we were still friends. We still have a kid together. And she mentioned, I go, that's not true. That's not true. And I always used to look at her mother for confirmation. I go, that's not true. I go, Milka, her mom's Milka. I go, Milka. And she goes, it's true. And I was like, no, my God. She goes, yeah. She goes, you're lucky. You only lost what you lost. She's like,
why did you start cheating? What was the catalyst on that?
I mean, I think I was just young and arrogant and just, it's so funny because I can't imagine, like I'm married now.
Yeah.
I can't imagine jeopardizing what I have now. But I was such an asshole, bro. Like even now you can see that I'm obnoxious. I'm slightly arrogant, like this is tame. This is tame. I was a complete jerk off. It just didn't work out. And look, she got remarried. She married a guy. Listen, she married a guy that had been in the military for he was like a Marine for like 6 years. He only got out because he had broken his wrist and couldn't do like something that they have to do.
Yeah.
And they were like, you can go to the Army. He was like, I'm not doing that. He gets out. So we're talking about, he was also like 100% Puerto Rican. His whole family had been in the military. He had been in the military. Was a Marine. I was like, this is a perfect guy for her. Like she's the only one who's going to put up with her.
What was the value of that real estate that she ended up getting at the time?
Oh, it was a million and a half worth, maybe more than that. And that's 20 something years ago.
And how many units was it, you said?
It was actually 54. The most we ever had at one time was 54.
Was that not hard for you to stomach? Like, okay, all this work and all these units.
We got it in a year. And
so you thought, okay, I can get this back.
Yeah. Well, that's nothing. I mean, I don't know that we'll get to it, but listen, I've walked away from tons of money just because it's like, look, like I said, it's not the money. At this point, I've got all the money I need. Like I've got money coming in. I'm paying my bills. I'm driving a fucking sports car. I've got 2 or 3 rental properties of my own. I've got a property I'm renovating. We got divorced and I owned a piece of property and I should have moved back in with my parents, like I said. But just out of arrogance, I just said, I'm not going to do that. I didn't want to be embarrassed in front of my father, as more so than I'd already was embarrassed that now I'm a felon. That's when I decided to start making synthetic identities. That's when I started making, there was no such thing as synthetic identities back then. They were we called them phantom borrowers. I don't even think the synthetic identities even the term came into existence until probably 5 or 10 years later.
When you were on probation, did you know immediately, okay, I'm not done running scams?
Yeah, I would say roughly the same time, maybe even months beforehand, I had already kind of started creating the synthetic identity.
Was part of that because you didn't want to give up the lifestyle that you'd become accustomed to, like driving a nice car, having a nice place, nice clothes?
Yeah, definitely. That was super important to me.
So it was maintaining the image initially.
Yeah, definitely.
What was the car?
And I had an Audi. I've had a few Audis and BMWs, but I remember at that point I had like an Audi TT Quattro, and they just come out. They was just a super cool.
Oh, was that 2004? I believe they came out.
No, this was in
2000.
No, this is in 2001, 2002.
I didn't realize you that old.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, this was like the first year it came out.
Those are really sporty cars.
They were super cool. Right. And
Free R8.
Tiny. Yeah. I remember my business partner was like 6'6", that guy, Dave Walker. He tried to get in it one time and he looked like a clown in one of those clown cars, the little clown car, like his knees, like it was hilarious.
Yeah, I used to have a Lotus Elise.
Oh, and
just seeing people get in over 6 foot tall and they'd be there and their legs are like scrunched up there.
You feel bad for them. Like, it's the first time I've ever felt bad for somebody who's over 6 foot tall. Yeah. So anyway, I had a property I was renovating in Ybor City, which is an area just outside of Tampa that was built back in the early 1900s, cigar factories, right? Cubans would come and work the cigar factories and they would make all these, and they had tons and tons of these old houses. What I decided to do was start creating fake people. The reason I did that was initially what I thought was, hey, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start renovating properties. I'm going to start, rehabbing properties. And, because you could buy them then for $50,000. You could buy a rehab. If you put 25 in it, you could sell it for 100, 150, right? Maybe, let's say 100 within reason. Buy it for 50, put 25 in it, sell it, you make 25, but you don't really ever make 25, right? You still have carrying costs and everything. Probably have to give because the people in those areas don't have good credit. So I'm probably going to have to give you your down payment. Maybe we get an FHA loan. Maybe, have to give your down payment, pay your closing costs. You'll probably quit your job 3 days before closing. That's the kind of stuff that these guys do.
Mm.
So I was like, I'm going to buy these properties and renovate them. But then I also have to spend $25,000 or $30,000. I don't want to do that. So it was like, okay, what can I do here to make good money without having to go in and do the construction myself? And I was already flipping properties. I've always been flipping something, I decide I want to buy these properties. They will only appraise at between 100 to 150,000. How can I get them to appraise higher? And really, to be honest, like 100,000. How can I get them to appraise higher? Well, by that point, I was dating a chick at a title company. And so I go to her and I say, look, how can I buy a property for 50, get the sale to show up at 200,000? And she was like, well, you can pay the extra doc stamps. She said, because if you buy something for $100,000, you pay $700 in doc stamps, like 0.007, $700. She goes, if you paid an extra $700, it'd show up for $200,000.
So this is a stamp that they put on the document?
It's just the terms, doc stamps. It's just a term. It's like, let's say taxes.
Yeah.
If you pay $700 in taxes, so let's say that. So I was like, okay, well, I'm buying these houses for 50, paying 350. So if I pay an extra 1,150, that $50,000 purchase will show up at 200. And it's more complicated than this because I would vary it. Obviously, some would be 210, 215,
now, wouldn't
195.
That affect property taxes or insurance or all these other costs because they'd see a higher value. And property taxes would be higher, insurance would be higher
once it got assessed, right? But I'm only keeping it for a few months, 6 months.
Wouldn't they want that reassessment though? Because even for any properties I purchased, they've always gone back and said, okay, you pay the lower amount now, but then a year later you pay last year's.
Right, but I don't own it then. And I'm not buying it in my name.
Okay, so you would, okay.
So I'm going in.
You wouldn't care.
So what I decide is I'm going to buy these houses for 50,000. I'm going to record the sales at 200,000. And that way, if I fix it up and sell it, then I can make a huge profit margin, but nobody's going to buy a house for 200,000 in Ybor City back then. So I thought, okay, then I need to get a straw buyer, right? A straw man, a fake person. Or let's say Graham's got perfect credit. Graham, we're going to go in to do this together. You're going to buy 5 houses. We're going to pull out 100,000 out of each house and we'll split it. Well, now I have to split it with Graham because most people will for 250,000, most people will destroy their credit for that. They're like 250,000 in my pocket. Yeah, I'll do that. Well, but I don't want to split it with him. And he's going to be a problem anyway. As soon as it goes bad, he's going to bitch and moan. What if he says something? No. So what I need to do is create my own borrowers. And so what I end up doing is I figured out, and I already knew how to do this because a customer had come in who had used her son's social security number and had built up credit under his name using her name and his social security number. And she had perfect credit. So I knew that was possible. So what I did was I figured out how to go to Social Security, and I convinced Social Security to issue me Social Security numbers for children that don't exist. So, and the way I did that real quick is I just called them once, and at first I said, hey, I forget how old I was then. Let's say 31. I'm 31 years old, and I've never had a Social Security number. And they're like, that's not true. Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Okay, you have a Social Security number. Click. Then I call back, hey, I was born, they were like, are you born in a hospital? I was like, yeah. They're like, you've got one. Hang up. Then I said, hey, I was born with a midwife and I never had one. Well, do you have a driver's license? Yes. You've got one. Damn it. You ever had a bank account? Yes. I'm like, yeah. And then, I tried to say all these different things. Then I figured, okay, who wouldn't? They were like, somebody said, there's no way you can get to be 30 years old and not have one. Get your driver's license, come down here. We'll look it up for you. Well, I don't want to do that. So I went, yeah, I'm too old. So I call back and I say, hey, listen, I got a 3-year-old son. He was born with a midwife. He never had a Social Security number issued to him. And they went, okay, well, come down here, bring your son, hang up, call back. I say, I can't. He's in, Colombia with my wife or wherever. She's going to have him there for the next year or two. But I need this to claim him on my taxes. And so they come back and they're like, one woman says, yeah, oh gosh, that's too bad. She goes, how old is he? And I went, oh, he's 3. And she goes, oh, that's too bad. I said, well, why? She goes, well, if he was under 12 months old, he wouldn't need to show up. You could just bring his birth certificate and his shot record. Yes. I hang up, call back. Hi, my son was born with a midwife. He's 10 months old. He's out of the country. How do I get a social security number? They said, oh, bring his birth certificate and his shot record. So I go online, I print out a shot record for Hillsborough County vital statistics. They show you how to print one out. They even fill it out. They have one that's an example of one that's filled out. So I just use the date of birth, right, that I just chose for this fictitious person. Then I made a fake birth certificate. I order the security paperwork. You know, one of those, you make a copy of it and it says void if copied. Like I get that. It's multicolored. You order like 1,000 sheets of it. It comes. I end up coming up with a birth certificate. I go into Social Security. I give them that, give them the shot record. They go, oh, that's so weird. Hold on. They check and they go, oh, wow, you're right. He doesn't have a Social Security number. They go, you'll have one. Here's your stuff back. They gave me a little printout that said almost nothing, that I had ordered one or something. They said, you'll have one in 10 days. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, boom, comes in the mail. I got a Social Security number in a name that I just made up.
What is a midwife?
A midwife is a woman who usually goes to your house and assists with a birth at home, because some people don't want to go to some religions, of course, they may not want to go to a hospital, but then some people in general, they don't want to pay $15,000 for what or maybe they've already had a kid and they know I can have the kid by myself. I just need somebody to help me. And a midwife is trained to help.
Kind of like a nurse,
right,
for birthing.
Interesting.
And I only know that because I saw it on like 2020. It was like 2020 or 60 Minute ran an ad. Like, I don't know what a midwife is. I only knew that because I'd seen that.
So what's the value in just having a Social Security number now? Because it's to a 10-month-old that doesn't exist.
Well, most people think that the credit bureaus know that Social Security number goes with this name and this date of birth, but they don't know that. They only know that when you tell them. The first time you applied for a credit card, you told them, my name is Jack so-and-so. Here's my Social Security number. Here's my date of birth. Here's my address. That creates a credit profile. If you'd given them the wrong or the wrong name, they would have created a profile in that wrong name. Now, of course, if you then changed it and gave them a different name, they would connect it because the Social Security number, the date of birth was the same. And maybe even the address. And they'd say, fraud alert, something's wrong. But I didn't. I said, the name was, let's say, this wasn't the name, but let's say it was a Brandon Green, Social Security number, date of birth. And I said, he's like a 31-year-old guy. And it said, so I pulled the credit. Well, I actually applied online for a credit card, denied. But the next time I applied, there was an inquiry. And keep in mind, I can pull my own credit. So I can go to like Network Credit and I can pull the credit and see exactly what shows up. So I can see the inquiry that I just did online an hour ago. Or if I do 3, all 3 inquiries show up. So I'm like, now I know. So what I did was I got 3 secure. I would do that first, and then I would get 3 secured credit cards, $500, $800, $200. And I would make the minimum payments on those credit cards. And in 6 months, the credit bureaus automatically generate credit scores. So now you've got a 710 credit score, 605, whatever. And, it worked like a charm. So I had already been doing that when I started buying the properties and recording the values at $200,000. By the time I was sentenced to 3 years paper, I already had people ready to go. So then I go out and I buy some properties for $50,000, record the values at $200,000, and I bought 3 or 4 of them. So for every appraisal subject property, you need 3 comparable sales within roughly, let's say, a mile that have sold within roughly a year. They want 6 months and half, but whatever. 1 mile, 1 year. Well, keep in mind, I went into Ybor City and I bought this property that's 1,500 square feet. And this one that's 1750, and this one that's 1820, and this one that's 1910. I bought all those within 2 or 3, maybe within half a mile. Well, all within half a mile. Some are literally, you could stand on the porch and see that one, and maybe another one's half a mile away. And so I cleaned those properties up, bought them in different names, and then called an appraiser to come out and appraise the property. Which, by the way, the properties are gutted. So like I'm just cleaning up the outside. The appraiser comes in, he looks at it, because he does so many appraisals for my brokerage business or my old brokerage business, I tell him I'm renovating the property. We're just going to pull out some money and do the renovations. He's seen me do a bunch of flips. He goes ahead and does the appraisal. We pop some photos in of the inside of another house. I get an appraisal for $210,000. I refinance it, get an 80% loan. So you get like whatever, $170,000 or something like that, right? 165, whatever it comes to. Get $165,000. I only have 50 or 75, not even that. I only have 50 or 60 grand in it. So I make 100,000 profit. So Brandon Green buys this property, or he refinances, he buys this property, refinances, buys this property, refinances, buys this property, refinances it, buys 5 of them, refinances it, gets about $1 million worth of mortgages, pulls out $600,000. Then of course I run up his, by this point I've got credit cards for 10,000, Countrywide used to, if you put down like 10 grand immediately, but I mean, we're talking about within 2 weeks, you've got a pre-approved $10,000 credit card. So it was like 100% financing, right? They're going to give it back to you on credit. So I got the credit cards. And then of course I turn around, I apply for credit cards. You get one for whatever, 15,000. Then, then your score starts to drop. Then you get another one. It's, $1,200. Then you go to Home Depot and you get a $500 credit card. And then you go to the Gap and you get a $350 credit card, and then everybody's just denying you. But it doesn't matter. You end up with $50,000 in credit cards. But at the same time, I would go into multiple banks and I'd get personal loans for $15,000. So I go to Wachovia and get $15,000. I go to all these places and get $15,000. That's another $45,000. So I'm getting $100,000 in personal loans and credit cards, and then $600,000. So it's like $700,000. I make the payments on those houses for 3 or 4 months, and then I just stop paying.
But you've got the money.
Oh, I've got the money.
Yeah.
I made the payment. And keep in mind, too, they're not first payment defaults. And they've been sold 3 or 4 times by now to multiple different banks have bought these on the secondary market.
But where is the money sitting?
Different accounts.
Under this guy.
Right.
Though.
So remember I said I could go in, I could take that ID and I could go in and get a bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So I can put the money in his bank account or in my bank account.
But then how does that money get from him to you?
If it's in his bank account, then he could just write a check. It's me. I can write myself a check. I sign Brandon Green on Brandon Green's account.
But isn't that too obvious, though?
It is obvious, and it is stupid. And I agree. I absolutely.
I feel like I'm trying to understand.
It breaks
going
down
to you.
But you also have to keep in mind too that I'm not thinking I'm going to get caught. Keep in mind, I've been in the business 3-4 years at this point. Well, let's say 2 or 3 years at this point, and I've seen guys buy a house, make 4 payments, and it goes into foreclosure, and it's all fraud. All your W-2s. Fake pay stubs. We faked your down payment. Everything's fake. You made 3 payments. You pulled out $50,000 and it went into foreclosure. Nobody came looking. So I've seen this happen over and over and over again. What I knew was a guarantee was as long as you make the first payment. And keep in mind too, because I am these people, I'm in control of them. I know when somebody's calling to re-verify their employment. I know when somebody's calling any of these phone numbers. Nobody's calling. Like you might have some creditors call after they're 90 days late or 60 days late, but that's all they're doing is calling. Nobody's showing up. Nobody's saying fraud. I mean, at this point, those files, the original files don't even exist. At this point, they've turned those files into just like a series of numbers. Like it's now just on a series of numbers on a ledger somewhere. Remember how during the financial crisis, people were getting their mortgages forgiven because they couldn't even find the original truth in lending, good faith. Those loans are gone. Even if they're warehoused somewhere, they're not with whoever the creditor is at this point. Now this is some guy in California calling some guy who he thinks works, who's a laborer. He thinks is a laborer or works for Express Tax Services. They're calling from California to try and get in touch with this guy. They don't have the files. Maybe Mortgage Warehouse has the original file. They don't. So they're not looking for fraud. They just want you to pay. And if you don't pay and you give them a reason why you're not paying, and that's what I would do. I would take an article for, let's say, a 10-car pile up on I-75. Like there's a 10-car pile up and someone was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital. And I would copy and paste that article. And I would put my guy's name saying my guy Brandon Green was in the crash and he was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital and he's in critical condition. And I'd print the article out. I'd print it on newsprint. I'd cut it up and make a copy of that. Then I'd write a letter from his sister, Jennifer Green, saying my brother was in a car accident. He's currently in a coma and the doctors say even if he wakes up, he'll never work again. Sorry about your loss. Go ahead and take the house. We're not going to fight it. And I would mail those to every single creditor that wrote a letter trying to collect.
And they wouldn't double check.
No. How are they even going to check?
Couldn't there be like a death or hospital record
So I
somewhere?
never wanted to do, I thought about doing a death certificate.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I did a birth certificate. My fear with the death certificate was like, I didn't know what they could do. But I knew if he's sick or he lost his job or like, that's possible.
Yeah.
Like the hospital's not going to say if you're there. They don't even know where he is. Like he could have gone to Tampa General. He could now be staying at, whatever, at St. Petersburg, Baptist Hospital. Like who knows? So they don't know. They're not, even if they could find out. So he is there. Okay. They're not getting your money. They don't care. It's some person answering a phone, one call after another. You've seen them with the headphones that redials. They're like, look, I'm just trying to put what's in the file. The guy's not going to pay. Take the house. They take the house. They put it back on the market. It doesn't sell. 3 months later, they drop the price. Doesn't sell. 3 months later, they drop the price. They drop the price. A year later, they're selling it for $90,000. And they're only selling it for $90,000 because by that point, I've driven the prices of the whole area. So I did this to the tune, the FBI said I did 109 houses. I think that's not true. I think they threw in some other properties in there that I didn't do this with, just properties where I bought a property and I sold it to Graham or I sold it to you, whatever. They just threw it in there, whatever. They said it was $11.5 million for that. And keep in mind, they also turned around and they investigated. This is when it all came to a head. They investigated my mortgage company and they said my mortgage company had done $40 million in fraud that I was attached to or for a conspiracy, right? Like you did some, but because I own the place and I helped you, then I'm responsible. So at that point, by the time it gets to around 11, I've got I got a bunch of these guys going. I've got Brandon Green. I've got James Red. I've got David Silver. I've got Lee Black. So I named them all. So there was a movie called Reservoir Dogs. In Reservoir Dogs, which is a Quentin Tarantino movie, all of the guys that are involved in like this bank heist, none of them know each other. So everybody has a nickname. So there's a guy named Mr. Pink, Mr. Black, Mr. Red, Mr. White. So I thought that was cute. So I put, I got Michael White, Lee Black, so I did so everybody's got a different name.
How many in total? How many people did you create?
So I didn't get to use them all. So let's say I could say 10 or 12, but I didn't get to use all of them. I mean, if you said $1 million a piece, if you said it was $11.5 million, right? Then there should be like 11 or 12 of them, but I didn't get to use all of them.
Yeah. Can people still create fake identities using your method?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And
how
it
have they
happens.
not fixed it? How is it still so simple?
It's the same thing.
There's got to be.
Right, but it's like fraud, right? Like, they could make mortgage loans so that there's no fraud on a mortgage loan, right? But think about how difficult that would be. It would slow the process down. It would make it so difficult, almost nobody would be able to get a house. And you say, yeah, but it'd only be qualified people. Yeah, but some people that aren't qualified get houses. Lots of people that aren't qualified get houses, and they still make the payments.
Yeah. I guess in that case, too, even if they wanted you to bring in a child, who's to say you couldn't bring in someone else's
any child
baby and be like, here's the baby. It can't speak or talk. And like sleeping right now, but like this is the kid.
He could be 5 years old. He's still not going to do anything but sit there and he's not. But yeah, I wouldn't, listen, I'm already terrified I might get arrested. I'm not walking in with my 3-year-old son, and saying, shh, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Just there's a certain line. The bar's low. It's low,
but there's still a bar.
It's like, okay, I'm not going to do that.
So you're making some pretty serious money with every fake person that you would create,
right? But I'm also, keep in mind too, like I'm not making all of this money because I have people helping me. So I have other people. I have mortgage brokers. I have partners that are getting the property. Like I got a real estate agent that's going and finding these houses that meet this criteria. And the houses keep getting more and more expensive. So we keep jacking up the price of the area too. Like I would say this, initially, like we go to a guy, he wants to sell his house for $60,000. And I'm like, he's like, I want 75. I'm like, you had it listed for 60 like 2 months ago. He's like, yeah, I know, but I want 75 now. Oh, forget it. 3 months later, the area's drying up, right? We're buying a lot of stuff. And now investors are coming in buying up stuff. So we go back to the guy and go, I'll give you 75,000. He goes, yeah, I want 90. 90? 2 months ago, you wanted 75. And he's like, yeah, I want 90. Nah, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Yeah, good luck. A few months later, you come back, I'll give you 90. He's like, yeah, I want 110. Where are you getting these prices from? He's like, have you seen what these properties are selling for? That house over there sold for $230,000. Yeah, I know. I own that house. It sold for $50. I recorded it at $230. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I was creating all these comparables, people that had houses that weren't worth shit were now thinking they were worth something. Now they think it's worth 100,000. It's worth 50.
Yeah.
So I was working against myself. And Forbes.com ended up listing the Ybor City zip code, which is a 33605, as one of the, in 2003, they listed it as one of the top 20 fastest growing zip codes in the nation. So, I mean, I jacked up the price. You know, by the time I was done, it was around 300. Because by that point, we stopped doing single family homes and we were doing like multi-family homes. We were doing triplexes, quadplexes. Those were recording at like 500,000, 550. Wow. By that point, the FBI shows up.
What tipped them off? Like, what were some of the flags that alerted them?
All the properties that had gone into foreclosure, they never got tipped off, not once. Right. So we're talking about whatever, 70, 80 of them at this point have gone into foreclosure.
What year was this?
Late 2003.
Okay.
So I've been doing it for about 18 months to 20, 18 to 20 months. And, you know, it was at like 11 and a half, and that's their number. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know exactly I don't know if it's more or less. Like I wasn't keeping tabs. So, and keep in mind too, that money, everybody's like, where's that money? Well, we were also building we were doing new construction and we're buying lots. We probably had 100 vacant lots that we're buying. Because think about it, we've driven the prices up. We want to take advantage of it. Let's go ahead and build multifamily properties on these vacant lots. And that way we can pretty much get anybody in for nothing, and the other units pay their rent.
Did you ever have an unsuspecting buyer purchase one of your homes for like 200 and something grand? It was only worth 50? No?
They were that bad, bro.
Okay.
Like nobody's going to fall for that. You know? The only people that might buy one like that is somebody where maybe you pulled so much money out of it for the guy and told him to renovate it himself, which is kind of like what happened here. So I get to a point where I've saturated Ybor City. So I start to run a scam with a buddy of mine in Orlando. He buys a couple houses and renovates or refinances those houses. He gets a bank account. We're pulling money out of the bank account in cash. He's coming up every day. And every couple of days, he's pulling out money, coming to me, giving me some money, making the payments on the houses. And then I start running another scam with a chick named Allison. And so she buys a house and she gets multiple mortgages on that house. Well, this guy's actually got multiple mortgages too. So now we're doing multiple mortgages. So we're buying a house and then we're satisfying the loan on the house. So if I go to you and I say, hey, I love your house. Can you owner finance it to me? And you say, yeah, you owner finance it. So I give you 10 grand down, you owner finance a $100,000 house and you've got a mortgage on it. We then go downtown and we create a satisfaction of mortgage, a fake document saying we've paid it off. We file that with the clerk of the court. And now your mortgage is no longer, it shows up, but it says we took a mortgage out, bought your house, you gave us a mortgage, and we paid it off. So if somebody else searches the house, they go, yes, he owns the house free and clear. He doesn't owe anything. So when they get the title search, it doesn't even say talk about your mortgage. It says he owns it free and clear.
Wouldn't the bank notice that though? The bank with the mortgage that something had been filed? Is there no alert on a property that would come up where it's like, hey, something was filed on the property that you have a mortgage on that says the mortgage was satisfied? But nothing?
It's public records. They record. That's it. They don't verify. They don't double verify. They don't notify anybody. They record it. In fact, even if they believe there's a fraudulent document, but it looks, all the lines are filled out, they have to file it by law. Yeah. They cannot investigate it.
So here's something I was curious about is the due on sale clause with mortgages. So if I have this mortgage here, and I sell the house to Jack, my understanding is that the mortgager would have a due on sale clause that when the home closes, they get an alert and they know the home closes. They don't?
They don't get an alert.
So theoretically, I could sell the house to Jack and just tell Jack, hey, take over my payments.
I've done that.
Never be late. And they won't know?
No, they'll never. They would only know if they sent an abstractor down there to record the mortgage. Now, of course, they do it online. They could go online and they could look. But even then, what's the likelihood that the bank's going to try and foreclose on him? If he's making the payments, now they can.
Right.
Why would we? Most banks lose 20% of the value of their mortgage if they foreclose. Why would I foreclose? He's making the payments. I'll wait till he doesn't make the payments.
Now, what if, though, you have a low mortgage at 3%? Wouldn't it be in their interest to say, oh, we want to get rid of this 3% loan, get it off our books, assuming they still own it?
But if it's a $200,000 mortgage and the house is worth 220, 230.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, they're not selling the house for 230. They're going to sell it for like 180. They're going to lose 20 grand.
So it's better just, hey,
Why
as long
say
as they're
it?
making the payments,
Somebody's
just keep
making
going.
the payments. They don't care.
It's interesting because we had Pace Morby on about a year and a half ago. He was saying this due on sale clause that most of the time he's never had the bank.
He said one time out of like hundreds of properties.
Which is
I
unbelievable.
can't even
to me.
imagine he had it once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. Listen, I literally had, when I was on the run, I'll tell you this story real quick. When I was on the run, I bought a house. So this is even funnier. I bought a house from this guy, Lauren, in the name of a fake person, right? Well, yeah. I mean, it was a homeless guy that I'll get to.
Okay.
Anyway.
We'll get there, guys.
So I buy this house from this guy, and then he owner finances it. He's actually got a mortgage on the house. So I do a wraparound mortgage, right? So I owe him $100,000. He owes the bank $95,000. So I then go downtown. I do a satisfaction on mortgage for Lauren, and I do a satisfaction for the loan he has on it. I'm paying Lauren for like 3 months. He stops paying him. So he was going into bankruptcy. That's why he was selling the house. So he stops paying. They start foreclosing on me. My name was Gary Sullivan. So I call him up. I'm like, bro, I've been paying you. What's going on? I'm in a foreclosure. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm going into bankruptcy. Blah, blah. So I go down to it's a local bank, like a credit union. I go down to their lawyer, there's a local lawyer, and I go in and I say, look, this is what's happening. I show them the paperwork, and they know he doesn't own it anymore. They go, oh, you're Gary Sullivan. I said, yeah. He said, you bought it from Lauren. I said, yeah. And he said, yeah. He said, he hasn't been paid. He's been having troubles for a while. He said, okay, well, can you, and I'm like, how can I reinstate the mortgage? And he comes back, he goes, give me $3,700. So I give him whatever, it's $3,700 and change, boom. And he says, okay. I said, well, look, how can I keep this from happening again? He said, give me your address. We're going to have them just send you all the payments from here on out. It'll still be in Lauren's name, but you just make the payments, you'll be fine.
Wow.
Why didn't they foreclose? They had a due on sale clause. It was in foreclosure. They knew 100% what had happened.
So I'm so confused because in this market, why couldn't sellers just say, hey, you take over my payment, and 99% of the time, we're going to be fine. And that way a new buyer just takes over the existing payment.
I hear you.
I know it's still going to be in their name. So if they default on that, it's still up to you.
Yeah, but that's
that's the risk.
That's a subject to mortgage, right? You're buying the house subject to the mortgage, right? That's what it's called. And it happens, maybe not all the time, but it does happen. And I've never seen any lender ever say, hey, you're not the person we lent the money to. We want the house back. We're going to foreclose. I'm making the payments. Like I have a hard time believing you're going to go in front of a judge and I'm making the payments on this house for 6 months, and you're going to convince a judge to foreclose on me on a house I'm paying on. I don't know that that's possible. And I don't know why they would do it. Why do they want to do it? You know, maybe I don't think the banks make those types of decisions because I don't think there's somebody laying in bed thinking, if we foreclose on this property, there's so much equity there. We could make $80,000. I don't think that.
Right.
It's just a number. It's a process. They don't care.
That's so interesting.
It is interesting.
Wow.
I mean, it's a money-making opportunity. When the market's down and people start going into foreclosure, you can go look for those foreclosures and say, look, I'll catch your payments up. And you leave, I'll catch your payments up. And then you rent the property out.
Well, I'm thinking more of the times of now where if I were to sell this house, my mortgage would go from like 2.8 to 7%. And so for a buyer who's buying this house to be able to pay a 2.8, not that I would do this, but I'm just hypothetically, if the buyer pays a 2.8, saves, an extra 6% on that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That would be
5%.
Right.
It's huge.
Right. I was actually going to say someone in this market can probably already qualify for that loan, but you're right. They're not going to get that interest rate. Yeah. So I can see that. Yeah. See, I was thinking someone's going to foreclosure, you catch their payment up because really how I deal with never mind. This person's going to foreclosure, you catch their payment up, and then you just go list the property. You say, look, I've got $6,000 into catching their payment up. You go list that property, you go make flyers and go to an urban club and and you say, hey, for $20,000, you can take over these payments. I'll take $20,000 in cash. Some guy's going to come, yo, man, what's up? I got you 20 grand in cash. You take the 20 grand in cash. You say, there's your payment booklet. You transfer the deed into his name, run with it. You just made 20. Well, you got 20 plus less than 60. You just made $14,000. He'll never qualify for a loan. He's a drug dealer, right? So Not that I would do that,
That's a good idea.
but it's not in this, but really not
unethical,
in this market because it's not really there yet.
Right.
A year from now, when things start going south, because you know how many guys I've known that they have they've got a woman who rents a house for them because they can't even rent a property. Like you're a drug dealer. You cannot even get into a decent piece of property. You have to have some friend of a friend's girlfriend rent the property, and then you move in it and you pay the rent. But it sucks for them too. Like they can't put in hardwood floors, they can't paint it, they can't do anything. Well, this is your house, but I need 20 grand in cash or 30 grand or 40 grand in cash, and you are only in that position, and they don't even care if they're upside down. Even if they were 20 grand upside down, they don't care. They own the house. It's your house. You'll never own one, so you're upside down. 2 years from now, you won't be. 6 years, you won't be. 25 years, because you don't even have a 30-year mortgage. You got maybe a 22 years left on the mortgage, maybe 25 years, you own the house. Well, that's not a bad idea, right? Like they do that. I could definitely talk somebody in that. Holy shit. You don't have to be at the airport at 7:30. Oh,
is it set to Eastern?
This is what happened with Lex, by the way. When we were done.
You know what? Let me run to the bathroom too.
Go for it.
We took a break. We took 2 breaks. And then when we were done, he's like, how long do you think we've been talking? I went, oh man, I said 3.5 hours. He goes 7.5 hours. He trimmed it to 6.5.
He cut out an hour?
He cut out an hour. I was like, my wife was waiting in the lobby. She'd gone to get lunch. She'd walked on the beach. I had shut my phone off. She went and got in the back of the car and fell asleep. I thought, that's it. It's over. It's over. And it's funny, afterwards, he was like, listen, he said, would you mind if I mention your name to Rogan? I go, does anybody say no to that? And
that's funny.
I just think you guys would have a great conversation.
I think so too.
He would find you fascinating. I was like, right. But the truth is, I know that people have already mentioned me to Rogan. Rogan watched my soft white underbelly and talked about it on his show. Didn't say my name. He just said, I watched this one of a con man on soft white underbelly. Well, I'm the only guy. At that time, I was the only person.
Right.
And had Mark on, and it's just, I think 2 or 3 people have mentioned him. I know hundreds of people have told them in the comment section and stuff. So I know they've heard my name. They get inundated, obviously. And it's just, I'm pretty sure at some point, and I know Lex mentioned me, and I've never heard anything. So, because people are like, bro, you got to go on, you have to go on Joe Rogan, but it's just not going to happen. Let's face it. Like, I've had a great run. Like, honestly, the last few months of my prison term, I laid in bed every night and thought, how are you going to make a living? Anybody that looks you up, it just says scumbag. Like, I honestly would have told you, what's the chances of you living in someone's spare room and just writing true crime books the rest of your life? I said 90%. And I thought maybe I'll get frustrated at some point and I'll go get a job after probation selling cars, or maybe working for a development company, or maybe and then I got out, and I mean,
what a 180 flip though. It seems like that humbled you a lot, the prison experience, because you said you struggled with arrogance.
If you watch the whole podcast with Lex, there are certain things that if I even think about, I'll immediately tear up. And honestly, the appreciation and humility that I suffer from is I'm so disgusted with myself, even though honestly, it should be that, I took this guy's house and I threw him into turmoil. He had to go get a lawyer to get his fucking house back to clear that up. I should be upset about that. But, I'm not. That's where I'm I'm sociopathic. My opinion, people say, I don't care what people think. Your opinion of me means about as much as that stick of fucking furniture's opinion of me. It really is. It doesn't, I don't, when I hear people get embarrassed or upset because so-and-so said that, I don't even understand it. The anger when people say in the comment section, it doesn't affect me at all. I laugh.
Were you always like that?
I think I've always been like that. But but when I think about the person I was and my behavior and how I thought, and even still today, at least now I can see it. Listen, bro, I lived in someone's spare room for 18 months and I was happy. I have been happier with virtually nothing now than I ever was when I had $1 million, $2 million in the bank and a shitload of friends that didn't give a fuck about me. Not one of those people cared about me. The only people that came to prison to see me was people that I'd never done anything for. High school friends, guys that I had met, that used to do it air conditioning for me. Some guy that I met one time, like those are the people that kept in touch with me. Those are I never helped this guy do anything. This guy, I made him $1 million. He didn't go to prison. He didn't have any problems. He made $1 million. This guy has $3 million worth of properties he's still collecting money on. He never did anything, never answered my phone calls, never wrote me a letter, never returned a letter.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. And I would love to say because they're all scumbags, but the truth is the only correlation between any of them is me. So it can't be them. Because if everybody says you're an asshole, you're probably an asshole. 50 people say you're an asshole. At some point you have to say, I'm probably an asshole. And nobody wants to believe that about themselves. So I just think, and it's so funny too, because the friends I have now are all friends I knew in prison. And it's funny because, did you ever see The Town?
Is that a horror movie?
No. It's about a bunch of bank robbers. And Ben Affleck goes to
I did, with the masks.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ben Affleck goes to one of his buddies and he goes, listen, I need your help. He goes, I need your help. You can't ask me what it's about, and we're going to hurt some people. And the guy goes, whose car are we going to take? And those are my friends now. If I said, it's 2:00 in the morning, get out of your fucking bed, I need to move right now, they would say, I'm getting my car. That's it. I didn't have any of those friends before because the people I thought were my friends weren't my friends. And now these people that are honestly, horrible people, they've done horrible things. My buddy Pete does podcasts with me. I have they never ask me for money. They never say, hey, can you pay me back for this? Can you reimburse me for that? Never. And I don't think any of my other friends ever did a fucking thing for me without wanting to know what was in it for them. I got out of prison. It was extremely humbling and I'd never been humbled like that before. And I'd never been appreciative of anything I'd ever done in my life. Ever. I deserved it. I'm Matt Cox, bro. I deserve this. I'm amazing. That's what I thought. So when you get out and you think you're going to live in someone's spare room for the rest of your life and take the bus, everything started falling in place. Everything. Not because I'm brilliant, but just coincidentally, hey, Matt, you're talking about doing a true crime podcast. Yeah. But I don't even really know what that is because YouTube wasn't even around when I went into prison and the word podcast wasn't even invented until 2009. I'd been locked up for 3 years. So by the time I get out, I've heard about it. And I got a buddy who says, there's a guy that lives in St. Pete down the street from me. His name's Danny. He has a podcast. You should call him. Ask. He'll probably answer some questions. He talks to this guy, Ben Malls, on his program all the time. He'll probably want you. He doesn't want me. I just got out of prison for fraud. So I called Danny. I emailed Danny. Danny called me. We talked on the phone for an hour. I bugged him for the next 3 or 4 months while I was in the halfway house. And then one day he calls me and says, listen, man, I have an issue, I had a problem. I haven't had anybody on the program in 2 weeks. I'm running out of content. I'd have to interview somebody. You said if I answered your questions, you'd come on the podcast at some point. And I was like, fuck. I did say that. So I said, all right. And I drove over there and I did the podcast. The next thing you know, Patrick Bet-David's calling me. Can I fly you out to here, to Houston? He lived he was in Texas at that time. Now he's in Florida, and then the next thing you know, Vlad's calling me. And then the next thing you know, I'm going to LA and I'm doing, this one and this one. And that's it. And the next thing you know, somebody's saying, hey, can you come to Puerto Rico and have lunch with me and a couple investors? We'll give you a couple grand and fly you out, of course. Why? Because we saw your thing and you're amazing and we think that you've got great insight and your story is inspiring. What? I just got out of prison. I live in this chick's spare room. She's running a rooming house. In the next spare room is a cop. Like, what are you talking about? And they give me a couple grand. And then 2 months later, I flown out and here, if you'll do a speech, we'll give you $5,500 and then $8,000 and then $3,500. And then I'm doing speaking engagements. And I'm like, what is happening? And then I publish my book and my book starts selling. And then I start the podcast. And then, Colby, that guy, bro, like I would never tell him this, but and I joke about it with him, but he fucking listen. And every once in a while I'll have somebody, because our deal right now, guys, people will say like, bro, you're paying him way too much. Right. But I made an agreement and I don't think I could have gotten anybody. He didn't have to work for a year. He only worked for about 3 months before he hit the $2,000. But I know Colby, and he'd have fucking worked for nothing for a year. So if you have an agreement, you have an agreement. Then, I'm always going to feel obligated to him because I don't think anybody else would have done it. I also drive him nuts.
What do you think Colby saw in you in the very beginning? Why did he say yes to you?
He looked at the analytics. I don't know. Look, I'll tell you one thing, which is probably, an issue. Well, not an issue. It's probably wrong on people's part for the most part, but for some reason, despite my past, people just believe me. If I tell you this is what's going to happen, boom, 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 they believe me. I don't know why. I just got out of prison. I got fucking 40 felonies. I got felonies you don't even know. You don't even know what they are. But yet I talked to him. I explained the situation. And, I did do certain things. And I did all these things that he didn't ask for. Uh-huh. If I'd said, hey, I want all the money to come to me, but I didn't. I said, you're going to have to go set up a corporation and you're going to open an account and all the money's going to go to you. And I said, and I'm doing that because I want you to feel comfortable that you're going to get paid. And he goes, well, no, I'm sure you'll pay me. I said, yeah, I know, but I'd feel better not having you doubt that. And it still took him, I think, like a month or two to do it. I think he looked at the analytics and we talked and he saw and he said, hey, I think you could have something here. Like you're putting up nothing and you're making $300 right now, And he's like, I think if you actually interviewed people, you'd be great. And I've seen some of your podcasts and they're great, and it did. It's worked out really, really well. We did it for what? About 2 years before it. The last year and a half, like that is paying all my bills and then some. I'm waiting. Everything's going great. Everything's going great. So, yeah, I think it was just prison was such a humbling experience that I absolutely deserved and had coming. I don't think I deserved 26 years, but I definitely deserved to go to prison.
How did you get to the point of prison?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because as of right now, through our story, you had not quite gotten caught yet. I think they had just gotten their suspicions. You created these fake identities.
Remember, I had somebody in Orlando and I had somebody in, I think it was Clearwater. I'm in Tampa and they're running scams. Well, the girl that was doing the scam in Clearwater, her name was Allison. And great scam. We refinanced the property several times. She goes into a closing. I'd had her change her hair because she was Rosita Perez. And so she dyed her hair black, right? Her hair was, lighter than either one of your hair, right? Lighter than mine, but she dyed it black and took a photo. I make a fake ID, goes into one closing, fine, no problem, gets a check for like $100,000. And then goes to the next closing, signs all the paperwork, but the woman, the closing agent, looked at her ID and said, this doesn't look like you. Now, keep in mind, a couple days before, she had changed her hair back to being light brown with highlights. But it was still her photo. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's still her. So she said, it just doesn't look like you. You don't look like a Rosita Perez. And even though Allison actually said that she called another closing agent into the room and she looked at it and she goes, yeah, that's her. She goes, no, something's not right. She said, I'm going to let you close. I'm not going to give you a check. She said, I will, I'll let you know. I'm going to make some phone calls. She made some phone calls and contacted, I don't even know, to be honest, exactly what she did, but she got to the original owner and realized there was a mortgage on the property. And of course, we'd satisfy that loan. So it very quickly comes unraveled. Somebody pulls her credit. They see a bunch of inquiries. They start making phone calls. They find out she's had another closing. And they put a flag on the check we have. So Allison comes out. She tells me what just happened.
What's the scam exactly? It's just multiple closings. So you're getting...
Right. The scam is she went and rented a house. We satisfy his loan on the house that he has with his bank. And then the deed, we just transfer the deed, right? I just make a new deed, file it. It looks like he sold her the house for $200,000. Okay. She then borrows multiple mortgages. One of them goes through, she gets a check. The next one, she doesn't get the check. So she then Gets in my car, we're driving. She's like, this is what just happened. I'm like, oh, that's done. That's over. And she's like, no, we still have the one check. I said, yeah, but we're not moving forward with it. It's over, you know? And I get her point of view is she didn't have any money. Like she's going to get half this money. And so she's like, no, we can go give it to Travis, which was my buddy who was doing the one in Orlando. And so we called Travis. I explained what's going on. He goes, okay, so you think the check's good? I said, no, I don't think the check is good. But keep in mind, I've got money. It's easy to be cocky when you've got money. So I'm saying, tell him, no. And he goes, man, listen, I'm cool. I'll deposit it. It's not going to be a problem. He goes, I remember he told me, he goes, man, you're shaking like a little girl. He said, calm down. I said, oh, I don't think it's okay. He deposits the check. 4 or 5 days later, took like 4 or 5 days for a check to clear. So she'd endorsed it and he'd signed it. So 4 or 5 days later, I call him. I say, hey, what's going on? And he says, listen, I was going to stop by and get money from the bank, but the bank manager called me and he told me that they needed me to endorse the check also because it's over $100,000. And I thought something's wrong with that. I've deposited many, many checks for over $100,000 in someone else's name. And they never had to see anybody sign. So I said, something's wrong. Don't go back to the bank. And he goes, no, I'm pulling in right now. There's nobody here. There's no cops. He pulls in. He hangs up the phone. He goes in. He gets arrested. I go get him an attorney. I get him out. But I didn't go. Like I gave it to his brother-in-law. You can go. Here's the money. So get him out on bond the next day. Get him an attorney. Hey, listen, and I mean, this guy, he worked me pretty good because like literally he's like, look, obviously I can't do this anymore, but I want to open up a business. It's going to cost $25,000. Of course, Travis, here's $25,000.
You're just giving him this money?
Of course. He was just arrested. My fear is he's going to cooperate.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do anything fraudulent. I totally get that. I don't want you to. You're already in trouble. Just keep my name out of your mouth. Don't.
Were you afraid of a wire though, of saying anything that you wouldn't want them to know about?
I mean,
like it seems like that's a very just like a let's meet in person. You lift up your shirt.
Yeah, I mean, there may have
been
been some of that. I don't recall exactly, but I wasn't too concerned, although he probably was wired. But keep in mind too, I don't have to be too concerned because all he's got to do is open his mouth and I'm done.
Yeah.
So I give him $25,000. I buy him a truck. I get him a buoy. He starts like a tree trimming business, which he runs to this day. I'm paying his rent. I'm paying his electric. He's coming in every week or so saying, listen, I hate to ask you. I need $1,500 for this. Of course you do, Travis. I'm embarrassed that you had to ask. I should have offered. My bad. Here's the money. Do not mention my name to them. And keep in mind, he's being told he's telling me what his lawyer's telling him is that he's not going to have to go to jail. If he does, maybe 6 months. And I was like, that's fine. I'll maintain everything you have for as long as you're in jail. But the truth is, he got arrested, and the next day he met with the detectives and was cooperating, and they put together a task force because it's multiple counties. So I'm running scams in multiple counties. So multiple counties get together. They put together a task force. This goes on for months. I'm still committing fraud. One day, and there's all kinds of stuff that happen, right? Like this would be forever. So one day, a police officer that I know, a sheriff's deputy, comes into my office. His name's Steve Sutton. He walks in. He says, "Hey Matt, can I talk to you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?" I remember he's completely dressed and I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" And he said, "I used to date this woman on the Tampa Police Department." I said, "Okay." He said, "She's a detective and she was on a task force over the last few months." And I went, "All right." He said, they just handed over the task force to the FBI. I said, "All right." He said, "The task force was on you." And he said, "Do you know somebody who was arrested in Orlando?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "Okay. She came and told me not to talk to you because the FBI is probably going to come arrest you in a few days. You're already on probation." His name came up because he'd bought a bunch of properties from me, right? So, and he'd bought some properties from some of the fake people, right? Like we refinanced it and then he just took over the mortgage, that kind of thing. Because he thought, hey, I can make this into something. We gave him a little bit of money. Like they're not all going into foreclosure necessarily. Or whatever, or we bought a property from him. So his name was in 1 or 2 transactions. So plus I'd done about at least $1 million. And between he and his ex-wife $2 million worth of
So
bad
he
loan.
knew what was going on.
Oh, yeah, he totally
Okay.
knew.
Okay.
Listen, his ex-wife bought, I want to say 8 owner-occupied duplexes we closed within a day.
Wow.
Okay, so quick question. You keep naming these people first and last.
Right.
Like, have all of these people gone down, or does any part of you?
Oh, no.
Do you consider like, okay, well, maybe
No, but keep in mind too, like I've reached out to Steve Sutton. I've never heard from him. I got no loyalty to you. Steve Sutton used to work at the Hillsborough County as a sheriff. He actually is listed on my indictment as an unnamed co-conspirator. It's just
SS or something.
Yeah, exactly. SS. I know who that is. There'd be like DW, Dave Walker. Dave Walker's dead, by the way, which is sad because I always liked Dave, even though he never contacted me when I was locked up. It's just a prick thing to do. Even though I wrote him letters, never responded. But I did like Dave. Dave actually died like 2 weeks before I went to the halfway house. He was never in good shape. He was an older guy. He was in his late 60s by the time I got out. And then other people like I've seen out, and I've been like, hey, what's going on? What's it? Kelly Bailey, like I said, a ton of bad loans and knew all of them were fraudulent, and actually still works to this day as a broker in Tampa. I see her one time. I'm like, Kelly, hey, and I'm hanging out with another guy I know. And he's like, hey, look, it's Matt. And she goes, hey, and turned around and walked away. Listen, sister, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you could have been in prison. You should have gone to prison. She wouldn't have done much time. She'd have gotten a couple of years. But do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
Sure.
just because you have the veil of legitimacy doesn't mean. And then it's funny too, because I've had people say, yeah, bro, you throw the name. Aren't you afraid of being sued? Sue me. I'd love to be sued. I'll pull out the documents to show that everything I'm showing is 100% true. I'll probably get some people in the St. Pete Times or Tampa Tribune to write an article about it. Now you'll really be fucked. So nobody ever says anything. And you know that, like, if I was saying negative things, if I was saying completely wrong things about Graham would probably sue me. You need to shut up because this is all not correct, but everything I'm saying is 100% true. So you don't hear anything.
Interesting. So the police officer was tipping you off because he was somewhat involved in this to a certain degree.
He did want to protect you a little bit.
He did, yeah, which is funny. That's what bothers me because I liked Steve. We would go to Steve would wear overalls. Steve was a good old boy. So when he shows up, he's like, Matt, like, what? I don't know what's going to happen. What should I do? I said, bro, just if they ask you, tell them you came to me. I'm a mortgage broker. You asked me to do a loan. I did a loan. Like, how? You don't know anything.
But it seems like you're talking to all these people that could be wearing wires.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. I know I'm done.
Okay.
I'm deeply.
Right.
I'm already on probation. Like, this is not going to go over well in front of my judge. Like, he didn't seem happy when he gave me the 3 years.
Yeah.
And I've just stolen $11.5 million while on federal probation. Like, it's not going to end well for me. Steve's like, what are you going to do? And I said, oh, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I was saying, you heard me say, I was like, look, I can't go to prison. Look at me. I'm adorable. And this is 20 years ago. To a guy with a life sentence, I might as well be wearing a dress. I have blonde hair, fair skin. No, I can't go to prison. So I saw Shawshank. You saw what happened. That dude's 6'2". Yeah. So I take off on the run. Well, and with a girl that I was dating.
What's it like to be on the run? Like, how do you decide to pick up and leave? Could you have done that? Just as like you get home and you like stuff a suitcase. You're like, we got to go right now.
That's exactly what I did.
Really?
The girl I was dating shows up and I'm stuffing a couple of duffel bags full of clothes and money. Cause I probably had, I had about 80 grand at that point. So in cash. So I'm stuffing it in there. She shows up because we were supposed to go on a date like Friday night and I hadn't called her all day, hadn't returned a call. And so she showed up, came by my house, saw my car, walked inside. And I just turned around and told her. She goes, what's going on? I just told her, boom, this is what's happening. And I'd only been dating her a couple months, right? Not even 6 weeks.
You felt like you could trust her?
I didn't feel like I could trust her. But nobody I tell right now is going to say, I'm calling the cops right now. They're just going to be like, oh, wow, you got some problems and leave. That's not what she says. She says, well, I want to come with you. And I was like, well, we don't even know each other. And she's like, no, you don't understand. I think I'm in love with you. I want to come with you. I was like, okay, well, I don't think this is ever going to become love for me. I was like, and honestly, I have my own set of problems, and I always look back like it was such a huge mistake to bring her with me.
Why didn't you just lie to her and tell her, hey, I'm rethinking this relationship.
We got to break up.
Yeah, we got to break up. I'm in love with somebody else. I'm moving out. Like, it's just some story to
in
get
retrospect,
her,
that's a good idea, right?
Yeah.
But you know how many things I change.
Yeah.
Look, if that's the only stupid decision that you think I've made,
Like that one thing.
you're missing a whole bunch
All right,
of stuff.
Okay. That's
So, and I remember part of our argument was, listen, you're going to go and you're going to steal a bunch of money, right? I was like, yeah. And she said, okay, well, I could help you. And the thing is, look, like most people can't up and just leave. That's why guys, you'll give them 10 years in prison and they'll turn themselves in at the gate. Like they'll be released and they'll show up 2 months later when they're like, okay, well, you got 10 years in prison, show up on May 13th and they'll be there. Like you're going to go, did you just show up to get 10 years? You're getting 10 years. You give me 10 years, you're going to have to come catch me. Like I'm not showing up at the fucking prison.
Doesn't that make your sentence worse? Or no?
Not really.
Like,
you got
really?
sentenced. They might, if the prosecutor's pissed, he might charge you and you get a couple of years, but you're already doing 10.
Yeah.
Listen, I know guys that have left prison and got caught after they've escaped. They got from like a camp. So they don't call it escape. They call it absconding. They get caught and they lose like 30 days gain time or good time. Like they don't even recharge them. And I know met multiple people. I knew one guy that got caught in like Italy or Spain and they just put him on a plane, flew him back. He lost like 34 days good time.
Oh my gosh.
And 2 months later, he got caught stealing some 2 or 3 pieces of bread out of the chow hall and they took away 54 days. 30 for the escape.
What?
He was gone for a year and a half.
But
for the
year
bread,
and a half.
Yeah, but for the bread, he got 50.
Oh my gosh.
And I've known other guys, people in the comment will say like, oh, I knew a guy and he escaped and he got an extra year added on or 2 years. That does happen. It just depends. So
how often though is it that people escape and they're never caught?
I doubt. I mean, I think 99% of the time they get caught. Most people don't, this is going to sound arrogant.
Yeah.
Most people don't have my skill set. Keep in mind, by this point, I've figured out how to go into the DMV as Graham Stephan and get a driver's license issued as Graham Stephan in the state of Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, you name it. I've had 27 driver's licenses issued to me in 7 different states. I would get tickets as people. I've gone to traffic school as somebody else. I got so many tickets in the guy's name because you drive like a maniac when you don't care about the points. So what happens is I talk to this girl. We run up my credit cards, of course. I don't want to leave any money on the table. So I run up my American Express for 30 or 40 grand. We're buying. I go get another Audi. I get like an Audi, I think it's an Audi A8 or something. It's like it was a 4-door. Is that wrong?
Yeah.
What's the 4-door? Like it's big. It's got like
They had the
400
4, the 6, the 8.
Right.
It could be.
You do all of this as Matt Cox?
Yeah, I do, but I get a paper plate. It's funny. They're like, oh, we're going to transfer your tag. I said, no, I want a dealer plate because I know I got 30 days and it only comes back to the dealer. So we do that. We pack that car so full of stuff. I got multiple computers. I don't want to spend the cash I have.
Yeah.
Now we've got we got a ton of stuff in real estate and we've probably got $1 million or so in the bank, but I couldn't get it out in time. You can't just walk in and say, I want $100,000. They won't give it to you. So I had to have people go in and ask for $5,000, $3,000, $7,000 on 5 or 6 different bank accounts. I only had a day and a couple hours to get out 80 grand. So that's what I get, 80 grand, run up my credit cards, and on Sunday night, I leave. I go immediately to Atlanta. We rent a house from a guy named Michael Eckert. It was like a $200,000 house. I make an ID as Michael Eckert, so I'm Michael Eckert now. I go downtown and I satisfy the loan. He had 2 loans with Bank of America on the house, so I satisfied both of those.
And he didn't know about this.
Oh, no. He just made the mistake of renting to me.
And so basically, the city is under the impression or whatever, or the loan bureaus are under the impression that the loan has been satisfied, although it actually hasn't.
And then you could borrow against it,
Yeah,
basically.
Because what happens is when you go, if I have a loan from Wells Fargo and they have a lien on my house and I create a fake satisfaction of lien from Wells Fargo, it looks just like Wells Fargo's, and I record it. Now they mail it back to Wells Fargo, but you have to understand if you pulled 50 Wells Fargo liens, there'd be 50 different addresses of where they go. They have so many different departments, so many different banks, so many different, they don't all go, they get recorded and they mail them back, but they don't all go to the same place. So when I record that satisfaction of mortgage, I just put an address to some abandoned house or to a UPS or to a PO box or to whatever. They mail it back. They record it, they mail it back. Wells Fargo never gets that. So they think their mortgage is still on the house. So then if I go and I apply for a loan with Bank of America, they send an abstractor down there. I mean, really, it's the title company, but for simplicity's sake, an abstractor goes down. They look at the title. They say, oh, look, this person bought this house, had a mortgage, paid it off. So I'm going to create an abstraction report, a title report that says that John Doe owns the house free and clear. So when Bank of America gets it, they go, oh, look, he owns the house free and clear. Yes, we'll lend him $150,000 on the house. But really, I have a $200,000 mortgage with Wells Fargo or whoever. It's still there. It's just not there anymore. What I do is I go to Michael Eckert. I rent a house from him. I go satisfy his 2 loans with Bank of America. I then call, because Michael Eckert has, like, even though I used a different social security number for him, I didn't use his. Obviously, I don't have it. So I create a profile for him. I got a couple credit cards at him, but I didn't have 6 months through the credit score. So you don't really have anything, right? I call 3 hard money lenders. Each one of them comes out to the house. They look at the house. They go, yeah, it's worth about $200,000. And what do you want to do? I said, I want to borrow $150,000. And they go, I'll lend you $150,000. Sure. So then I close on the following Monday with one, Tuesday with the next guy, and maybe later Tuesday that day with the next guy. So within a day or 2 of each other, I close with all of them. They're going to prepare the documents, and then the title company is going to prepare the documents and mail those documents, those mortgages, to public records. So it's going to take a few days for those to show up. And even when they show up, they just record them. Nobody at public records goes, hey, wait a second. There's 3 mortgages on this house. You can have 3 mortgages. You can have a first mortgage, a HELOC, a second mortgage.
Doesn't each loan say it's going to be the first mortgage?
The actual document doesn't.
No.
The placement of it, the title company promises you with the title policy that you'll be first. The document's just a mortgage.
So there's nothing that's going to say, like, who do we put as first, who's second, who's wow.
You know, I don't know what it is now, but it wasn't then. It was just it was a lien.
Okay.
Right. So because let's face it, if it's a second lien and then they pay off the first, that second is now the first.
All right.
So I do this. I close within a couple days. I get roughly $450,000, let's say, on that. I take that money, I deposit it into the bank. By this point, I've now got a few real IDs and real bank accounts. And I start pulling that money out in cash. Like, there's no cryptocurrency. There's no, I don't know what now I realize I could have gone and bought diamonds immediately or gold or something. I didn't know. I don't know any of that. I had to go to prison to learn all that. So what I do is I know get cash out. So I've got multiple IDs. Becky has multiple IDs, and we're just going into different bank accounts, cashing checks, $6,000, $8,000. And if she cashes a check for $6,000 on my account, then the bank says, hold on a second. Like, this is a new account. This is weird. Guy's got $100,000 in the account. Somebody's pulled out money 2 days in a row. So what do? They call me. Hi, we have somebody trying to cash a check for $6,000. Like, oh, yeah. That's Rebecca so-and-so. Okay. They cash it. Because it's not like I'm stealing money out of a real person. I open the account and put the money there. They have nobody to call. So we do that. We get $400,000 out of the bank. We buy a new car. We've obviously already bought. By this point, we've got a new car. We took that car, the Audi. We left it at a police substation in the parking lot. So somebody, I'm sure, got that. So we get the money out.
Why not just keep the money? You have, like, let's say $500,000 and just say, we could start a legitimate business on this, make sure everyone's paid every month, and we got a lot of money to work with.
Right. But keep in mind that I've also, at some point, those mortgages are going to go into foreclosure. Michael Eckert is going to figure it out. They're going to track the money. So at some point, I have to take it all out in cash.
Okay.
I can put it back somewhere, but right now I can't. I need to get it out in cash. So I get that money out in cash. While I'm getting it out in cash, there's multiple times when I got stopped, I got questioned. I actually one time went into a bank, and I was in the bank, and the guy, he actually was trying to cash a check for $29,000, which was stupid. I was always under the $10,000. At one time I got frustrated. I was like, I'm just going to cash this one for $29,000. And I actually went to a cash transaction bank where they can do large. And we went there, and I tried to get them to give me $29,000. I'm sure, and they questioned me like they were really, it was under the name Scott Cugno. And so I'm trying to cash the check, and they were like, well, what do you need the cash for? Why don't you deposit in your own bank account? I'm like, because my bank's in Florida and it'll take 10 days for it to go through. Like, it's good. The check is good, right? The cashier check. Yeah, it's good. But why do you need it? I was like, well, I mean, I cash people's checks. Like, I work for a labor company and we have laborers, and typically they get charged 10% to cash their checks. But I know the checks are good because it's with my company. So I just cash them. And they're like, oh, okay. Like, he keeps coming back. He knows something's wrong. The manager keeps coming back. So at some point he's in the back and my phone rings and I look at it and I don't recognize the number. So I answer and I go, hello. And the person goes, hi, this is Kimberly from SunTrust Bank. Is this Michael Eckert? And I'm sitting there as Scott Cugno trying to cash a check. And I go, yes, this is. And she's behind like a glass somewhere. And I'm sitting in the guy's like little cubicle. And I'm like, but I know I can, it's a glass cubicle. Like I'm like, yes. And she says, hi, we have someone here trying to cash a check, a rather large check. And I was just wondering if you could verify the check. And I said, and she said it was for $29,000. I said, oh yeah, that would be Scott Cugno. And she said, okay, so it's good. I said, yeah, absolutely. By all means, you can cash it. And she goes, okay, thank you. I said, hey, by the way, how did you get my number? The check had originally been cut from a check from a title company that we bank with. So we called the title company and they gave us your phone number. And I hope that's okay. Absolutely. No problem. You're just curious. Hang up the phone. The manager walks out with a woman that I'm assuming was Kimberly. She never said anything. And they sat down and he counted out the money twice. And I remember I stood up and I'm shoving the money in my pockets. And he says, Mr. Cugno? And I said, yeah. He said, I want to mention that I feel very apprehensive about this transaction. I go, really? What is it exactly? And he goes, I can't put my finger on it. I go, it'll come to you. And I just walk off. And so like when I leave, we got out all the money and the FBI showed up, or the Secret Service, I think, showed up like a week or two later.
Were you concerned that your voice was the same?
No. What do you mean?
Like, because you're answering the phone as someone else, as well as speaking to them as someone else, but you have this, a very recognizable voice.
Yeah, it never came up. Like, first of all, I talked to Kimberly.
Right.
So she's
walks
right
into,
there. That's
exactly.
what I'm saying. She never talked. I don't know if it was her. Like, maybe she could have recognized me, but she said nothing. And keep in mind too, most of the time when he walked up and just counted out the money. I've got the money at this point when I'm like, well, what is it exactly? Like, that's all I said is, all she heard was, what is it exactly? And it'll come to you. So she never said anything.
Did you ever have to use different voices?
I've done that where they've called, like if they're calling to verify employment, which sounds silly, but most of the time Becky is the one who calls back, or you're calling back and it's not even the same person that you're calling.
Right. What voices would you use then?
I always do like the whole 20, like, hey, what's going on? You try and throw some.
Can we hear a few of the voices?
I can't do the voices. I can't even remember. I just remember one I did a really, really thick. Listen, I had a title company one time who showed up to deliver. So this is the problem. Is like, you understand that typically Fannie Mae doesn't want to let you get out more than $100,000 on a refi. Okay. So what I would do is I would put a lien from a lender on some of the properties. So they have to pay off this property. They might give me a check for $30,000 and they would mail $110,000 to the lender, to like, let's say a post office box or like a UPS box. One time the title company showed up to deliver it. And then they called the lender, or they called the lender and left a message, and I had to call back as the lender. So I called back with a real heavy accent. Yeah, because I don't even know who I'm talking to, but I knew I had gone to the closing. I just, did a whole, yeah, well, and she's like, well, I tried to bring it by your office. And I said, oh, well, no, I said, we got one of them mailboxes things. And she's like, I know, I was just wondering if I could maybe bring it by the office. I was like, oh, sweetie, I'm out of Florida. I'm in Orlando, Florida. Oh, okay. So we just collect, we just have everything sent there. I'm just not giving out I'm just not giving out my address to just anybody. And she's like, oh, I understand. And then that was it. It was, silly. They're quick conversations. It's silly. I feel silly doing it. And it almost never happened. I typically had somebody that would call. Anyway, the thing with the guy, what's his name, right? Like, the one where I get the $29,000. So we take off. Then I go, at that point, we start surveying homeless people. I see the judgment in your face, Jack. So I'm surveying homeless people at this point. And that happened because, we're using these fake social security numbers for kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't get a driver's license in the number. You could get an ID, but not a driver's license. For some reason, I don't know what the problem is, but every time I went in to get a driver's license, we couldn't get it. But if you said an ID, they would give it to you. So we're like, we need to be able to do what you're saying, like start a real life as somebody. And it was like, well, we need somebody's identity that isn't using it. And so it was like, okay, we need to figure that out. Like who? And it was like, well, like prisoners or people with mental patients, like who? How do you get to those people? And I remember while Becky and I are discussing it, I look over and there's a guy standing on the side of the road with a "will work for food" sign. And I went like, that guy. And she was like, I remember she said hobo, because I know who says hobo.
Mm-hmm.
She's the hobo? And I was like, yeah.
I've not heard that term used in a
Hobo,
very
right?
long time.
So we pull over.
Wow.
She goes into like a Subway, sandwich shop. She goes in there and so I go across the street and I talk to the guy and I say, hey, listen, man, can I ask you some questions? I give him $20. I said, he goes, yeah, what's up? I said, when was the last time you were gainfully employed? So like 5-6 years. Do you think you'll be gainfully employed in the next year or two? And he's like, no, this is it for me. And I said, well, do you have I started just asking him all kinds of, do you have a record? Do you have a driver's license? Is it suspended? Is it this? All these questions, gave him another $40 and left. And I went back to Becky and I said, I'm going to start surveying homeless people. I said, this guy, he's got a not even suspended. It's just an expired driver's license. He's never had a DUI. He's just an alcoholic. Like he lives in the woods. That's what he told me. So during that conversation, the reason I came up with the survey was he actually made a joke. It wasn't a joke. He goes, what are you doing, a survey? And I said, you get a lot of surveyors out here? And he goes, well, sometimes we get social workers, people from the Salvation Army. And I thought, nice. Okay, cool. Like, good to know. So I go back home. I make a statistical survey form. It's got like 17 questions. Ask for your name, date of birth, social security number, mother's maiden name, county and state you were born in, what identification have you ever had issued, you ever had a passport, you ever served in the military, you ever had a claim social security disability, do you currently receive any benefits, boom, 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 anything I could think of that I might need. I print out 50 of them, put them on a clipboard, make myself a little badge that said statistical surveyor, took my wanted photo, printed it out, glued it on, ran it through a little laminate machine I had, had a little clip thing on it, very professional. Went out and started surveying homeless people. I would get their information. I would go back, find, wherever county they were from. I would print out an application for a birth certificate and I would fill it out. One of the things they ask for is a copy of his driver's license. Well, I would make a you go into, you make what looks like a driver's license. It's not, but I'd make one that looked like a driver's license, make a copy of it, mail it to them with $20, and I get a certified copy of their birth certificate. I'd make a fake employer ID and I would mail that plus an SS5 form to Social Security, and I get a copy of his Social Security number. So I've got a Social Security number, his birth certificate. I would register to vote in his name. I would order a copy of his high school transcripts. I would get a couple credit cards in his name. He has almost no credit, or maybe a couple medical bills, which I paid off. And then I'd turn around and I'd go into the local DMV and I'd say, hey, they want 2 forms of ID. I want a primary, 2 secondaries, and proof of residency. I have that. Because I would make a fake lease agreement. Plus the other thing that counts for that is if you register to vote as them in that county, it shows residency. So I've got this, your birth certificate. And they go, great, stand over there, get a picture taken. You got a driver's license. Sometimes I'd have to take the test. Sometimes they would have, their license was suspended and I'd have to pay $400 or $500 to get their license unsuspended. I have to mail the money off 4 states away, wherever they've had a driver's license. And I'd go in, as long as they didn't have a driver's license in that state, I could get a driver's license. So I got a driver's license. I got more credentials than this guy's got on him. I can go open bank accounts. I can buy houses. I would buy a car.
So you're more this person than this person actually is.
He couldn't, if you had to prove he couldn't provide anything. And I know everything. I know where you were raised. I know which high school you went. One of the questions was what high school, because one of the things people don't realize is you can use for secondary identification your high school transcripts. Now, there's all these things, and I've got all real stuff. So none of this is fake. I buy a car in his house, in his name. I buy a house in his name. So I did this with whatever, a couple dozen people at least. And this one guy, Gary Sullivan, I went to I was living in North Carolina. I went to South Carolina, and I bought 2 houses in his name. One of them, I bought a house for I want to say it was like $230,000, let's say. Put 10% down, convinced the owners to owner finance it to me. And right after the closing, 2 weeks later, I went down to public records. I satisfied their loan and the wraparound loan because they did a wraparound around their mortgage, around their original mortgage, satisfied both of them. I then turn around and I also bought another house for like $110,000. So I borrow $1.3 million on both these houses. I open a bunch of bank accounts and I start pulling money out of these banks. I refinanced this one house over and over again. And it's funny because this isn't on the bigger house. This is on the house that was $110,000. As I was refinancing it, one of the title companies made a phone call, or they called the original title company to get the warranty deed because they wanted to issue they can reissue title. They only have to search back to the last, and I just bought the house. Somehow or another, they called to get the original HUD. The HUD I had given them showed that I paid cash. They get the original HUD, it shows there's a mortgage. So they know the document I gave them was false. Like I couldn't account for them calling the title company. So I was like, oh my God. So they end up calling Washington Mutual. They call Washington Mutual. They tell Washington Mutual who had the first mortgage on it. Now, keep in mind, by this point, they've also done a search. Washington Mutual knows that they're in second position. They know there's a mortgage ahead of them. So they have a lawyer and this isn't the first time I've been called by a lawyer.
Sure.
So I get called. So Gary Sullivan's phone rings. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. The phone rings and he's like, hey, this is whatever, Todd, I'm a lawyer with Washington Mutual. I'm like, yeah, Todd, what's up? He's like, we were contacted by this title company. They discovered our loan on the property. There's another mortgage in front of ours, and we're supposed to be in first position. And I went, okay. And he said, this is an issue. So I'm wondering how this happened and what we're going to do about it before I contact. He goes, and as he's talking, I said, you haven't contacted anybody, the authorities yet, have you? And he goes, no, not yet, but that's my next call unless we can figure something out. I said, you know what, Todd? I said, listen, let me go I'm going to go right now. I'm going to talk to my lawyer. I have a corporate lawyer, which was in South Carolina. Let me call him. I'm going to call you back. I can pay you back. I said, if I pay you back, this doesn't need to go any further, does it? He goes, you can pay me back. It doesn't have to go any further. I said, okay. I said, give me an hour. Hang up the phone, call my corporate lawyer. While I'm, driving all the way back there, Becky's, don't go. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of a multi-million-dollar scam. I'm going. Like, I'll pay him, give him 100. She's like, let's just keep the money. I'll give him the 110,000. We've got 700,000, 800,000 still in the bank. Right. So let me just pay him off. How do you know they won't call? They won't call. I've done this before, and I've done it in Tampa, been caught multiple times, just paid them back. So, I didn't get into those. So I drive all the way back. I call my corporate lawyer because they'd opened up a corporation where I was laundering money through opening bank accounts. So I call him and he says, okay, listen, he said, my partner is a criminal defense attorney. So I'm going to set up a meeting real quick. By the time you get here, we'll both meet with you. I said, okay. So I meet with them. I walk in, I sit down, I say, hey, they go, okay, Gary, what's going on? I said, here's what's happening. And I tell them I bought this property and this property. I bought this property. I've got like 5 mortgages on it. I forget how many. It might have been 4 or 5. I said, Washington Mutual just figured out that there's a mortgage in front of them and they want me to pay them off. And he said, okay, well, you said there's also a couple mortgages behind them too. And I said, yes, but they don't know about those. They go, okay, so can you pay off the first mortgage? I said, yes, but I need you to call him and get him to say that this is in writing, that they're not going to contact the authorities, that this is, he goes, well, why would they? It's a creative financing error. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah. What did you tell them the reason was? Did you just pretend like, I don't know what's going on?
I told them that the brokers, I always tell them like, look, I went into the bank and the broker said, look, I told him I needed to borrow like $500,000 because I was flipping properties. He said, I can get you $500,000. And it might have to go through a couple different banks, but I have some buddies. We can all get you mortgages. I said, I kind of knew it was fucked up. I said, I knew, but look, I just want to get out of this. And they're like, okay, well, it's a creative financing error. You didn't know what you were doing. You're not a mortgage broker. You're not a professional. Let's just pay this guy off. I said, okay. He calls up. He says, listen, Todd, Gary said he can pay you off. He said, okay. I said, okay, I'm going to go to the bank and get, how much is it exactly? And we haggle over it because they wanted to charge me. And I actually paid everything. Like I didn't haggle, but my lawyer's like, oh, he shouldn't have to pay that. He shouldn't have. I'm like, just what are you doing? I don't care. He's like, he's like, oh, it says something about there's yield spread on the back. I'll fucking pay it. Like he's like, oh. I end up paying whatever, 110, 115,000. So I go to the bank and I get the money. I come back there and they're like, tell them to drop it off at a at a Washington Mutual Bank. I said, bro, I'm not doing that. Are you fucking crazy? I'm not going to go into they're going to call the cops. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll give it to you. And he goes, okay. He calls it back. I have it. I'll send it. I have it. I'll send you a copy. I'll make a copy and fax it to you. Okay. So we're done with that. And I'm like, I remember he said, well, Gary, we got a problem here. I said, what's that? He said, well, this was actually before I went to go get the money. So once I said, okay, let me go get the money, he goes, well, wait a minute, there's an issue. You've still got multiple mortgages on this property after you pay them back. And I said, right. He said, do you have the money? I said, yeah, I have the money. He said, okay, well, we're going to have to pay these back. I said, no, I'm not going to pay them back. And he goes, well, what if they find out? And he goes, what if they find out that there's other mortgages? These other mortgage lenders find out that there's other mortgages on the property. I go, then I leave town. And he goes, Gary. He said, you can't just leave town. They've got your name, your social security number, your date of birth. He said, the FBI will find you. And I go, you're assuming my name is Gary Sullivan. And I mean, they both look at each other and he goes, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I go, my immediate problem is getting rid of these people. Let me go get the money.
What type of lawyers are these that would take on this? Is it like a Better Call Saul sort of deal?
Right?
Or like
little town, small time lawyer in Columbia, South Carolina.
But they're cool with it? Or they're
I wouldn't say they were cool with it. But they're also not going to see their client in.
Yeah.
He can't call up and say, my client's, he's not going to do that.
Right.
He's already saying there's just a creative error. Creative financing error. Like he's already downplaying it. So I get the money, come back, give him the money. He makes a copy. He sends him a fax. He tells them he's overnighting it. They're happy. And I remember I got up to leave and the guy goes, well, I didn't get up to leave, but he said, listen, he said, we need to talk about my fee. I said, okay, you've worked about an hour. I said, what is it? How much is that? And he said, I think 1,500 would cover it. I said, okay, no problem. And I start pulling out cash. And he goes, well, we don't take cash. And I go, you take a check from me after what you just heard? And he goes, I'll take the cash. And I gave him the cash, got up and left.
Oh my gosh.
Kept pulling out money, ended up pulling out of that scam like $600,000 or $700,000. And one day I walk into a bank as Gary Sullivan and two sheriff's deputies walk up behind me and handcuff me. And so they handcuff me in the bank. And I'm like, fuck. And they go, Mr. Sullivan, we're detaining you. Come with us. And they walk me. And listen, the bank, there's like lines. There's like 20, 30 people in the bank. Like, what the fuck? So they walk me into the manager's office. They sit me down. They say, we're waiting for a detective to show up. I thought it was the FBI was going to show up. Because I don't really know the difference between an agent and a detective. Like the terms that I say and I know now, I didn't know then.
Right.
So I remember thinking FBI showing up. And listen, by this point, there's been 40 articles on me. They raided my office. FBI raided my office. When I left, when I got the 400,000 in Atlanta, there's a bunch of articles. Secret Service is after me. Like it's heating up. They've got John and Jane Doe warrants. They're calling us the Bonnie and Clyde of bank fraud. I mean, he's a poster child for identity theft. I mean, it's heating up. So I end up waiting there, and the detective walks in. He's like a gray suit. He's probably in his late 20s, and he walks in and he says, "Hey, Mr. Sullivan." He sits down. He said, "Here's what's going on. Wachovia Bank says that you're doing something called a shotgunning scam, and that you borrowed the money so fast that they couldn't catch it. And now you're removing the money in cash. Why are you removing the money in cash?" And I was like, well, why? I explained to him about I cash checks for these guys that work at the company I work for, and it's a labor company. And by this point, I said, look, do I have to have the cuffs on? Am I under arrest? He's like, oh, no, we're just detaining you. I said, well, I feel like I'm under arrest. He goes, oh, we'll take those off. Takes them off. So when I say I work for a labor company, I pull out my business card. And he says, okay. And he says, I said, I cash a lot of these guys' checks. So I said, also, a lot of these guys, I'm flipping houses. I buy houses and fix them up. He goes, oh, yeah, that's right. You own another house on Shady Lane or whatever. I'm like, oh shit. And he's like, yeah. I said, you're right. So we just had a new roof put on, and the Mexican guys, like, they want to be paid in cash. I said, you know how it is. He's like, right. Well, this is why I pull out a lot of cash. I said, it worked perfectly because I said I'm flipping properties. So I need these loans. And so he gets head of Wachovia's fraud department. And this is a guy from California. And he's running a shotgunning scam. He's got multiple first mortgages. And I explained, well, wait a minute, I read those mortgages. None of those are first mortgages. I said, the one from Wachovia was a first mortgage. But then I had like 6 mortgages, but he only found 3, he only discovered 3 of them. And so I said, and he said, well, why do you have 3 mortgages? Even though this guy is saying they're all first mortgages. And I go, they're not first mortgages, bro. I said, I came to Wachovia. I asked for a first mortgage. The loan officer got me a first mortgage. I told her that I really needed to get $300,000-$400,000 because I'm flipping a bunch of properties, on the side. He goes, okay. I said, and she said, I've got a friend that can get you a second mortgage. So she sent me over to SunTrust Bank or whatever it was, I forget. It was like Fieldstone Mortgage. Fieldstone Mortgage got me a second mortgage. The person at Fieldstone said, look, your credit's good. You're eligible. I could probably get you a HELOC. I got a friend at SunTrust that can get you a HELOC. So I said, okay, cool. So she calls over to her friend and gets me a HELOC. I said, they all knew about it. Guy from Wachovia screaming, that's not true. They're all first mortgages. I said, man, I read those documents, not one. I said, you can't show me one mortgage that says it's a first mortgage. I said, I read those documents. And so he's screaming and hollering. And so why is he pulling the money out in cash? I explained that. Why has he got multiple bank accounts? I said, I have a couple corporate accounts in my corporation's name, and I have two bank accounts. So what's the problem? Like, he's coming up with all these things. And I said, look, bro, I said, what makes more sense? That a guy who works for a labor company figured out how to defraud 3 major banks out of $500,000, or a bunch of loan officers figured out how to get me $500,000 so they could make a broker fee. And he goes, and I go, I think they got a problem at the bank. And he goes, yeah, I think you guys have a problem at the bank. And they go, oh my God, he's screaming and hollering. He said, I think, I'm going to bring him downtown, have him sign some paperwork. He goes, wait a minute, look at his ID. It's a fake ID. I had the ID issued from the DMV in South Carolina. He goes, look at the ID. It starts with 000. Now he's from California. So this guy says, listen, I'm sorry. He said, this is a real South Carolina ID. I've already run it. And I've run him through NCIC. This is Gary Sullivan. And I go, bro, what? Now I'm not Gary Sullivan? I go, what the fuck are we doing here? And he goes, I know, Gary, I know. This guy's losing it. He tells him, I'm going to bring him downtown. I'm going to talk to the district attorney, see if he's even broken a law. I don't even think I don't even know if he's broken a law. Hangs up the phone. I follow them downtown. The detective's in front of me. The sheriff's car is behind me. I feel like they're escorting me, but he may have just been going that way. Because when I turned, he didn't turn in. They just kept going. So, I go, but as I'm going, Becky has called like 30, 40 times. I was in there for 30, 45 minutes, one, getting arrested or handcuffed, then waiting for the guy to show up, then talking to so she's called over and over. So when I get the phone, she's like, oh my God, where the fuck have you been? She goes, they just listed you as #1 on the Secret Service's most wanted list. An article just came out. And I go, listen, I got bigger problems. So I was just handcuffed in a bank. I'm on my way to the sheriff's department right now, or police department, whatever it was. And she's like, oh my God, get on the interstate and run. I said, I can't. There's a cop behind me, cop in front of me. I'm not going to outrun, a helicopter. I'm not an Indy driver. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, you've seen all of them end badly. So I pulled, I said, look, I can do this. I was in handcuffs 10 minutes ago. I can talk my way out of this. And I said, the worst that'll happen is if they arrest me, they'll arrest me as Gary Sullivan. My identity won't be in question Because at that time, if you had an ID, unless your identity was in question, they didn't run your fingerprints. They fingerprinted you, but they didn't run you through APHIS. So I said, you can get me out, go get me a lawyer. She goes, I'm not getting you a lawyer. I'm not getting you out on bond. She goes, I'm not risking everything I've got. She had like $600,000 in cash.
Wow.
And I was like, holy shit. So I said, well, then I guess I better not get arrested. She's like, get on the interstate. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. So I hang up the phone. I go in the police station. I fill out a police report. I'm standing in the hallway because at first I was in his cubicle, but he had to go get his lieutenant to sign off on it, right? So he says, Gary, I can't leave you in my cubicle or my office, whatever it was. It wasn't an office, it was a cubicle. But he said, can you wait in the hallway? I go, sure. So I walk in the hallway and my Secret Service's Most Wanted poster was in the hallway because the Secret Service was actively looking for me. And the FBI, there's a warrant. Like they're not, Secret Service is mailing stuff out. I remember I saw it. It was among a bunch of other wanted posters, like bike thieves, car thieves, burglars, and there's mine. And mine was the only one that was in color, which is the only reason it even stood out. But you also have to think too, by this point, I'd had plastic surgery, right? Like I'd had 2 hair grafts, I'd had a nose job, I had what they called it, a mini facelift, I had my teeth done.
And this was all on purpose to disguise
Yeah, I mean,
somewhat, or was it
no, I mean,
vanity?
I don't, I mean, obviously I think it's probably a combination. It gave me an excuse to do it.
Okay.
Right.
That's fair.
Like I'd never done it before, but it's something I'd always thought about. And this certainly gave me a reason to do it. So, Becky had a bunch of stuff done. So, and we're going to Mexico, we're going to Jamaica, we're traveling all over the place. We're blowing money. We're acting like a bunch of idiots. So he walks me out. The cop walks me out of the police station. I get in my car. He actually tells me, listen, we do have some questions. Do me a favor. Don't leave the area. I said, where am I going to go? Come on, I own 2 houses here. I'm not going. I haven't done anything wrong. He goes, okay. I go straight to 2 more banks, pull out some money, jump on the interstate, and immediately go back to Charlotte, North Carolina. I pack up all my belongings. I get a U-Haul van. I drive all the way to Texas, where Becky is at this point. We go to Houston. We get into a huge argument. We split up the money. When I say split up the money, she got $500,000 or $600,000, and she gave me $100,000. Her argument was that I could go. And she goes, in 2 months from now, you'll have $1 million. I have to live on this money the rest of my life. And it was a huge scream, right? Which makes sense. Like she's not a fraudster. She didn't even try. And, juggling all the different things that you're juggling, like she wasn't any good at it. So I leave. And it was huge, horrible fight, like yelling, screaming. And she was a menace anyway. She'd had the cops called multiple times in the middle of the night. She was bipolar. We get into these huge screaming matches, and I'd bolt. Like I'd grab a bag and just bolt because I knew it's 2:00 in the morning. You're screaming your head off. Cops are coming.
Did you always attract this type of
psychos? It does seem right.
I'm just noticing, picking up on a pattern here. I don't know if that was like something.
Late night fights,
and yet my wife now is, I mean, she's not a pushover. She's very quiet, very shy. My fear is she's the kind you really have to worry about. Like she'd just kill you. There wouldn't be a big argument. And she can do it too. Like she's a hunter. Like she goes alligator hunting. She hunts hogs. Like she's a deep Florida girl. Yeah. She's told me like they'll never find your body. Just letting you know. So
romantic.
For a date night one time we went to Okeechobee and we went alligator hunting. Like we're definitely 2 different people. So anyway, so I'm a little bit scared of her. So I go there, we get into an argument. I drive that U-Haul van all the way back to Charlotte. I get my car. I have no IDs because we had unpacked the entire thing before we got in the argument. So all my stuff's in a storage unit, including my IDs. Because we were just going to lay low for a while, wait for this thing to hit. We know that's going to hit. You just got caught in the bank. You got arrested, brought downtown, convinced them you'd done nothing. They let you go. There's going to be an article, at least one. And there was. So we're just going to lay low. So we put everything in storage. We get into a huge argument. She gives me $100,000. I drive all the way back. I actually called the FBI agent. I called some friends in Tampa just to see how things were going. Called my mother, called my ex-wife, called just some brokers. And one of them said, you need to call the FBI agent. She said, if I ever talk to you, to please have you call her. She's like, Matt, maybe you can turn yourself in. Maybe you could just get a few years, like, and I probably could have got a few years. The problem is I would have had to turn her in, and everybody else. And I was still on just that complete, delusion that I didn't want to tell anybody. So I do call the FBI agent. I talked to her a couple of times on the phone on my way back to Charlotte.
How do you know they're not tracing the call?
They were tracing the call.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Like I stopped, I stopped and I got a burner phone, right?
Yeah.
Like you stop at like a gas station. You say, yeah, I'll take what was it? Nextel.
Sure.
Is there still Nextel around?
I don't know.
Because I think it was Nextel.
Pretty sure they got bought out by somebody.
So it was like a Nextel. So I get, you pay the $50 or $20 and I turn it on and then I called a bunch of friends and one of them was like, call the FBI agent.
Cool.
So I was like, fuck, all right. So I call and the problem was she's saying, look, you come, you cooperate, you'll get like 7 years for Tampa, not Atlanta, not this thing in Charlotte. I'm sorry, in Columbia, South Carolina, which she doesn't even know about yet. That still hasn't hit yet. It's only been a few days. So I realized like I'm looking at 14 years and I don't want to tell on anybody and I didn't want to do any of that. So I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And she also kind of realized she was lying to me about a few things. I ended up saying like, I'm not going to do that. So I throw the phone out the window. I drive all the way back to Charlotte. I get my car and I think I had an Infiniti G35. Like they just come out. Super
great car.
Cool, right?
Sound great.
It's a great car. It had like 360 horsepower. Like it was like a badass car.
Who were you at this point?
The only ID I had was Michael Eckert.
Still?
I'll be honest with you, it wasn't even Michael Eckert. I stole a guy's, this is not good. I stole a guy's ID, his identity, got a North Carolina driver's license in his name, and then legally had his name changed from Eckert to Johnson, Michael Johnson.
Why did you change his name?
I wanted to see, like I was trying to come up with a process where I could alter an identity so much that I could, that if the person like died or something, like it wouldn't catch up with me. And I realized after doing some of those things, I realized like it wouldn't catch up to me, right? Like my fear was if I reestablished my entire life as one of these homeless people and the homeless person dies, what's going to happen? I don't know what's going to happen. Does suddenly, does Social Security get issued?
How would they identify the homeless person who dies? If the homeless person has no identification at all, how do they even know?
Maybe they've been arrested, they fingerprint them, maybe I don't know, but I do know I didn't want it to catch up with me. So if I alter the name and then maybe I go back in and I try and get a new Social Security number issued, then if I start claiming taxes on a Social Security number that was issued to a child, is that going to work? Like I had some issues. So I'm trying to work these things out. It's complicated, right? Like I don't quite understand it, but I'm just trying to.
I'm really curious about this Michael Eckert guy. Has he ever reached out to you since? And is he still Michael Johnson?
Listen, there's a few guys that are named Mathew Cox that I've traded some emails with. Like, I'm like, listen, bro, I'm so sorry. He's like, bro, you've no fucking idea how many problems you've caused me. It's like jobs, girlfriends, friends. And I'm like, I said, listen, if you want to call me up and just ream me out and tell me what a piece of shit I am, I said, I totally have it coming. I have I said, here's my phone number. He said, nah, bro, don't worry about it. This guy forwards my emails because people email me. My email, it's like contact.matthew.cox. His is matthew.cox@gmail.com. So people will accidentally email him. He forwards them to me. He's a genuinely nice guy. But you imagine this poor guy?
Don't people look them up and see that this is not the same person?
Maybe.
Like that seems common sense. People share. I bet there's a lot of Jack Selbys out there.
Jack Selby actually was one of the founders of PayPal.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
See, there we go.
That's something that when it happens, it looks good for you.
True. I don't think anyone's mistaking it. Well, I'm just curious. So Michael Eckert has not reached out to you?
No.
Because he was just like a normal guy. He was renting out a house.
Michael Eckert applied for a mortgage loan. See, one of the things I would do to steal identities is I would run, of course, I made the fake IDs. Sometimes I'd survey homeless people, but sometimes I'd just run an ad. Because it was a building. First, it was synthetic identities. Then it was running ads. I skated. Like, listen, this story goes, it's years. This has been years. Mm-hmm. So, you can imagine there's tons of stuff I've left out. If I honestly wanted to give a shameless plug for my book, I go over all of it in my book.
Link below.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. But like, I can't do that here. I don't want to you guys don't want me to do a 6-hour podcast.
I'm just surprised that no one has reached out to you, because now obviously all of your interviews have gone so viral. Your book, it sells well, all of this stuff.
Keep in mind, most of these people are homeless, but also, or they either don't exist, they're homeless, or there's a few people that I've stolen their. Look, the guy Scott Cugno?
Yeah.
I've reached out to him because I knew Scott Cugno.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had I did a loan for him. So that's why I had his information when I left Tampa. I've reached out to him. He's never once, as a matter of fact, a friend of mine that knows his wife, because I thought, well, maybe he didn't, like, you send it through Messenger on Facebook, like maybe he didn't get it. And so his wife actually told a friend of mine, no, Matt Cox has reached out to Scott several times. He just doesn't want to talk to him. Like, I get it. What am I going to say? Like, it's not like he's got a bad reason. He's got a genuine reason. Why? I mean, I'd like to apologize, but he didn't want to hear it. I think we'd have a good laugh about it.
So what happens when you went on the run?
So what ends up happening is I go into that. So I get my car. I drive across the street to Starbucks because I feel like I'm good. Like I got my car. I got dropped off the U-Haul. I got my car. And I thought, let me get a coffee real quick while I go to Nashville, Tennessee, because I was decided I was going to relocate to Nashville. And so I go in the coffee place. I order from Starbucks. I order a coffee, and there's 2 people from my apartment complex that are there, and they're like looking at me, and they're like having this hushed discussion. And the female apartment person gets up and leaves. So the guy's just standing there. He gets his tray of coffee. He's standing there in a little foam tray. I get my coffee. I walk outside. He follows me. Get my car, start my car. He's standing on the sidewalk. I start my car, playing with the thing, put the seatbelt on. I look, I'm about to pull out, and all of a sudden he starts screaming, "He's there! He's right here!" I look over, and there's 2 guys running towards the back of my car. And, like business attire. And I thought they were FBI or Secret Service, but I got my Freedom of Information Act, and it was actually the U.S. Marshals. So 2 marshals had gone and had just interviewed those 2 people, and they walked across the street to Starbucks to get their coffee.
So this is terrible timing.
This is bad timing. So luckily, I've already checked. I was actually just about to pull out when he starts screaming. I just, boom, hit it, boom, drive straight off.
Couldn't you say, I think you're mistaking me with somebody else and show an ID? Or
no, I mean,
no.
First of all, I didn't really have, the only idea I had at the time was the Michael Johnson.
You're right.
Right. And I'm driving a car. I was driving a car as Michael Johnson.
Yeah. So I was curious if just say, I don't know who these people are. Maybe they're mistaking me. Like, they seem crazy. I don't want to
go through that.
Okay.
I just punched it.
Yeah, sure.
I drove down the street about half a mile to a mile, and there were a couple of not clean cut, but there were a couple of white guys that were homeless. I pull over immediately. Pull half a mile to a mile away. There was like a homeless shelter they call the Dog Pound. And I see these guys sitting outside. There's like 3 of them. And I whip around, jump out with my thing, said, "Hey, would you guys like to take a survey real quick? It pays $20 cash right now." And they're like, you $20 right now. I just need, we'll take the survey. Takes 5 minutes. Yeah, all right, what's up? Take their information, jump back in the car, drive to Nashville. I end up ordering all the documents for, all 3 of them, but one of the guys' name was Marion Joseph Carter Jr., and I went by Carter. So as Carter, I immediately get an apartment. 3-4 months later, I dated for 3 or 4 months just to kind of see what was going to come out in the newspaper. Like I don't want to start kind of lay low. 3-4 months later, I said, fuck it, I'm okay. There was a bunch of articles about me getting caught in the bank. And so I start buying houses for $60,000, $70,000 in an area called J.C. Napier, just outside of Nashville, the city of Nashville. I start buying these houses, recording the value at $200, $210, $190. I start the whole process over. Over the next year, I pull out about $3.5 to $4 million, maybe 4.5. I forget what the paperwork says. So I pull that money out. I start building some new houses. I get a girlfriend. We move into a house. Everything's good. I got a few identities.
What do you tell the girlfriend for your past?
I mean, the girlfriend figured out that obviously something's, first of all, it looks odd. Like I talk about my parents, but I never talk to my parents. I talk about my son. I never talk to my son. I talk about my brothers and sisters and friends. I never talk to them. She's never seen me make a phone call. She's never seen me get a phone call from anybody that I don't know in Nashville. There's nothing in my house, because trust me, this is the argument we had. It wasn't an argument. She was like, there's nothing in your house that is more than 4 or 5 months old. Nothing. There's no photos. All your furniture's brand new. Everything's brand new. And she goes, and the other night when you asked me to go downstairs and get you a popsicle, I said, yeah. She goes, I opened up a popsicle box that had $30,000 or $40,000 in it in cash. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. There's some problems. So I basically said, look, I'm not going to tell you who I am, but I said, I'm wanted. Like what I really had initially told her was I owned a mortgage company in Tampa and I got bought out by Household Bank and I had no compete cause for 3 years. So I have another year or two before I could do anything. And I'm just going to start flipping houses, which makes sense. But the other stuff doesn't make sense.
Couldn't you just said, I lost it in a fire, come up with a story?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have, but I didn't.
Okay.
You get to a point where you just lies are hard to keep. So if you're going to build a whole little scam around a bunch of lies, that's fine. I only have to maintain these for a few months to get the money and leave. But this chick I want in my life, her name was Amanda. So, and keep in mind, it's like how much lying do I want to do?
Yeah.
So it's like, look, and she's got me. She knows something's wrong. So I said, look, because she was saying she had talked to her mom or her dad, and one of them said he's probably in the witness protection program, which would have been great, right? I should have said that, but I didn't. So, her mom thought I was married. Her mom saying he's married. Dad saying witness protection program. They relocated him here. I tell her, look, I'm wanted. And she's like, wanted by who? And I said, like all of them. I said, like FBI, Secret Service, everybody. FDLE, Georgia, like everybody. And she's like, okay. She said, for what? I said, nothing violent. Like it's like fraud. And I said, I'm reestablished. She's like, yeah, but it doesn't even make sense. She's like, I mean, everybody knows you. You know people here. Like it'll catch up to you. I said, well, that's another thing. I said that one of my charges is identity theft. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm not Joseph Carter. I said, so don't look to see who I am. If I ever hear you utter my name, I'm leaving. And she said, okay. Like she's deeply in love with me. Of course, the fact that I bought her a brand new car and she's now got a chunk of money in the bank. I'm not saying that helped. I'm not saying she was a gold digger. That's not true. I liked Amanda. She was a decent person. But she was also suddenly doing very well, right? Dating me doesn't financially harm anybody. So you get it? Mm-hmm. You look very judgmental. Yeah. For a person that I've never seen scowl or be judgmental.
His resting face is a scowl.
Yeah, this is for me like watching a movie.
Oh, okay.
They need to turn this into a movie is what I keep thinking.
I already optioned my life right. So I've already been to LA. I've had those meetings. So we're working on that. After about a year and a half, because it's been about a year and a half, over a year with Amanda, and we've gone everywhere. We've gone to Italy, Croatia. We've gone to, the Greek Isles. Like we're traveling. Her parents have met me. It's a great relationship. Not as good of a relationship as my current wife,
of course.
So Colby will make a fucking video. That will be a short, by the way.
Go for it, Colby. Yeah.
So it was a good relationship. And so what ends up happening is she does end up finding out who I am. One day our corporate attorney called because I had opened up a corporation to start building these houses. It's a development company. I had built a website saying that this entire area was being revitalized and that they were tearing the projects down. Wow. Totally untrue. I had these banners on every house that said Nashville Restoration Project. That was the name of the corporation. And that's all in her name. So at some point I'd sent something to a corporate attorney. She sent me an email. I said, hey, I sent this to the corporate attorney. She said she never got it. Can you please go into Word, print out the document and email it to her? She goes onto Word and she sees letter to mom and dad, which is a letter I'd written the day I left, explaining to my parents what was happening. So she clicks on it, George and Margaret Cox, Mathew Cox, address. She looks up Mathew Cox. Boom. Bank fraud, mortgage fraud, Secret Service's most wanted, FBI. She spends, honestly, I didn't even know there were this many articles. Like, how you hit the history bar. I mean, wow, it was like, woo, woo. I mean, she spent all day reading. So when I get home, I go to turn off my computer and you know how you go to close things out and I saw that Word was open. I go to close out Word and the last thing that's open shows up and boom, letter to mom and dad. And I thought, immediately hit the history bar. Whoa! I thought, oh my God, what has she done? I go in and I'm like, what did you do? She's like, nothing. I got Outback. Like I'm like, no, not dinner. What did you do? And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, I just hit the history bar. Boom, immediately starts crying. I'm like, God, I'm sorry. I love you so much. I wasn't trying to pry. It's just, I saw the letter from your mom and dad. And I'm so sorry. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. So we have this huge crying, thing for the next hour or two. And she begs me to stay. And, and I was in love with her. Like, people do stupid things for love. And so I stayed and things were good up until we found out that Dateline was coming out. So there was an episode of Dateline coming out. Dateline's coming out. Because now she's searching me constantly, right? Every time an article comes out, she's like, an article came out. I'm like, Jesus, like I'm not even looking. And so there was an article in Fortune magazine. She read it. There's couple articles in Bloomberg. Becky gets caught. She gets arrested. Boom.
What'd
Becky
she
got
get caught for?
She had told her mother that she was in Houston. During one phone call, another phone call, she had said that she had paid for, whatever the cosmetology to cut hair.
Mm-hmm.
She was in school for cosmetology. Her mother called the U.S. or Secret Service or FBI and told them she's in Houston at a cosmetology school because her mother was very much a drama queen, just like Becky. And she's like, I just want you to be safe. And so she called and told her, and I'm sure she was doing, she felt like she was doing the right thing. I get it. Like she's afraid that, but in her mind, he's with this psychopath. This guy might kill her. Like in her mind, she really drummed up this insane thing. So they end up coming in one day and they grab her at the cosmetology school. So she gets busted. Like all these things are happening. And then one day we find out Dateline's coming out. And so it's like, okay, an article in Fortune magazine, big deal. I don't know anybody that reads Fortune. Bloomberg, I'm hanging out with construction workers, people that have regular jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Like nobody reads this. Nobody's going to recognize. Even if they saw me, they wouldn't recognize me. So I'm not that concerned. Articles in Tampa and Chicago, and like this is where these articles are coming in. Like Chicago Tribune did a whole series of articles called The Fugitive. Okay, so what? Nobody in Nashville's reading this. And the internet is in its infancy, right? This is in 2006, late 2006. YouTube, Facebook had just been invented, like Amanda was on MySpace.
Yeah.
So I'm not that worried, but Dateline, there weren't 190 channels back then. There were still like 40, 20, and people only watched 6 of them. Dateline is something people watch. My fear was even if I up and moved the day before Dateline and was on the, kind of in transition and laid low, it doesn't matter. Dateline will be re-aired in 3 months and then 2 months and then a year and a half. And then it doesn't matter. Someday I'll reinvent my life. And one day the barista at Starbucks will be watching TV and be like, that's John Thomas. He comes in every morning and gets a venti vanilla latte. Huh. I'm going to call somebody. And they call and I walk in to get my coffee and boom, there's a cop standing. There's 3 FBI agents or Secret Service. Like I got to leave the country. So we decide we're going to go to Australia. Australia at that time, if you showed up with like $200,000 on a business plan, they would allow you to stay as a permanent resident alien. You could buy property. You can open a business. You cannot take a job as an Aussie. You cannot vote. I don't care about voting. I don't care about taking a job. I'm going to show up with a couple $1 million and just start a business. I can buy real estate, rent out the properties. Sounds good to me. While we're doing this, we're having guys cash checks. We're getting cash. And Amanda ends up telling a friend of ours, a girl friend of ours. She tells her who I am because she asked her to cash a bunch of checks. And I'm pretty sure that sparked a conversation. Why are you cashing $30,000 in checks? So I'm pretty sure that's what sparked the conversation, although I don't know. But regardless, she found out who I was. She contacted the Secret Service. Secret Service watched the house for a few days. One day I come home, boom, they pull up. Get on the ground, get on the, you've seen the movies, just like that. Threw me on the ground, picked me up. And that's it. I was arrested. Didn't initially had a little discussion about whether I was me. One guy's like, I don't think this is him. And I wasn't saying anything at first, but then when they said, this is Mathew Cox. You are Mathew Cox, right? And I was like, yeah. Like I'm not even like, I know I'm done.
Why did this time feel different versus
because
everything?
I'm in handcuffs. There's they've got my photo, my wanted poster. They've got my name. They're right here. Like I was never that close before. So they take me downtown. I get moved to Atlanta. The short version is I get moved to Atlanta. I end up getting, I get sentenced to, the short version is I get sentenced to 26 years. And, while I'm incarcerated, I end up getting my sentence reduced twice. So I don't know if you have any specific questions. I don't know. How long you want this to go?
The lawyer you used was amazing. The story.
Oh,
in
you
jail.
mean? Oh, I was gonna say my public defender.
Yeah.
Which she was actually a very nice person. Like I didn't give her any. Like, there's nothing she could have done. No. So yeah. So what happened was I went to prison, and okay. So when I get arrested, I cooperate. Obviously, I tell them, like who helped me. Like I tell them everything I could tell them, but it's been 3 years and change. By the time they interviewed me, it's almost been 4 years, and everybody's already cooperated, right? So some people have already gone to jail and gotten out. Like Allison had already gone to jail and was getting in the getting out in the halfway house. Becky was in jail. She got 70 months, and it got cut down to like 30 months when they arrested me because she got cooperation because she had told them everything she could tell them. And they said, okay, you've helped us. We'll cut your sentence. So she left almost as soon as I got arrested. Within a year, she's gone. But everybody I'd worked with in Tampa had already cooperated against me, but they had never arrested them. So by the time they're talking to me, it's mid to late 2007. What's happening in 2007? Things are getting bad in the economy. It's starting to collapse. So they always say the 2008 financial crisis. Yeah, but that was going on for 6 or 8 months.
Right.
Before 2008 financial crisis is because in 2008, that's when they did the bailout. That's when it was so bad. We've got to bail these guys out. So it's bad. There's a lot of press. I cooperate, but they don't. And they say they're going to go indict people, and I'm supposed to get my time cut. So I get 26 years. I was also interviewed by Dateline. They did a 1-hour special on me, and they came and interviewed me. I get sentenced 26 years. I go to prison. I'm at the medium security prison, and it's a real prison, exactly what you think. People are getting stabbed, riots. I didn't have a problem. You talk to these guys who, I had to fight the first day I got in there. I got a shank. None of that happened. And I was at a medium. Guys were getting stabbed.
Really? Were you scared of going to prison like that?
Terrified. I know you look at me and you think tough guy, but that's not true. I'm not a tough guy. I'm as soft as fucking cotton. I mean, I'm not a fighter, So
so how do you not get taken advantage of in prison?
It's so funny because the only time I ever had anybody even try and extort me was when I went to the low. And whenever I tell this story, I always get people in the comment section. They're like, this guy's lying. He's lying. But at the low security, low federal prisons are filled with sex offenders and people that cooperated. Like you're either half of them are sex offenders. The other half, 90% of those guys cooperated. So if there's 1,800 or 2,000 people, there's 1,000 people there that aren't there for a sex offense. Out of that 1,000, there's maybe 100 that didn't cooperate. And that doesn't mean that they didn't try and cooperate. They're like me. They cooperated. They just didn't get anything for it. So the only people that you can be for sure didn't cooperate are people that went to trial. And I can't tell you how many times I've read somebody who's like they call them it's a habeas action where you're trying to say, hey, my lawyer was ineffective. I can't tell you how many times guys I've read them where they're like, look, I pled guilty. My lawyer never told me I could cooperate, so I didn't. Does that make sense? So like you're walking around like, fuck those snitches, fucking snitches. Well, I read your 2255, and had you known you could cooperate, you're saying you would have. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they just don't know. And I've had friends that
Why is that more dangerous though? Like why are those people more dangerous than the higher security? The medium security. You said the low level is
filled with those guys.
It's more dangerous.
No. I'm saying that's the only time I was ever extorted.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's more dangerous.
Got it.
It is dangerous, but it's dangerous like a really, really rough high school, right? Like you could get stabbed, But honestly, if you just go to class and just keep your nose down, like I always say this, like if you get stabbed in prison, you had it coming. If you get your ass beat in prison, you had it coming. If people aren't walking around just smashing people, right? Like I had to do something. Maybe I ran up a debt, like with you. I owed you $200, or I borrowed something from you, and you said, "Hey man, I need to get that back." And I said, "Fuck you." Okay, well, you're going to get hurt. You might get away with that once or twice, but you're not a lot. Maybe you're gambling. You run up a debt and you don't pay it. You owe the bookie $200. He's got to do something to hurt you. Maybe you run up a store debt. Like some guy sells stuff out of his locker. He's got like a little store, they call it. And you're getting potato chips, and you're supposed to get him 2 potato chip bags. And you said, "Man, fuck you. I'm not going to do it." Or you're disrespectful to somebody, right? Like you gossip. You start talking about something. I start talking about Graham. Oh, Graham's a snitch. Graham's this. Fuck Graham. He's a fucking. You have to do something about that, right? You can't sue me. That's how people get hurt. And typically Graham comes to me and says, "Listen, man, you need to watch your mouth. You need to, or hey, you need to check in. You need to go to the shoe, go to the hole, right? People it's called the shoe. You need to check in or you're going to get hurt." Man, fuck you. You ain't going to do nothing. What you going to do? What are you going to do? Probably 80% of the time, and even in the low, they're going to do something.
But how common is it that someone big will come up and be like, "Oh, you're going to be with me tonight," and then if you fight back on that, then you could get like hurt. Is that
so? It's more likely that they call it that they pressure you, right? Like and I've actually had this happen where it almost happened. Like I'm walking, I see there's a clique of guys, right? They call them. This is going to sound horrible. Booty bandits. Have you ever heard the term?
No, I've never heard of that term.
Because look, in the prison genre, this is like common. Like guys do whole videos on it. So there'd be like booty bandits where they chase other guys around. This is so not your guys' thing. But so what happens is one time I'm just walking around the unit, and this guy goes, yo, bro, hey, Cox, come here, let me talk to you for a second. And I go, "No, I'm good." I said, "What's going on?" "Well, come here, let me talk to you." Now, what I notice is his cell door is open. 2 of his buddies are standing on the cell next to it, just talking like they don't even know what's going on. Another guy's standing over here. And I already know, he's saying, let me talk to you in my cell for a second. So he's either trying to get me close to the door or get me in his cell. As soon as I get into a cell, these 3 guys are going to run in, close the door, and they're going to pull out knives. What are you going to do, bro? And then it's suddenly going to get very serious. And they're going to want you to do something. They're going to want this, or you're going to get stuck and you're scared to death. Would they actually stab you? I don't know. But I knew I knew right then. I actually grabbed the handrail. I said, "Nah, bro, I'm good." I said, "If you want to talk, we can talk right here." "Well, you think I'm going to do something?" I said, "If I don't go in your cell, I don't have to find out." "What's up?" "No, man, I'm just saying if you need anything, you need shoes, I could buy you shoes. You need dope, whatever you want, I got you." He's just a nice guy, right? Like, why would you do that? They're trying to make you indebted to them because suddenly he bought you a pair of $120 shoes. Now you owe me. And in a way, you do owe him, and he feels like you owe him. So then you might get hurt. So I'm like, "Yeah, bro, I don't need nothing." "No, man, I see you wearing these shoes all the time. They're all bad, man. They're fucked up. I'm good, man. I'm good." And that's just, and I'm holding on to this because I know if he grabs me or tries to pull me or all of them, I'm going to lock on and just start screaming. Didn't happen.
How do the officers just not see this? And there's not cameras everywhere.
I mean, there are cameras, but honestly, like half of them don't work. And the officers, like they're worried about you causing a fight or something like that. People stabbing each other. Like they're not. And look, here's the other thing about that. The whole rape situation is that, keep in mind, there's gay people. There's gay guys in prison. There are, they call them punks, right? So there's punks in prison. There are transgenders. And I mean, boobs. Like there's 3 guys walking around the compound with boobs and butt implants. And like, it's like, this is insane.
Are they popular in jail or are they
serious? They're extremely popular. Listen, if you're a punk in prison, you run that place. I mean, these guys are desperate to be with this guy.
Because there's a lot of like people that are gay in prison. Like I don't know what percentage of people that go to prison like end up, having gay intercourse.
Right.
But is that because they're like born gay and they just never get a chance to like, you know, have
I
gay sex or something like that. And then once they hit prison, it's like somehow socially accepted.
I think it's probably a scale, right? Like you have some guys that are just 100% masculine, right? Super masculine. And then you have, and it's a scale, like, so it, goes to like, you're bi, you have sex with men and women. And then maybe you only have sex with, men. So, it's a scale. So some of these guys are maybe bi, but they never act on it because they're in a culture where it's not acceptable. Like in the black community, it's really not acceptable. Like these guys really frown on it. So they never act on it. But then and you'll hear this term a lot, gay for the stay. You'd hear this all the time.
So they stay because...
No, when they're in prison for their prison sentence, their stay. So he's gay for the stay. He's gay while he's here. But when he gets out, he's not. He was only having sex with other men because he was incarcerated.
I just have a hard time believing that they're not gay if they, you know what I mean? Because like you take a perfectly straight person versus a perfectly gay person. Like I think it would be probably hard to convince that person, like it's kind of a silly conversation.
Yeah,
but like
I get it, yeah.
I'm straight and I could, like, I don't know if I was in
being
prison
away for like 30 years and it's like you're 25. It's
that's the thing.
That's why I always joke about that. I'm like, look, to a guy with a life sentence, I might as well be wearing a dress. Like to a guy with a life sentence, like he's given up on all pretenses. And if he had any inclinations toward being a homosexual, he just goes all in. Why wouldn't he? He's got 30 years. He's probably going to die in prison.
Are there like bullies for gay people in prison? Like,
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. They'll pressure you. Like they'll give you stuff or they'll
No. But like, do people bully people for being gay in prison? Or is it kind of like,
no,
that's really interesting because you think.
I know.
That's what I would.
I agree. I mean, I agree. Like I feel like most of the gay guys in prison were treated very well and were typically most of the gay guys in prison are there for fraud, by the way, most of them. And they're very manipulative and they'll have multiple guys buying them commissary, getting them shoes. They'll have multiple boyfriends. They'll charge, for sexual acts. They have money on their books, like your inmate account. People will put money on their books. They'll end up getting, they call them a war daddy, a big guy that, is
that like defends them.
Yes.
Does it happen often where people go to prison not knowing they're gay? They turn gay in prison, then they continue to be gay outside of prison.
Jack,
Jesus, you really thought about this.
Because here's the thing.
That's
like
oddly specific,
for me,
Jack.
this is like, I feel like it's like a human phenomenon that it just so happens. It's confusing to me that someone can just go to prison because I put myself in those shoes, right? I imagine myself having a life sentence and I'm like, there's just no way. There's no way that it could happen.
Right. So I'll tell you one thing. Here's what's funny is a lot of guys they'll get the nudie magazines, the girl magazines, whatever, they're not Playboy, like Penthouse or whatever. And they'll just look at that. Like that seems like that's all you ever see them looking at. But I never did that because I remember thinking that's going to make my time. I'm not going to focus my time on that because it's just going to make my time harder. So I literally, when I got locked up, and as I was locked up for a longer period of time, I started thinking to myself, like, 2 years go by, 3, 4, you kind of give up on the idea. As I was approaching, my mid 40s, I thought, probably you're going to be getting out when you're 60. That's over. That part of your life is over. You'll never be in love again. You're not going to have a girlfriend or a wife. You're not going to kiss a girl. That romance portion of your life is over. So there's no reason to look at those magazines. It only makes things harder, So I just didn't. But there's lots of guys that's all they focus on.
And
so
escape.
As an escape, right? They're fantasizing whatever's going through their mind. And I just never did that because all I thought was it's just going to make things harder. I don't know that I answered your question, but
how do people sneak in everything to jail?
Oh, you're talking about I guess this happened
like internet access or
no internet access. So
I see people posting like on YouTube from jail.
Okay, well now those may be that may be somebody who has a cell phone.
Yeah,
right. So guards. It depends on the custody level, but guards will bring in a cell phone for somebody. Like you give them like they buy a $80 phone. Or maybe your girlfriend goes to the guard and gives him a phone, and then she gives him $1,000 and he gives you the phone. Now you got a phone, Or guys will, hoop it. You know what I'm saying? They'll
I don't know.
Do you not? Do you actually
They'll
not understand
place
this?
it in their. They'll go to visit, and they'll keister it or put it in their prison
Oh.
purse, and then they go and they get strip searched, but they don't catch it. Obviously, they don't. It's supposedly you bend over, cough, and there's supposed to be some kind of reaction.
Do you
But
charge it though?
you can get a charge.
In
You get a
prison?
charge. Yes. No. I mean, what do you mean?
No. But there's an outlet in the.
Oh no. Well, you can find an outlet. Like
yeah, but
there- in
wouldn't
some-
someone see it? Like a guard?
Yeah.
sees
Do you
it?
know how many? Like honestly,
Really?
do
Do
you
they
ever
just not
like for
care?
2,000 and no, they don't see it because they're in their office. Like you literally could go 6 months to a year without ever talking to a guard. You're going to see them periodically, but you don't have to have any interaction.
You don't want to talk to him, right?
No, not really. There's no real reason to. It doesn't look good for it. Depends on where what custody level you are, but yeah, but you can find access. You all have lights in your cells, right? Like you could pull the light off and find a way to plug in the charger to charge it and charge these guys they can be brilliant. They'd be very creative on, let's say everybody's got jobs, right? So you go to the job, there's outlets in the job, so if you're working in a factory or I worked in education, I taught GED. So there's plugs there.
How do you prevent your items from being stolen?
You have a locker with a lock on it.
Okay.
I mean, people could still steal it, but literally guys will track that. These guys, they police themselves. If someone's stealing from 2 or 3 people's shoes end up missing, these guys will track down who the person is. Like being a thief in prison, that's bad, bro. Like you're not going to make it long. These guys will just like 5 guys will just catch you in the bathroom and just beat the crap out of you.
Did people die while you were in
And
prison?
people died, but not from like stabbings or anything. They died just from medical, like some guy, this is just one instant. A guy got off the bus. He was he was asthmatic, extremely asthmatic. Got off the bus and they had his stuff, right? And so they wouldn't give it to him. They said, well, medical has to check it out. They have to give it to you. Okay, well, it's 4:00. I need my asthma medication. Oh, well, when you get to the unit, tell them to call medical. Medical closes. But he doesn't know. The guard's just trying to get him off. Well, you go to the unit, tell the unit manager, and they'll get it from medical because I have to bring this to medical. So he brings it to medical. Goes there, unit manager's not there. Goes to the CO. Hey, man, I need my stuff. Okay. We'll take care of it after count. It's 4:00 count. Everybody has to stand in there. And they go around, they count everybody. By 4:30, they're done. He goes back. Hey man, I need my
Inhaler.
inhaler. You don't understand. I could die. All right, calm down. I'll call down there. Calls down there. They're not there. I need it. Oh, they're not there, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Go look, when you go to dinner, see if the assistant warden is there and talk to the assistant warden. Goes there, assistant warden's not there. Goes to try and talk to the lieutenant. Lieutenant says they're closed. What do you want me to do? You'll get it tomorrow. Guy's in tears. Guy's calling calls his family at home. I'm here. I'm in Coleman. I just got here. They've got my stuff. They won't give it to me. I don't know what to do. Everybody's freaking out. Nobody wants to help him. That night, he has a massive asthma attack and he dies. He wakes up the next morning. He's as hard as a fucking rock. Like, done. Died in the middle of the night.
Who's responsible for that?
Nobody. You can't sue anybody. It's just a mistake. And you know where they said he died? What they'll do is they'll come during count, they'll realize he's dead, and they'll then call the outside ambulance. The guards will put him on one of these orange things that they carry, or they'll strap him down, and they'll go, hurry, hurry. The guy's dead. Rigor mortis is set in. He's done. They rush him out, get him outside, put him in the ambulance, and then they say he died on his way to the hospital. So he left here alive. Everybody knows he didn't, but there's nobody really.
It's shocking to me that the family has a record of him saying he's been trying to access medication, can't,
right? But
warned about it, and he's dead. It seems as though
how many police officers are on camera violating people's rights, beating them up, breaking their arms, hurting them? They fire the guy. Maybe they do a payoff only because they're on film.
Why don't
these people aren't on film?
Do the officers care about this person's life? Because it seems like even just as a human, it's like if the guy needs his medication,
they probably see a lot of people fabricating things, exaggerating, lying, and so they just use their best judgment, and it's very skewed.
Gosh.
Right. And that's really the problem. And I always used to say, every time the administration would try and do something for the inmates, they ruin it. The inmates ruin it every time. They had this thing where you could rent movies, not rent movies, just sign up and you could get a movie. They had a whole list of movies you could get. Very quickly, the guy that's running the inmate that's running it, now you have to pay him to see a movie. And before you know it, he's selling slots to 2 different people. And then suddenly there's fights and guys are getting stabbed over it. And it's like, they're paying you to sit here and schedule people. You're charging people $4 to watch this new movie they got in, and you're scheduling it so much. This guy shows up late, and this guy's pissed off, and he's not done yet. And I'm right here. Tell him to, these guys aren't normal. And next thing you know, that guy walks in and just picks up something and smashes the guy in the head. And
does jail screw with
ruin
people's minds? Because it seems like being in that environment maybe causes some people to like act out in that sort of way.
I think most of those people probably had issues to begin with, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Because I did 13 years, and I'm not saying I'm, the picture of health, but I don't think I'm mentally any worse off now than I was. But I also wasn't in a penitentiary. So I wasn't in a violent place and there are some penitentiaries, like California penitentiaries are some of the worst, right? Like, yet guys are literally and they are getting, there are stabbings, but I committed a federal crime. I shouldn't have even been in a medium. I should have gone straight to a camp. I have camp points. But because I had so much time, they sent me to a medium. I stayed there for 3 years. After 3 years, I went to a low.
And what's the biggest difference between medium and low in terms of security?
In a medium, if a guy puts a Snickers bar on your pillow, don't eat it. Don't touch it, because he's going to come back for it. And you better be there, right? If he doesn't, you owe him. In the low, you can eat the fucking Snickers. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, it's it's more serious. You remember I was saying, like, if somebody gives you something like, oh, now you owe me. Now you owe me. So it's like if somebody left a Snickers, it'd be like, take that thing and just stick it outside and be like, I don't know what you're, or don't even touch it. Like, I don't know what you're fucking around. Get your shit off my pillow. But at the low, you could eat it. Nobody's going to probably do anything. It's like I said, at the low, when I got the low, I'd been there a month or so, and I had a guy come up to me and tell me, he walked right up to me and he goes, yo, man, this is how this is going to go. You're going to get me $50 in commissary. And I don't know what the exact amount was, but $50 in commissary every single month, and nobody's going to bother you. I said, yeah. He said, yeah, I ain't fucking around. I said, all right. I said, well, what do you want? And I guess he didn't expect it to go that smoothly. He goes, man, I ain't playing around. I said, bro, I heard you. You want $50 commissary. He said, but I need to know what you want. I said, nobody's going to bother me. He said, no. I said, well, can you give me a list? I ain't joking. I said, bro, what do you want me to say? You just told me $50 in commissary. What do you want? You want me to just get you whatever I want you to have? And I said, give me a list. All right, I'll get you a list. I said, make sure you put your, like, whatever, they call them cells with their cubicles in the lows because they don't have doors. Tell me what cell you're in. He goes, what will you need this cell for? I said, because when you give me the list and I go to the counselor and I tell the counselor, what am I supposed to do about this? This guy wants me to buy him $50 in commissary. I said, I want to be able to tell him he's in this cell so we can go straight to you and we can talk about it. He goes, oh, that's how it is? See, normally in the comments, people, if I've said this before, they're always like, he'd be smashed. That guy would have beat your ass. You never tell. I was in a low security prison, federal prison. Half the guys are sex offenders. 90% of the other guys have cooperated. This is not a tough place. Not saying people don't get stabbed. They do.
Right.
And he sat there and he's like, oh, that's how it's going to be? You're going to snitch on me? I said, of course I'm going to snitch on you. I said, bro, almost everybody in this fucking place is a snitch. I go, I just came from the medium for 3 years and nobody ever extorted me. Do you think I'm going to get extorted at the low? And he goes, all right. You're going to have some problems. You're going to have problems. I said, all right, well, if I do, I'll know where to find you. I'll have problems. I said, if I have to get smashed and I have to go to the fucking shoe, then that's what I have. I said, I got 20 fucking years to go. 20 years. Do you really think that I don't expect to get smashed a few times? I said, bro, I promise you're going too. I said, because I ain't keeping my mouth shut. Oh, okay. We're going to see you. They're going to come back and bite you. And he walks off.
Yeah.
Never heard anything else from the guy. Saw the guy he's in my unit. I see him every day. I'd walk. I used to avoid him.
Yeah.
I would avoid him for like months, right? Like he was like 6'6", super tall, thin, but super tall. So I could see him everywhere. Anywhere you stood up, you'd be like, oh, there he is. I'd walk this way. So I'm kind of avoiding him. But at some point, something happened and he just It was, I had to move cells, and I swapped out a cell with a sex offender. Some guy moved in my cell. I didn't want my cell. So I went to the sex offender and I said, look, I'll give you $35 if you'll switch cells with me. So while the other guy is sleeping, we swap out all of our stuff. I get the counselor to agree to it. We swap it all out. And then when the guy wakes up, he realizes, one, you moved into my cell without asking me. And now and I'm pissed. And you basically told me, fuck you. It's tough shit. I got permission, nothing you can do. And I then go to the counselor and convince him to let me move the sex offender in there. He says, okay. And I move the sex offender in there. So when this guy wakes up from his nap, he's now living with a sex offender. It's the worst thing you could possibly do. So I do that, and it got around to me. Everybody's laughing their asses off like, damn, Cox. So that guy, the 6'6" guy, one day I'm walking down and I see him. I look up, he goes, Cox. And I thought, fuck with this guy. And I go, yeah, what's up? He said, that shit you did, they call them chomos. He goes, that shit you did with the chomo? And I go, yeah. He goes, veteran fucking move, bro. We dab hands. He goes, veteran fucking move. And he just walks off.
I don't understand. Why is it the worst thing to be paired up with a sex offender?
Because they're a sex offender, and they're like in prison, in the hierarchy of prison, like that's the worst possible thing you could be.
Because it's
right,
like
but being paired with them is that bad?
No. I'm saying I have to live with a sex offender. In some prisons, the guys will tell you cannot, like if you're in a gang or something, like you can't live with a sex offender. And what they mean is like, you tell him he's got like 48 hours to move. He needs to get himself moved. But if the sex offender says, I'm not moving, well, then you have to smash him or you're going to get smashed. Do you see what I mean? Like it's
interesting.
Like I honestly, I had a very easy, not that any of it's super easy, but in comparison to the prison experience I could have had, I was blessed. I really was blessed. It could have been really bad. I could have gone to a much worse place. I could have had major problems. I got very lucky. I taught GED. I taught the real estate class. They have a real estate class. It was super popular. I went to the low, and that's where the guy Frank Amadeo. I'd been interviewed. Let's get back to that. I've been interviewed by Dateline, and the U.S. attorney in my case said, if you're interviewed by first, if you cooperate, we'll consider it what's called substantial assistance, and we'll reduce your sentence. I did it, but they didn't arrest anybody. So when we said, okay, but I cooperated, they said, yeah, but it didn't lead it to anything. So we can't do anything for you. Then they came to me and they said, look, if you'll be interviewed by Dateline, we'll consider that substantial assistance, and we'll reduce your sentence. So I'm interviewed by Dateline. They air it. We go back to him, say, hey, he was interviewed. And they go, yeah, it's just not enough. Okay. And so then American Greed contacts us. They contact the U.S. attorney. They say, hey, we want to interview this guy. She tells my attorney, have him be interviewed. Okay, I'm interviewed by him. It's released. It airs. I have the episode. And they say, it's just not enough. Then I'm contacted by a guy, Jim Montram, who runs the National Mortgage Origination Group. All mortgage brokers have to take 9 hours of continuing education every year, right? 3 hours is on ethics and fraud. So he comes to me, he goes, gets my lawyer, goes to the U.S. attorney, and they come back and they say, look, we want Cox to write the ethics and fraud course that's going to be used to help teach the nation's mortgage brokers. I spent 3 months writing this course. Well, probably 2 or 3 months writing the course, 9,500 words. He implements it. He starts using it. We get a bunch of letters from people saying that it's being used. We go back to the U.S. attorney. We say, here, you promised if I did this. And they go, yeah, it's just not enough. So at this point, what do I do? At this point, it's been 6 years. It's been 6 years. My out date with good time. So with 15% off my sentence, if I got no good time, my out date is 2035. But I'm a good guy. I didn't lose any good time. I'm a good person. I'm a good inmate. So I'm going to get all my good time. My out date is 2030. I'm supposed to be right now in prison. So finally, I realized there's nothing I can do. So I said, well, I want to file something, right? Like there's paperwork you can file, something called a 2255. It's a habeas motion. I know that means nothing. It's saying, hey, my lawyer is inefficient. It was ineffective. Like my lawyer didn't know what they were doing. And so you try and take back your plea. I was given bad information. I want to take my plea back. I want to start over. So you have 1 year to do that from the day you're sentenced. It's been 6 years. So I've called a bunch of people lawyers on the street. They've all said, you don't have a chance. There's nothing you can do. You'll never get back into court. So I have a buddy who's been working with this guy named Frank Amadeo. He's a disbarred lawyer. He was doing 22 years for tax fraud. He's bipolar with features of schizophrenia. So some bipolars have such bad bipolar that when they become manic, they become like delusional, right? So they don't just get upset and angry. They actually have like fantasies. His fantasy, and he would disagree with this, is that God is telling him that he is preordained to be emperor of the world. It's exactly that's how he says it. Not ruler, king, emperor of the world. And he's preordained. God has ordained it. It's going to happen. And he believes God's telling him this, which is how he ended up in prison. He stole nearly $200 million from the federal government.
Whoa. How did you do that?
So listen, and this actually happens a lot. You don't hear about it. Let's say some big company, a lot of these companies that go under, right? They claim bankruptcy, whatever. So most companies do what? They'll stop paying their vendors. They'll pay but they'll almost always pay their employees, right? But a lot of times what happens is if you're a W-2 employee making $1,000 a week, your employer takes out your taxes, right? Let's say $200 a week.
Sure.
And then plus they pay in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like $50.
Yep.
So that $250, every quarter, they send that to the IRS. Well, a lot of times when these companies get into financial straits, they tell the IRS, we have the money. Well, we owe you the money, but we don't have it. We spent it. As long as they notify the IRS, that's okay. So what happens is they can get further and further behind. And so what Frank did was Frank would go in and buy companies that were in distress. He would then immediately say, look, all of your employees, we're going to have them work for this company, not payroll company, but a employee leasing company. And they're going to lease the employees back to you and we'll do all the payroll. And he owns this company. So now there's hundreds of thousands of dollars every week for your company going into the payroll company. And Frank is paying the employees, but the money he's supposed to be sending to the IRS, he doesn't send it to them. He keeps it. He keeps it and he's using it to do things like he's trying to buy F-16s. He starts a private security company that has contracts in Afghanistan, that is in charge of, guarding convoys, that is guarding diplomats, that are kidnapping people in other countries and bringing them back to the United States. Like if you're a drug dealer, the DEA wants you, but you're a Brazilian drug dealer who's hanging out in Colombia, the DEA can't go get them. Frank's company comes in, watches them for a week, grabs them, throws them on a plane, flies them back in, calls the DEA, gives them to the DEA. DEA cuts you a check for $250,000. No questions asked. He's wanted. If he shows up here, we don't ask questions. There are companies that do this. Blackwater, these are private companies. They guard oil rigs. So he's got companies that do these things. He's got a military company that builds portable satellites. Like it's all these things they have military applications. Frank goes to prison and he starts representing inmates. So he gets 22 years for doing for the money that he wasn't sending the IRS. And it's a super interesting story, by the way. Never mind. I wrote a book, but I really lay it out. It's really interesting, and he's a fascinating character and a hilarious and honestly, so he was there a few years before I ever talked to him. I wasn't going to talk to him because he's delusional. Like I don't want that delusional guy doing my legal work, but he's doing legal work for other inmates. And so every once in a while, somebody comes up to me and goes, "Hey man, you know Jake? Yeah. Fucking immediate release tomorrow." I think I had like 10 more years. No, Frank got him immediate release. He's leaving. Are you serious? Frank? Yeah. 2 weeks later. Pookie in B3? Yeah, I know. Pookie with the dreads. Yeah. Bro, they're putting him for a halfway house. Frank just got 5 years off his sentence. He's leaving. Really? 3 weeks later. Somebody else leaving. Somebody else 10 years off his sentence. Somebody else immediate release. Somebody else 4 years off his sentence. Anything's something. You got 8 years and you get 4 years off and you're already been locked up 3 years. You're going home right now with good time. They're going straight to a halfway house. So it's like, holy shit. I heard this for 6 months to 8 months. So maybe a year. So after a year, I go, so now it's been like 7 years. I go to Frank. My buddy Turk says, you got to come talk to him. I go and I tell him my case. Here's what happened. Here's what they said. Here's what they said. And I'm going to do Frank for you here. Frank's like 5'4". And Frank goes, yes. I'll tell you, he just has these spikes of bipolar, right? Mm-hmm. He goes, I tell you, he said, I'm not going to let them do this to you. I will not let them do this. When my legions march on Washington, the president will bow at my feet and I will burn the Constitution. And everybody's, me, Turk, and another guy, yeah. I realized these other guys are just like standing there like, and I'm thinking, the fuck is happening? And all of a sudden he goes, Turk, I'm going to need a form, a 2255 form. I'm going to need, Jimmy, start a file on Matt Cox. Mr. Cox, I'm going to need your transcripts. I'm going to need a copy of your indictment. I'm also going to need a copy of your plea agreement, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, what just happened? This guy just said his legions are going to march on Washington. And then these guys are like, absolutely, Frank, absolutely. Jimmy turns around and bolts off, or Todd, or whatever his name was, to go get my file. And Turk, like, come on, let's go. Turn around. I'm like, what the fuck just happened, bro? I remember thinking, I'm spending every day of my sentence in this place. He's crazy.
How do you pay him?
I didn't pay him. I never had to pay him anything.
He just does this because he enjoys doing it?
He does it because I think he's a huge thorn in the side of the not the BOP, but of the government.
Yeah.
So what happens is we fight the case. So we fight the case.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just, Frank says, do this. Yes, sir. And I'm still seeing him cut people loose. He prepares the documents. He sends them off. They come back. Government says this guy's time barred. Frank says the time bar is reset every time you requested he do something. Mr. Cox could have done something immediately, but you requested he be interviewed by Dateline. So he didn't, because he expected you to do what you were going to do. He said my lawyer, which was funny because he didn't say a lawyer was ineffective. My lawyer, because you don't have the right, by the way, for an effective lawyer under the Constitution. You just have a right to a lawyer. So that's why a lot of people lose. He said my lawyer didn't understand the law. So we argue back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This goes on for 6-8 months. And then finally, when it looks like I'm going to get what's called an evidentiary hearing, where they're going to bring me back to court, where you can argue in front of the government suddenly tells the court, we want you to give Mr. Cox a lawyer so he can decide whether or not to accept what's called a Rule 35, a sentence reduction, or continue on to do the evidentiary hearing. So they just said they're going to give me a Rule 30. They're going to reduce my sentence, not by they said one level. I'm sorry, they didn't even offer that. So they give me a lawyer. Lawyer flies down. She says they're offering you one level. It's like 40 months off my sentence. And so I said, oh, no, that's not enough. So I said, Frank said that we want 4 levels. And she's like, well, okay, who's Frank? And I said, Frank's the guy that did all my legal work. And I explained to her that he's, she goes, what's he here for? And I tell her what he's there for. And she's like, you've got a mentally incompetent guy doing your legal work? I said, yeah. I said, but it doesn't seem to affect his legal work, does it? I said, because she said, yeah, but still. I said, yeah, but all of the competent lawyers said they wouldn't do it. She's like, yeah, well, you don't have a chance of winning. I go, and yet you're here. I've already won one level. Mm-hmm. They've already agreed. I said, if you're saying I don't have a chance. She goes, no. I said, if I don't have a chance, why wouldn't they just crush me? Why are you here? She says, yeah, I don't know. So anyway, long story short, we go back and forth, back and forth. I end up going, they bring me, they go up to like, they give me one level and they agree, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring you back to court. You can argue in front of the judge. So we go back to court, we argue in front of the judge, and the judge says, I'm going to give you 3 levels off your sentence, which is 3 levels is the equivalent of 7 years.
Wow.
So you have to think incrementally, each level represents less and less months of incarceration as you go lower. So this is 7, right? 3 levels is 7. So I come back to court, and I go up to Frank, and I remember, because I always love this, that he said, this is so funny. He goes, went to Frank, I said, hey, Frank, I just got back. And he's like, yeah, I heard. I said, I got 7 years off my sentence. And I said, I really appreciate it. And he goes, right, yeah. And I said, but I was hoping it would be more, and he said, I know. He said, so did I. He said, Matt, he said, it looks like we're going to have to eat this elephant one spoonful at a time. He said, you keep your ears open. He said, something will happen. Something will happen. We're going to get you some more time off. I was like, and I just thought, he's probably 10 years older than me. So, he's just trying to be, nice and, and it was even just for me to even say, I was hoping it would be more, like it was a dick thing for me to even say. So, and it's funny, I get upset because like, I'm so fucking appreciative. Like I didn't have a chance without this guy, and, so I'm walking around the compound and, I'm walking around the compound a month later with this guy named Ron Wilson. Ron Wilson ran a Ponzi scheme where he stole $57 million from pension funds and churches. Not a nice guy. But I liked Ron. It's an old con man. We had a lot. He's super cocky, super arrogant, reminding me of my dad. So I'm walking around the compound with him one day and he's complaining because he's been locked up maybe a year or so, but he's cooperating in his case, hoping to get some time off his sentence. He's got like 19 and a half years. So he keeps saying they're not going to reduce his sentence. They're not going to cut any time off his sentence. And I keep saying, why? He goes, because they think I hid Ponzi scheme money. I said, well, you didn't. You gave them all the Ponzi scheme money. You don't understand. Okay. This goes on for months. 2-3 months. And then one day he keeps saying it. And I said, why do you keep saying that, bro? Like they would have to find out that you don't have that you have the Ponzi scheme money to withhold your sentence reduction, assuming your cooperation leads to something. And he goes, can I trust you? And I go, probably not. And he goes, I did hide some Ponzi scheme money. And I went, okay. And he said, I gave my wife not much, $150,000 in some cash. And, but she found out, since I've been incarcerated, she's found out that I was having an affair. I actually think it was before that, but she found out I was having an affair. And you don't know my wife. She's crazy. She'll burn the whole house down around her. Like she didn't care. And she's so upset about it. My fear is she's going to give them that money to make sure that I do all this time. And of course, he's already decided he's going to die in prison. And I'm like, because he's 60 something, right? He's like 61. And I was like, okay. And he said, I gave my brother about 30,000. I'm like, okay. And he says, so yeah. And I went, okay. And so we're walking and I said, well, don't worry about it. She's not going to do that, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, we'll see. And I remember thinking, is that enough to get me a sentence reduction? If I contact someone and tell them, and they indict this guy. And then I thought, they're not going to indict this guy because the wife's not going to give up the money. Like he's just griping. And so I don't say anything. So maybe a month or so later, I call my lawyer because she was supposed to send me my transcripts because I had written a book, right? I wrote my book and I wanted to include some of the stuff that was said at my sentencing. So I call her and when we're talking, she says, okay, yeah, I'll send them to you. I'm sorry, Matt. I totally forgot. Okay. She says, anything going on in there? I said, no, nothing. And she goes, you sure? Nothing? It was just weird, right? Like, you never wanted to talk to me before. And I was like, no, well, I said, yeah, you know what? Listen to this. There's a guy here named Ron Wilson. So she types him up. She goes, oh, wow, this is a bad guy. And I said, this is what he told me. And she goes, okay, hold on. She said, look, I'll look into it for you. Okay. I figured I'd never hear from her. A week later, a correctional officer comes up to me and says, Cox, you got to go to SIS, which is internal security. So you got to go there on the next move. I go, okay. So I go there. They go, come on in. The guy come in. Come here, Cox. Sit down. Okay. He boop, 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 dials the phone. Here. I said, well, what's going on? Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. So I'm like, yeah, what's up? And this guy goes, hey, this is a Secret Service agent, Griffin. I think his last name was Griffin. Griffin. And I'm like, yeah. He said, I understand you know where Ron Wilson hid Ponzi scheme money. I go, yeah, but I need something in writing saying you're going to give me something. And he's, well, I'll try and blah, blah, blah. First, he told me that, I'll make sure you get something. Well, I know you can't promise that. So I'm going to need something from a U.S. attorney. So takes about a month or so, he ends up sending me something saying that if they recover any money, a substantial amount of money, or anybody's indicted, they will consider it substantial assistance and reduce my sentence. What else do I have? It's all I'm going to get. So I tell them what happened. They interview Ron Wilson's wife and his brother. His wife first denies it. The next day, his brother comes in and gives him $150,000. He said 30. Then an hour or two later, the wife comes in and gives him $350,000. That's $500,000, including gold bullion, silver, because he was a silver dealer. His Ponzi was based on precious metals. So she's got like $100,000 in precious metals, gives it to him. They indict the wife, the brother, and Ron Wilson. Keep in mind, I've been emailing these people, the Secret Service, this whole time. So that's pretty dangerous. Like, I could get hurt for that. Mm-hmm. If the other inmates found out, I could get real bad beat down. But I want out of prison. And between Ron Wilson and me, it's going to be Ron Wilson. So, Wilson, I know all this is happening. He doesn't. So one day I'm walking across the compound waiting for this shit for him to realize. And all of a sudden he, Cox. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, hey, Ron, what's up? And he says, you're not going to believe this. They indicted me. I'm like, huh? They indicted you? That's crazy. And he says, yeah, they indicted me and my wife and my brother. And I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. And he's like, yeah, so they're going to take me back to court. And so they take him back. They end up taking him back to court. His wife gets like 100 hours of community service and like a year probation. His brother gets like a year probation and like 50 hours of community service. Ron Wilson gets 6 months added onto his sentence. When I turn around and go to the court and say, hey, here's what's happening. You said you reduced my sentence. The courts, the U.S. attorney, they ignore my requests. Then I go back to Frank and I explain it to Frank, and Frank files another 2255, goes back to the court, and the government says, we don't even know what Mr. Cox is talking about. But I had that letter.
Wow.
So I send that to the judge, and the judge is like, listen, something's up. So suddenly they give me a lawyer. The lawyer flies down. They say, we'll give you one level off. We argue. We end up getting 3 levels off my sentence, which is 5 years. I told you incrementally it goes down. So it's 5 years. By the time that happens, I'm like a year away from being released. My sentence has now been knocked. 12 years came off my sentence, but I've been locked up. At this point, it's been, this has been 12 years, 11 and change. So within 6 months to a year, I'm released and I go to a halfway house. And so I go to a halfway house. I go to the halfway house and now I'm here.
What's it like adjusting to life outside of prison? Like, technology, I felt, moved so quickly in that time frame. Like, do you come out and you're like, what is this? Like,
I'd never seen an iPhone. I'd never been on YouTube. I'd never been on Facebook. I'd never, none of all of that is completely foreign to me. Like I said, I had written a bunch of true crime stories. While I was locked up, I wrote a bunch of true crime stories. I got some guys in Rolling Stone magazine. I got a book deal. I got 2 book deals. Like I optioned somebody's life rights. But I did it all by writing and typing it on core links, which is like like email, kind of like email. And there's no access to the internet. All of these things, like all I knew when I got out was I wanted to do a podcast. But like I said earlier, there was no such thing as a podcast when I got arrested. I didn't know what it was. Guys that are coming in are trying to explain it to me. It's like a radio show, but it's live. And I'm like, oh, I don't understand. Where do you listen to it? What is it? Oh, on your phone. On my phone, I had a Razor flip phone. You're not listening to nothing on a Razor flip phone. So, I don't know what it is. So yeah, when I got there, I remember when I got to the halfway house, I got a job that a buddy hired me at a gym. Right away, my probation officer said, hey, I just emailed you a financial statement you have to fill out. It's like 20 pages. I said, okay. She said, you got to print it, fill it out, and mail it to me. Okay. I go to my buddy and I said, hey man, she mailed me this. I have to print this out. And he goes, okay. He said, here, hold on. Okay. There. He goes, okay. He said, it's printing on the, and I went, no, bro, I need like a physical copy. I have to fill it out. He goes, it's on the printer. I said, but what are you talking about? I said, I mean, I need to print this. I need to print it so I can fill it out and mail it to her. He goes, it's on the printer. It's like 30 feet away.
Yeah.
And I went, what are you talking about? I said, you didn't do anything with it. And he goes, oh, wow, bro. He said, listen. I said, there's no wires. You have to plug it into, we have to print it. Well, you got to plug it in. And he goes, no, Matt, I just connected you to the Wi-Fi. The printer's connected to the Wi-Fi. So it just went through the Wi-Fi to the printer and it's printed. So I'm like, what? Just go to the printer. I walk over to the printer and there it is, 20 pages. It's magic. Like it's magic. Like I could watch movies. Anything I ever wanted to know. 150 guys have made a YouTube video. It doesn't matter how stupid it is. If you want to know about how to put the foam thing on, your Shure mic, like there's a guy, the proper way to do this is, like it's insane. Yeah. I'm shocked. And what's so funny is still to this day, I'll be with a couple people and they'll be arguing about something and I'll be like, you have the most powerful device ever created in history. Let's look it up. Who, created this? And then boom, I'm like, you guys have been arguing for 5 minutes. So it's just so funny because like, although I still have little glitches, it absolutely seems like magic.
What was the biggest adjustment for you?
And it was definitely,
was it the iPhone?
Yeah, it was the iPhone and it was editing, learning how to edit. 'Cause I use Final Cut Pro. I don't know what you guys use, but super hard. Like I didn't have anybody to help me. So I'm watching YouTube videos like baby step. And now, of course, like I can do shorts and I can do editing and I can do whatever I need to do at this point. Yeah, I would say just the technology in general. And then, obviously reacclimating just to society.
Yeah.
Like,
how did people treat you when you got out of jail?
I don't really hang out with the only people that I really hang out with that I used to hang out with is my it's just a couple of friends that weren't really involved in the fraud at all. We were friends in high school. So friends from high school that had nothing to do with my fraud that I'd kind of, after your high school friends, you go off and you get new friends, right? Well, I went off and I got my fraud friends. And so those high school friends were the friends that came and saw me in prison and got me a job immediately. The other people don't return phone calls. They don't return, you send them something on Messenger, they don't return it, Instagram, text, nothing. So those people I don't hear from. I think for the most part, people have been cool that I knew me prior, but I think most people knew people when I meet them. It's always kind of funny. I'll go to a party and you're talking to somebody and I don't bring it up, but I'm not going to shy away from it, right? So you bring it up and then somebody's, oh yeah, I'm like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I do this. And we talk about that for 10 minutes. Oh, what do you do? And I go, oh, I run a YouTube channel, and I do speaking engagements and, what kind of YouTube channel? And my wife will look at me, and it's like,
here we go.
What can I say that's going to not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm like, oh, it's about true crime. Oh, how'd you get into that? Okay. I'm like, I did 13 years in prison for bank fraud. And so I got out and I decided to start one. And they're like, listen, this happened with 3 different couples about 2 weeks ago. Every one of their moods changed. You could immediately see it in their faces. And, one guy was like, well, you did the time, you did what you did. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I mean, I don't have a problem with it's just like, I didn't say you had a problem with it. Like, it immediately went into this whole apologetic thing for me, apologizing on my behalf. And he's okay with, want you to know I'm okay with it. And I didn't think you weren't okay. I don't need you to be okay with it. But I was like, okay, no, I get it. And, my wife and I are just grinning. And I met my wife in the halfway house. She did 5 years for a meth conspiracy.
What is meth conspiracy?
Methamphetamine?
Yeah, I know that. What's the conspiracy around that?
She was working under a guy named Wildman in Okeechobee, Florida, and there were like 30 people on her case. And so she's distributing meth. She's got dealers underneath her. They're selling. She's selling. She's getting it from him. He's getting it from the Mexican cartel.
Wow.
So, yeah, She's got a super interesting story.
Why do you think you went in this direction? Because you're obviously very charismatic, confident, smart, well-spoken. It seems like you could have excelled in just about anything that you would put your mind to.
I mean, maybe, you know what I've heard a lot as I always get that, this guy would have been successful at anything he did. Okay.
Right?
Or he would have made way more money if he'd done something legal. I mean, honestly, the amount of money I was making for the amount of effort, I wouldn't have. Like fraud, and it was easy. And it was, once again, it was just arrogance. And I just thought I was so smart and I was going to get away with it and they weren't going to catch me. And every time they did catch me, I paid them back or I talked my way out of it. And so you can imagine how invincible you would feel having been in they handcuffed me. They handcuffed me. They questioned me. They've got the bank saying you're committing fraud. They've got me 100%. I walk out of there. I felt like they cannot catch me. I mean, I just felt invincible. I look back, it's stupid, obviously.
How much time do you think you needed to serve in order to change?
I probably should have gotten 10 years and probably done 7 and a half.
And that would have been enough to ensure that you never did anything like that again?
Yeah, because after about 3 years, I was like I don't want to come back here. Like I don't. And I'd found like a passion for writing at that point. And I think at that point I had realized like you can live with very little to be happy. Like I was happier in prison with nothing than I ever was with everything prior to prison. I was happier when I got out, happier in the halfway house, happier living in somebody's spare room, happier now with my wife and I. Like we don't have a lot of money, but just super happy with almost nothing. I realized that, and it took years. That's not like something where you say, oh, if I got in 6 months. No, I wasn't. No, in 6 months, I was still just an arrogant prick. I was scared to death because I was at the medium. But by 3 or 4 years, I had a definite change of heart, definitely.
You can't keep in touch with your prison friends, can you?
No.
So that's illegal?
Yeah. But I do.
But you do? Is that...
Can you say that?
I probably can't say that.
We should probably edit that out.
No, it's fine. Because look, here's the thing. Most of the people I'm in contact with, I've written stories about. So I have to be in contact with that person. I wrote a book about him. I wrote a story about him. Think about the podcast. I'm not allowed to be around other felons. I'm around other felons at least.
You got to get it. I'm kidding. Yeah.
At least 6 times a week.
Yeah.
At least 6 times a week. Let's say 4 or 5 times a week. I do 4 podcasts. We put out 4. I probably do 5 or 6 a week. Almost all those guys are felons. As long as it's for work, I'm allowed to be around them. That's been my agreement since the beginning.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Now, they don't do that for just anybody. But, you have to understand the amount of, what I've been through. And I mean, my probation officer 100% knows, like, this guy's, he's good. He's not doing anything. She's super, I don't want to say impressed with me, but she wholeheartedly believes that, like, this guy's not going back to prison. If she could take me off probation right now, she would. But she can't because I still owe, like, $5.7 million.
How does that feel to owe $5.7 million?
I'm good for it. You guys have no sense of humor.
Well, I'm doing calculations in my head. I'm like, hey, listen, you do these things.
Do they charge interest on that?
No.
That's good.
Not on mine. Most people's they do, but that is probably the only argument that my lawyer made, because she was like, look, he's probably never going to be able to pay this off.
And who's getting the $5.7 million? The banks?
So it's funny because probably 80% of the banks that I defrauded went under during 2008. So the government's mostly getting it. I'm sure that I have like 3 or 4 victims, right, that lost money. Like I didn't take money from you.
Eckert?
No. But I rented your house. And so I rented your house. I satisfied the mortgage. I took out 4 mortgages, 5 mortgages on it, and then I took off. What do? You just start getting these letters saying they're foreclosing.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to go out and you hire an attorney. Some people did it themselves. Some people just started making the phone calls themselves and they fixed it and they realized what was happening. Because obviously the FBI comes in, Secret Service says, no, he's a victim of fraud, blah, blah, blah. And then they just quash it. But some people, they don't have that kind of time and they were scared. And so they went and they paid $10,000 to an attorney or $5,000 to an attorney. So I owe to individual victims, 4 people, total of about $30,000. So I assume every month when I make a payment, periodically, maybe every quarter, I don't know how it works, but they get a little check, What is that check $16?
It's too bad they
don't know.
can't get paid first
I've
before
thought
the
about
government.
that. So one of the things I've thought about doing was once I'm off probation is I've thought if I could go back in front of the judge and say, look, can we arrange it so that I pay these people off first? Because nobody gives a shit about banks, especially 80% of the banks that went under.
I agree.
And nobody's laying awake at night thinking, I hope Mr. Cox makes his restitution payments. But these guys, I'd love to be able to say, look, how much have they been paid and what do I owe them? Because if I had to pay those people individually, I promise you I'd make a hell of a lot more effort. I feel a lot better about making that payment. And it'd make I don't know that it'd make a huge difference because honestly, if you listen to it, one guy was a doctor, one guy is a CPA, one guy is a hard money lender I think two of them are hard money lenders that lend money, like they're multimillionaires. Like it's not like I hit some guy that works at a Walmart who's got 3 kids, So, but I would like to pay them off. It's funny, nobody ever said, it's funny you say that, nobody's ever said that. And I've always thought that. And I've always thought like, what happens if something does get made? Like I could pay them off, And so I would like to do that. Like I think that, and I would love to do that. I'd love to be able to go to the court and explain, look, can we restructure this? And I don't see that the U.S. attorney would have a problem with it.
I don't think so.
Right. But, I haven't done that because I've been on probation. And because while you're on probation, you're under the probation officer and there's nothing I can do under probation because it's already listed how I have to pay. So you'd have to go back to the court, restructure the whole thing. And I just want off probation and then I'll do it. And I have to pay anyway, no matter what I'm always paying. I just like to
pay them first.
Yeah.
What I found really interesting was the escalation of crime that you experienced throughout those years. And I'm curious in situations like Breaking Bad, where it starts out as just like a standard school teacher, and then you just see like him devolve basically into someone who like ends up killing people and this and that. Like how applicable do you think situations like that are to just the greater public? Do you think you can take a perfectly normal person and then just slowly, like a slippery slope, get them down and down and down and down until they start doing worse things? Like if you continued to get away with this, how bad do you think it could have gotten?
I mean, I'm not really a violent person, so I don't think it would have ever gotten to. I don't think it ever would have ended up being violent. But then violent people probably don't ever think that either.
At the same time, like, I bet if you had told yourself that you'd be evading U.S. Marshals by driving away from them, like you would just not have believed it.
Right. I'll tell you, I have a friend who started making ecstasy with a retired professor at UCLA. So he started making ecstasy, which was at that point, it was a party drug, right? It was raves. There were raves back in the late 80s. And then it slowly evolved into methamphetamine. And then they were paying off FBI agents and confidential informants, and they were paying off like it just got progressively worse and worse and worse. And the amounts he was making was getting higher and higher. And eventually 2 of the FBI confidential informants end up getting murdered. And you can see the escalation of this guy who's just making ecstasy. He's like, I just felt like I was making ecstasy. And then it became meth. But it became meth because they owed this money. They got ripped off by the FBI. They were crooked FBI agents. And then it just progressively got worse and worse, and they keep getting deeper and deeper. And before you know it, people are ordering murders. And it's like, these are a bunch of fucking high school kids. I mean, by this time they're 20, 25, 20, in their early 20s. But it's like, what just happened? If you hear the story, you're like, how did this happen? But I mean, I've seen that a lot. Like some guy just starts off slow and then it gets very, very serious. And when money's involved, people get crazy. I think mine would just have continued to be fraud and fraud and fraud. And I would have probably just continued to get fraud till I get caught. Everybody's always like, well, if you'd gotten to, Australia, you think you'd have been good. I wouldn't have, bro. I'd have done something. I'd have gotten caught. The other thing is people always ask me like, would you do it again? Or, if you could change it, would you change it? Like, fuck yeah, I'd change it. You know what I mean? Like, I love those guys who are like, no, because it made me the person I am today. Are you insane? Like, I did 13 years in prison. My father died when I was in prison, by the grace of God, I got out just in time to watch the 2 years. I was able to spend 2 years with my mother before she died. Bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I could change that and go back and, and have been a decent son to a woman that didn't deserve to have a son like me. Like, I would do anything to change that, to have a relationship with my son.
Yeah. How were you keeping in touch with your parents during this time? I know you're writing letters.
I wasn't. I wrote one letter and then I would call periodically. If we had gone on vacation to Las Vegas, I would go get a burner phone and then I'd call, or I'd call from a payphone. They used to have payphones. I'd call from a payphone. And I'd call and talk to my mom, for a little bit. And then that would be it.
Would she ask questions about
she wouldn't ask too many questions. It's like, I love you. I hope you're safe. Are you okay? Like, if you're not around, then they think you're in danger. It's like, I'm not in danger.
She didn't want you to get caught?
It's hard to say. I don't think she wanted me to get caught, but she wanted to know I was safe. And I always love that when people think, well, I just want to know you're safe. Like, you think I'm safe in prison? Like, I'm safer here. And, and the thing is, I don't think she knew how I was living too. Like, I'm not broke, I'm driving brand new cars. I'm going on vacation. Like, I'm living very well, but she doesn't know that, so yeah, it's a shitty situation.
Now, I'm really curious why the government never decided to reach out to work with you. Like, you see, Catch Me If You Can was a great movie where they were creating fake identities. And then eventually the government figures, this is a person we got to work with to revamp the system and detect fraud. Why have they done this with you?
But that's a movie. And that didn't really happen.
But I saw the thing. I saw the thing at the end.
No,
it said,
I know.
The credits.
But I read his book about how basically most of Frank Abagnale's story is a lie. Most of the movie, and which is, nobody wants to hear that.
What?
I know, it's horrible. Because honestly,
it's one of my favorite movies. Yeah, me too.
There's a guy who wrote a whole book about how almost everything. It's funny too. You know what's funny is his real life is actually super interesting. The 2 books he wrote, which I read, and the movie are not, I'd say 10% of that is accurate.
Oh, really?
And then, but he actually had a brother that was a con man too. These interesting things that happened in his real life, like some of it's true, right? Like, he did dress up like a Pan Am.
Flight. Yeah.
Right. There were things that he did do. Some of it was true. And he did, like, there are some similarities. And so if you find out what really happened, you're like, okay, I could see. But honestly, I'd say maybe 75% of that movie is not true. But the thing about the FBI, and even though by the way, there are videos of him talking about how he worked with the FBI, but that's absolutely not true. None of that's true. He never.
How could they say it and then at the ending too say like he's worked with it? How is it just a blatant lie?
Who's checking?
I just believed.
Yeah, right. People just believe it, and nobody's checking, and it's Hollywood, and they assume it's true, and so. And I get it. Like, there are professional criminals that are similar to that, where they'll pay some guy to go undercover and work with them. But honestly, the FBI, Secret Service, like, they're not stupid. Like, they know everything that I've done. The only thing I did unique things because I did them in combination with other scams, and I did them on a larger scale. But they don't need me. And they couldn't stop a lot of the stuff that I do, even to this day.
So there's nothing that you could say if they did X, Y, Z that would prevent all this stuff from happening.
Sure. Honestly, if everybody had their home titles monitored, by Home Title Lock, right?
Yeah, you would think like a credit report sort of thing, or like
that's what's so funny. If you use your credit card, every time you use it, bring, right, you get the push notification, right? So that's. You don't have that for your title, So if people signed up for something like Home Title Lock, you can go to your local county. You can sign up for something where they notify you if there's a change. So what's interesting about a company like Home Title Lock is that
they should be sponsoring you. If they don't already.
They should be.
Or you create your own company that does this. I think that would be genius.
Well, what's interesting about them is what makes them better is that if something goes wrong and you're notified and you go, hey, wait a minute, Home Title Lock just told me that my deed was transferred or my mortgage was satisfied. They'll say, hey, this just happened. Is this you? Do you know about it? And you say, no, that never happened. If the county notifies you, what do? You can't call the county. They won't help you.
Yeah.
You say, they go, oh, well, I don't know what happened. It's not our department. We can't even refer you to someone. And you say, okay, well, I'm going to call the police. The police are going to be like, okay, well, we don't know what happened. Something got transferred. It sounds like you need to look into that. We can't help you. No crime that we know of is being committed. But it actually is happening. Home title lock, when you tell them when they say, hey, is this you? And you say, no, it's not me. They immediately pull the title. They do the research. If there's a crime, they help you, tell you who to file it with. They will hire an attorney to do a suit for quiet title to get your title back. They'll they'll do all that. So that's why when I hear people say, oh, well, you can go to your county and be notified. Yeah, if you want to sign up and go to your county, you can. But what happens when they say, hey, your deed has been transferred and somebody just sold your house? What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to call the police, but the police don't want to help you. They don't even really understand the crime.
See, but what they should do is like a credit report that you could freeze. You should be able to freeze your home's public record or your home's title.
Right.
And you put, you have that notarized and you put a code in there that only you know. And if you want to remove that because you want to sell or refinance the house, which people rarely ever do, I mean, every 7 years or give or take, then it's off. But if the freeze is on, no one could go and record anything.
You'd have to make exceptions for your
death, for
the government placing a lien on your house. Like, what if you don't pay your taxes? Or what if you don't pay your
true?
But let's say you could get away with that.
Yeah.
There's 3,700 counties in the United States. 3,700.
All right.
All of those counties, 3,700 in the United States, would have to adopt this system to fix
that's
it.
Fair.
And why would they? It doesn't cost them anything.
Mm-hmm.
Why would title companies want to fix it? That's how they make money, by selling you title insurance. If they made it foolproof, we don't need title companies.
I have a question, because along the entire way,
right,
this entire story, you consistently had girlfriends.
Yes.
How'd you do it?
What do you mean?
What was okay, because you had this girlfriend and then this girlfriend, you're talking to multiple girls at the same time, you're talking to your wife, and then you had alongside her, you had 3 girlfriends, you're also seeing at the same. How are you such a ladies' man?
Stop it.
How did you do it?
Are you serious? That's
Jack is
question.
serious. He is 100% serious.
That is a serious question.
I mean, I'm shameless.
Give Jack advice.
Are you serious? I'm shameless. I mean, I would honestly, I would walk up to. I met my wife in the halfway house. You just start flirting. You want to know what the conversation was with her? I literally said, after we talked a few times, I said, I feel like you're sweet on me a little bit. And we're flirting a little bit. She goes, no, we're not. And I went, and I said, I feel like we are. She goes, I said, I have great intuition. And she goes, well, not in this case. She goes, look, my wife wears cowboy boots. One arm is sleeved out. She ran a hog hunting tour guide service for 6 years. This is a tough chick. And she goes, this is a country girl. She goes, I make fun of guys like you. She goes, you're a city boy. She goes, this is never going to happen. I said, I feel like it is. And she goes, you're delusional. I said, we'll see. And then I kept texting her, and she texts me back because we're friends, and we're in the halfway house. And then
I'm not buying that, though. That's not intuition. That right there is winning the heart of somebody. And that's what you're good at. That's not intuition.
She gave him
I bet you she was honest that she wasn't into it in the beginning.
She may not. I was still tell her she was. She says that she wasn't interested. And then she contacted me later, and she's like, look, I'm coming to Tampa, when we were out of the halfway house. And she said, do you want to have dinner? I said, yeah, we'll have, or she said lunch. I said, let's have dinner, like a date. And she goes, well, we can have dinner, but it's not a date. Because I'm not texting her. I don't know anybody. We're texting every couple of days. And she goes, no, I don't want it to be a date. She said, it was just friends. We'll go as friends. I said, I don't want to go as friends. She says, why can't we be friends? I said, because there's nothing more useless than having a hot female friend. I said, the whole time you think we're building a friendship, I'm just waiting for an opportunity to have sex with you. And she went, well, then I guess we're not going to dinner. I said, I totally understand. She goes, you're serious? I said, absolutely. I said, I'm all filled up on my friend quota. I like you. I'm always going to like you as more than a friend. And if you don't, then that's fine. So we go back, and this happens for 2-3 weeks. And finally she says, okay, we can call it whatever you want. But she said, but I'm telling you, it's not a date. I said, whatever. So we go to dinner. And I remember my ex-wife, when I was on my way there, I got there a little early, but I didn't want to be too early. So I waited across the street. I'm in my car. My ex-wife's like, what are you doing? This girl was on methamphetamine. She just got out of prison. She's told you she doesn't like you. Why are you going to dinner with her? And I said, I'm going to go to dinner. I'm going to be charming and funny. I said, and at the end of dinner, I said, we're going to go to the movies. I said, and at the end of the date, I'm going to try and kiss her. And she goes, and what if she says no? I said, if she pulls back and doesn't want to kiss me, then I know. I said, and I will know, okay, I made a move. It's a no. That's it. She's telling the truth. That's it. I said, but I don't think she's going to. I think she is interested. I feel like she's flirting. She says, Matt, you've been locked up 13 years. You don't have a fucking clue what's happening. I said, well, it's like a Thursday night. We're having dinner. I think I do know. And she goes, okay, you're crazy. I get there. She laughed at every single joke I made. And we giggled and laughed and the whole thing. And we went to, and I'm extremely forward. We went to go to the movies. Star Wars had just come out and we couldn't get in. So, it's crowded. So we go back to the car and got in the car and she goes, so what do you want? She goes, so what do you want to do now? And I go, what do I want to do? I said, I want to make out in the car. What do you want to do? And she goes, I don't know. And I leaned right into her and she said, listen, my stomach jumped into my chest. And I said, are you sure? And she goes, oh my God. Didn't pull back, didn't anything. Boom, we started kissing. I haven't kissed like that since I was 13 years old. My lips were chapped for days. And we were like inseparable after that. So like, it's like I'm shameless because I felt like it was true. And if she had said, listen, I'm not interested. Look, that's not going to happen. I would have been like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm not afraid to walk up to some girl in public and say, hey, what's up? Blah, blah. And if she's like, no, okay, I get it. But then if she gives you your phone number, something, I don't know.
So I can imagine after 13 years of like not even talking to a girl in that way, that's got to be pretty crazy.
Oh, I'm super nervous. Yeah.
You're nervous?
Oh, I mean, I'm nervous, but I'm not, but I'm, like I said, shameless.
It seemed though, as if she resisted it for like 3 weeks, that resistance was honest.
3 weeks.
You said
months.
Okay. The resistance was like, she was steadfast in that.
But she's texting me. We're friends. We're texting.
It's a shit test.
She could be lonely. I don't know.
No, it's a shit test. She's putting up the test.
I wouldn't listen to this guy. I mean,
yeah, what do I know? What do I know, Jack?
I would say we got to take notes from you.
In the end, she said, like, she will now tell you, I resisted being with him because she said, I thought he was, she says, I'd never met anybody like him. Like, she says, I'd never met anybody like you. She said, and I thought, this guy's going to be successful and he's going to realize he can do better than me. And he's just going to break my heart. She goes, so this isn't the kind of guy I date. You know, she dates a guy that drives a forklift. She dates a guy that goes hunting for a living. She dates a guy that, is a mechanic. Like that's the guys that she's dated her whole life. And she said, I knew you were going to be successful. And she said, I just thought there's no reason to even pursue anything. Like that's what she says now. And it's funny because when she said that at first, I used to think she was bullshitting. But the truth is, after getting to know her, she's just not a bullshitter. And I think that's what she really believed the whole time. And now we're married.
I'm sure it can't hurt to look kind of like Cillian Murphy.
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
doesn't it? I was thinking that. I was thinking that. No, look at Graham. Like the head on. Doesn't he kind of look like
a little bit?
I don't know who that is.
I couldn't help but think that for so much of this podcast that you look just like this guy. He's an actor. And I think like a lot of girls kind of go crazy over him.
Phoenix a little bit. Like if you said you were related, like, a cousin or something, I could see that.
Maybe this guy? You can't see.
Maybe. I don't know.
I kept thinking you look just like that guy.
Kind of.
I don't know.
I could see it.
I don't know.
He's taller.
Maybe. I don't know.
I could kind of see it. What dating advice do you have for Jack?
Are you serious? Why don't you don't have a girlfriend?
No, I don't have a girlfriend, no.
Aren't there dating apps?
Mystery, man.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if I like necessarily need advice. The only thing that I really struggle with is like a lot of the times I'll talk to girls that I'm not like super interested in. What is this? This is like a flea or something?
What?
Look at that.
What the fuck is it?
I don't know. It's like jumping around. You see it?
Yeah.
It's not a flea.
I feel like you guys aren't worried about me getting out of here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we got to worry about that. Okay.
Yeah,
Matt Cox, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. We really appreciate it. You are so generous with your time.
Oh my gosh.
And it means the world to us. I'll drive you to the airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
that
so we
makes
can
me
get
feel
out of here.
better.
Get out of here a little quicker. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. I got to get a picture with
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, if you're interested, Macy wants to give you some food to go.
Oh,
she just
that would
leftovers.
be
yeah.
great.
Okay. I'll text her a yes on that.
Sounds good. And all of Matt's links down below. Thank you guys for watching. Until next time.